Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds. Emmys_FPV, Lap 1, 26.2. V Ultra, Lap 1, 35.4. Emmys_FPV, Lap 2, 26.3. 2 minutes. V Ultra, Lap 2, 34.7. Emmys_FPV, Lap 3, 25.9. V Ultra, Lap 3, 35.4. 1 minute. Winner is Emmys_FPV. Next race begins in 5 seconds. Min J, lap 1, 28.4. DQI, lap 1, 31.8. Make Nins, lap 1, 32.3. Min J, lap 2, 20.5. Two minutes. DQI, lap 2, 28.6. Make Nins, lap 2, 34.6. Min J, lap 3, 24.2. DQI, lap 3, 29.0. Winner is Min J. Rerun for qualifier, Ovolt, F2.
Pilots, get ready.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds. Ovolt, lap 1, 24.0. Ovolt, lap 2, 24.2. 2 minutes. Ovolt, lap 3, 24.4.
None of my cash can fold, none of my cars are gold. Digital dash on hold. None of my cash can fold, none of my cars are gold. Digital dash on gold. Cash digital, digital, digital. The dash digital, go, go, go. Digital, 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 digital. The cash digital, digital, the dash digital. Run it up, digital, 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 digital. Stepping like Marty McFly, stepping I feel like the guy. I got them looking like why, I never doubted me why, I never doubted my guys. You know you in it for win, I stand on 10, you on 10. I don't have friends of a friend, only the fan of the kin. Only my wife and my kids, that's all I needed to win. Now I only trust my true friends, had to cut off my loose ends. You know I win if you win, you know you win if I win. I swipe that cash, don't fold, I swipe my bank on gold. Don't think that I've been dumb, I spend like I've been broke. None of my cash can fold, none of my calls are gold. Digital dash on hold. None of my cash can fold, none of my calls are gold. Digital dash on gold. Cash digital, digital, digital. The dash digital, go, go, go. Digital, 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 digital. The cash digital, digital, the dash digital. Run it up, digital, 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 digital. Living my truth, no tricks. I'm just trying to feed my kids. I'm just trying to keep my way. I'm just trying to live my life while we get rich. Mind my biz. Money gon' come, some go. Man, if you know, you know. I've been through highs and lows. Here for the ride, I go. Slide and roll. Up and down, but I get up. The numbers crunching, no sit-ups. I grew up and got dripped up. Purple label, my get up. That's 101, not a one and done. Month to month, and there's more to come. I told Cushy, let's run it up. Now it's millions on millions. None of my cash can fold, none of my cars are gold. Digital dash on hold. None of my cash can fold, none of my cars are gold. Digital dash on gold. Cash digital, digital, digital. The dash digital, go, go, go. Digital, 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 digital. The cash digital, digital, the dash digital. Run it up, digital, 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 digital.
bass hit different? Or is it just me? No, it definitely hits different. I can't wait for the second bass drop.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chillin' with my homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chillin' with my homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chillin' with my homies.
Hey yo, homie, does this bass hit different?
Do you know what time it is? It's drone racing time.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti in questa seconda giornata della FAI World Cup italiana qui a Subirago. Si sono appena conclusi le hit di qualifica e tra qualche minuto cominceranno invece le eliminazioni dirette, dove appunto i migliori 32 piloti di questo gruppo di 60 erotti piloti si sfideranno in appunto eliminazioni dirette verso la finalissima. Ci vorrà ancora qualche minuto per organizzare e controllare gli ultimi tempi e il cronometraggio, quindi ancora qualche attimo di pazienza e si ricomincerà con le gare di drone racing FPV. Buon divertimento a tutti!
Well, welcome back on YouTube, live to the world, as well as the wonderful audience who joined us here in Sumirago. I'm Matt Andrews, here with
Stefano Mirabelli.
and we are delighted to be bringing you the final day of the racing here at the FAI World Cup Italia. We had racing all day yesterday with this brilliant track and setup that we have here. We've had 63 pilots representing 19 different nationalities, a fabulous track, and a great day of qualifying yesterday. We managed to get through 8 qualifying rounds, and then the heavens opened, and a number of people, myself included, found that we are delighted to be in Italy no matter the weather, and your scenery looks very nice with a dramatic sky behind it, but we are glad we got the qualifying rounds in before rain stopped everything.
Absolutely. We've been able to have at least one more qualifying round this morning, and nevertheless, the pilots were really good at it, and they were being able to fly their drones under a really pouring rain. Now, it's probably looking like it's going to be a little bit dry in the next minutes. I don't want to say this too loud.
Careful.
But we're very close to the first rounds of the elimination bracket.
So maybe we can quickly show you the bracket as it stands for the top 32 pilots of the 63 here. 32 of them, the ones who got the quickest 3 consecutive laps in a run during all the qualifying rounds. Those are the pilots who've made it to the top 32. Congratulations to all of those 32 pilots. The other pilots here, the other 31, will be missing out on the elimination from this stage. But for the top 32 racing today, it's also a double elimination bracket. The simplest way to understand that is you have 2 lives. If you are not in the top 2 of a run, you lose a life.
Exactly, and at that point you're in the loser bracket, and and if you want to go forward from there, you have to win every single heat to be able to be one of the loser brackets till the end.
So we're going to have 4 pilots in a race, and these are races now, whereas yesterday was about setting times for your qualifying to get you into that top 32. These are races now. First and second will go through to the next round. Third and fourth, if you haven't been third or fourth before, you will drop to what we call the lower bracket, the losers bracket in some terms as well. You lose a life, you go down to there. If you come third or fourth twice, you are out. And we'll go through the field until we get 4 pilots at the end still standing, and that will be our grand final. We also will be having a women's final and a juniors final, as well as the overall final. And of course, women and juniors can take part in both if they are qualified at the end. The elimination bracket then. Let's show you our top 32 pilots who managed to make it. Top of them all in qualifying, Min-jae Kim, the incredible young Korean pilot here from South Korea, the only pilot to get a lap around this track in less than 21 seconds. He did 3 of them in an incredible run. We've never seen anything close to it. 3 laps in 1.01862 was Min-jae's unbelievably quick time. Kylian Rousseau, the brilliant French pilot, multi-GP IO champion and winner of many other races, along with Min-jae, second place. Then Flower Pig from Korea was third, and Topi from Latvia was fourth. Those were the top 4 out of qualifying yesterday. They are seeded into this bracket with all the other pilots all the way down to the 32nd placed pilot, who is Sav from Spain, just staying alive. At the end of yesterday's racing, he was in that 32nd position, and there have always been a number of pilots, 33, 34, 35, 36, within a few tenths of a second, trying to get into that top half of things. Sav stayed alive and is the 32nd pilot to be here after he had a brilliant run at the end of yesterday.
By looking at the results, we can see there are approximately 4 or 5 pilots that actually improved their performance this morning. So they probably got a good night's sleep, except for Min-jae, that we know that Min-jae has to be tired to be able to perform.
Yeah.
So probably he didn't need to perform better because he's a top racer and by far in front of everybody else. I'm very curious to see how they're going to use their strategic power and strategic thoughts during these finals, these elimination brackets.
Yes, indeed. Yesterday we saw pilots were flying 3 laps. They needed their best 3 consecutive laps for their qualifying position. You could see earlier on yesterday, well, the late stages of yesterday, there were times when a pilot was having a rough first lap and they thought, well, this is done then. But they still carried on and got a bit more stick time, as of course you do. Here, though, you don't have another run to save you. You have a second life, but you don't have any more than that. So it's got to count from the beginning. There's no first run here just to warm up and then, you know, if you didn't get a very good time, oh, well, I'll try and improve on it later on today in the 8 runs we had yesterday. No, now it matters. They have, though, had 1 qualifying round this morning, so they have been on the track today. And it has changed in one particular area. The dive gate.
Dive gate, yeah. We had a few issues yesterday with the rain. Actually, it's a wooden dive gate yesterday, and it was completely soaked during that thunderstorm. So now basically they set up 4 standard gates and put it in a square, and now they're using it as a dive gate. Albeit probably it's a little bit smaller than yesterday's
Well,
gate.
that's interesting, isn't it? It is not only a little tighter, I think, in you know, as you dive through the top of it, but the exits are definitely smaller, all the 4 sides there. So it is smaller overall than the dive gate was after a wooden dive gate was destroyed in the thunderstorm last night. That's how much rain we had. Thankfully, the rest of the track still survived, and great work from the production team and the local organizers and so on as we are underway with the racing and the elimination about to begin. But yes, I quite like this idea, Stefano. As I said to you before, maybe every round the track should get smaller. Could you imagine the gates get a little bit tighter and, you know, the precision flying, and if you can't get through, then you're out?
I think these pilots are already having a really tough time as it is. But yeah, why not? Maybe,
why not? Come on.
Who knows, for the future, some modifiable gates, reducible gates.
I know I'm being mean, but also I like the idea, and don't tell me, those of you watching, that you don't think it could work
we're
as
almost
well.
there.
So we have drones on blocks, and we are getting ready for our first round. So, of course, the seeding works out that in the first round of qualifying, we do have our #1 pilot out of the qualifying runs, Min-jae Kim from South Korea, and our 32nd pilot, that's the standard way it works in an elimination seeding, Sav from Spain. With them as well, Geek from Italy, the fastest of the Italian pilots yesterday, was 16th
Next
out of
race
qualifying,
begins in 10
and Avasin from France. 3 laps. Now you got to
Next
start
race
winning them.
begins in 5 seconds.
First race of the day, everybody. Give them support, including Geek, your Italian local pilot here. And we are away in the first run for today's racing. Starts Geek not off to a good start, and Sav is still flying around his desert conditions that we quite love so much that he has this come up on his camera. Min-jae, though, let's see how he's feeling first thing in the day. Is very, very quick. If you're not familiar with the track from yesterday's racing, we will explain it now. Min-jae is the fastest around it, so it's a challenge, but you go down this main straight through a few of these gates. There's our timing arch. Let us know what speed they are. Then you duck under here and go under 4 of the gates. There's the 4th. Then a swing around a flag, and you go through the top half of a few of them.
29.6.
Under, we're going to ladder our way up here. A ladder is where you go underneath a gate and then turn a whole 360-degree spiral and go through that gate higher up. You can ladder up or ladder down. We ladder up here. There's the straight again. So we go on to the 3rd lap. Min-jae having done 2 in 50 seconds. You go under, under, under. Under again, then ladder up. We go through the top and a 3rd and across the track to a 4th. Split S and go out underneath it 3 times. Ladder around. through that gate, and then we ladder over this one. That's the only one we go completely over the top of. Then there's a tunnel here of 4 gates, slight kink in it. There's the dive gate, the new small version. Minjae wins the first race of the day, as everybody may well expect. A 1:13.8 is a solid time for him. Who's going to get second place and make it to the next stage between Avasin and Sav? Well, Avasin is across the line. Second for him sees him progress to the next round. Sav gets a strong finish in third. Geek never featured in it. That puts Sav and Geek down into the lower bracket. They've lost 1 life here. Avasin and Minjae, the best in the first run.
Incredible run for those 2 top racers. Minjae had a few video problems in his first lap. That's why his time is relatively higher than his usual. But he's been able to recover very well on the second and third lap. And Avasin had a head-to-head race with Sav and brought it home. Good job, Avasin. Good job also to Sav. Very close to being one of the top 2 pilots in this heat.
Yes. Yes, and just like in that dangerous spot, I had a brief chat with him last night after we finished the stream, actually. It was the first chance I could talk to him, and unfortunately that was also very brief. Yeah, you know, in that 32nd position, really enjoying his time here. Great, he said, to have us here as well, which is ever so kind. Yeah. Managed to keep it. His last run of yesterday, when, again, let's not forget, Stefano, the weather had changed a little. We didn't have the thunderstorms in the final round of qualifying yesterday, but we did have quite a lot of wind.
Absolutely.
The track was stable. Nothing was sort of flapping around other than the flags, but the positions weren't really changing. But there was quite a lot of crosswind to contend with when you were flying.
Yeah, in fact, most people, most racers have not actually improved their qualifying rounds in the 8th round. We just have like 3 out of 60 pilots, or 4 or 5 out of 60 pilots. The top 32 pilots, we only have probably Topi improving in the 8th round, and Emis, Verdna, and Carbon V. All the other ones were, the best times were before that, or this morning eventually. So we're ready to go for race number 2, and we will see Birkin FPV, which is our 8th spot qualifying pilot, against Phenomen,
who's 9th,
and Kipi,
17th, and Viofly, who is 26th. That's an interesting way that bracket is drawn, but that's how they work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a bit of a closer match for a few of these pilots, actually. Not one single standout performer in race number 2. Birkin, Phenomen, Kipi, and Viofly. 2 French pilots in this one. Kipi, the only pilot from the Netherlands, and Birkin, Dimoster, proudly representing Bulgaria. So no Italian pilot in this one, Italians, but I'm hoping we get a lot of loud support for the pilots today. As they're going to give you a lot to cheer on. I'm sure you're going to be seeing them, at least some of them, into the later stages for sure. So Birkin FPV, Phenomen, Kipi, and Viofly. Good to see Kipi in the top 32. I was worried for him a few times yesterday. I know him from the Drone Champions League, a really good pilot from the Netherlands, the only pilot here from the Netherlands, although there are a lot of our production team here, thanks to the Dutch Drone Racing, who are doing all of our production and doing a fantastic job too. So I'm glad to see Kipi, that's Jordi Keep from the Netherlands, flying in this. Phenomen, great French pilot, runner-up in the FAI e-drone racing last year. Birkin, another Drone Champions League pilot, and Viofly making a name for himself as well.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
5 seconds to the start.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
We go underway with the second round.
Really fast start by Phenomen and Viofly. And you see Birkin FPV in second place at this point, and it's a really tough battle between Birkin FPV and Phenomen, switching places from 1 and 2nd, and 4th place for Kipi FPV.
There was only a second in the best runs between Birkin FPV and Phenomen yesterday.
Keepy,
So yeah,
lap
expecting
one,
to see a tight fight between them.
25.2.
Keepy in the fight
Fenneman,
two. Viofly,
lap
everybody
one,
safely onto their second lap,
26.2.
and only 4
Viofly,
seconds between
lap
the
one,
4 of them in that first
28.5.
lap's clock. Let's see then if Birkin can hang on to a lead here. Remember, the top 2 progress, and Fenneman is not far behind Birkin. He's into the tunnel. Fenneman enters it now. Keepy is in there too. And Viofly is just coming around to get he's got a gain of quite a bit here as he's some way behind now, getting on for almost half a lap behind. Birkin out onto the third and final lap here, leading their way through the top of the gates, coming now to the split S and then ducking underneath. Fenneman is only doing the split S now. He's quite a few seconds behind. Keepy needs to move from third to second if he wants to get into the next round of the bracket without losing a life. And he and Fenneman are into the gates at the same time. Birkin is the winner here. Keepy is down. Fenneman's got the second place. He'll progress to the next round with Birkin FPV, but Keepy was in position to take it from Fenneman. They were in the tunnel together, and then Keepy, I didn't see what he hit, but he lost his picture and he's done. It is Vioply who actually finishes third, 10 seconds behind the top 2, but it was nearly Keepy in there. Instead, Fenneman and Birkin will go next.
As we predicted, the first 2 places was a really tough race between them, and they just were divided by 2.8 seconds. So great run here, and we can really see the quality of these racers adapting to this new scenario, because obviously now you have to give it all, but not too much, because if you fall, like it happened for Keepy, you're going to lose this single heat and go to the loser bracket.
So yeah, Minjay and Avassin, the winners of the first round, first and second. Here is Birkan and Fenneman getting the first and second, and hopefully the bracket will update and show you who moves into the upper half and who's lost a life in it. We've got pilots running around on track, recovering quads. As you pointed out, Stefano, everybody helps each other. We've praised the community like that many times. We saw Killian, fantastic international pilot, one of the very top pilots in the world. What was he doing earlier on? Running out to get one of his teammates' drones?
Yeah,
of course he is.
Avolt had a rerun, and he was Killian went to get his drone from the ground at the end of that rerun, which is something we always see during these races, and probably from home you're not able to see it, but it's really nice to be able to be part of this community of people helping each other the whole time. No matter if you're the top racer, the last racer, in the middle of the field, you're always trying to help your mates. Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm not pointing Killian out for that as though it's unusual. You know, it's what he
absolutely.
always does. It's what everybody
do it all the
always
time.
does. The French team here have been working very well together. I think we identified yesterday, I think the French viewers helped us identify yesterday very keenly that all 8 French pilots are in the top 32. All 1 American pilots are in the top 32. We also figured out in top 3 or 4 actually. We have 6 Latvian pilots in the top 32. I had the pleasure of finally getting a chance to chat with a few of them yesterday. I know Topi, but I hadn't had a chance to chat to the others.
Next heat.
So great to see that the Latvian drone racing scene is doing so well too.
R1.
We won't be seeing any of their pilots just in this round. They'll be coming up in the later ones. It's the third round of the elimination now. It's going to feature Avalt from France, Pastis from France, Leo on Fire from Italy, and Mathieu from France. 3 French pilots against Leo on Fire, the fantastic, incredible 4-time Italian champion and the FAI Women's World Champion runner-up in 2023. DCL pilots, races with the X-Blades racing team. See Leo on Fire at so many events. She's such a legend. She is your Italian hope against the French charge here, and she may well beat all of them.
Vai Luisa. Sorry, it's in Italian, but
no, go for it. We're here. Avalt had a better qualifying time, didn't her? So did Pastis. Mathieu down in 28th. Leo on Fire was 19th, but there's very, very little time between those. Only a couple of seconds between these qualifying positions as it got so tight yesterday.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And they are away, out of the blocks very nicely. Pastis sees one of his teammates in front of him. Leo on Fire made the end turn very well, not phased at all. Well, the French drones buzzing around. Who gets to the tunnel section at the far part of the course? Well, Avouts looks like they're already down, and Pastis has some issues. Leo on fire, ducking under the gates nicely. Now moving towards the flag turn, and it's Matthew who's into the tunnel first. Pastis in there as well. Leo on fire, all three of them into the tunnel. The dive gate might split things up. Well, Leo on fire has passed Matthew and gone up in a second. Pastis leads them out onto the second lap. Leo on fire, half a second behind them at the line, and Matthew is trying to hang on. Pastis getting a bit shaky, hitting one of the closed air gates, now needing to find their way out on track. Leo on fire, a little bit smoother. Past him, can she stay there? She now goes through the tech sections into the flag turn. That's very nice indeed. She's ahead of Pastis, and Mathieu is down, but Avault is back in the air. One French pilot down, another one recovering. Pastis going through the drop gate, but ahead of him it's Leo on fire. She's well onto her third lap. Got to keep this all nice and smooth as she is doing. She's ducking under the gates now. There's the fourth. The ladder up is gorgeous. Now through the top section, she crosses over the middle. Pastis is not far behind. He's trying to catch on the split S turn. He's getting a little bit closer now. It's still Leo on fire against Pastis, heading to the flag. Leo on fire still just in front of him in the tunnel. Now Leo on fire leads him out. Pastis into the tunnel too. The dive gate's got to be fantastic. It is. It's Italians. Leo on fire. Luisa Rizzo winning her heat, but Pastis was 1 second behind her. He was gaining, but couldn't quite catch it. Pastis had some issues. Avault and Matthew Moore. Leo on fire threaded it all cleanly and wins it.
What a race, what a race. All the first three pilots in 4 seconds pace, and Leon Fire was being very, very cautious in her first lap. She was like third place and ramping up from there, second place, and then first place, and keeping it safe but fast. Good job, Leon Fire.
Just flawless, making it absolutely perfect. Not by any means the quickest time we've seen for 3 laps. You know, 1:27.4, although I think it may have been a little bit tighter than that. But we'll call it a 1:27 or 1:25 or so. That's still, you know, let's say it, 24 seconds off an incredible time that one of our pilots set, and 20 seconds off another time that we saw yesterday, but that wasn't in a racing condition.
Absolutely.
Here in racing conditions, and I don't know if we've actually said as such, but it is still raining.
Yeah.
And our quali rounds yesterday were pretty much rain-free. We had a bit of wind in the later ones, like we mentioned, Stefano, but it is raining now. And in those conditions, the times aren't going to be comparable to yesterday's incredible qualification work. Leo on fire herself was getting her best qualification time was 1:18, so you know, still a few seconds quicker than this. But in a race condition, thinking about where other pilots are, knowing when to push, that was a brilliant run.
Good job, good job. Leo on fire. Probably she was been also helped by the spotter telling her what was happening during the race to all the other racers. So good job to her team, and I'm really happy for her.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great run. You know, you're the only Italian pilot here on Italian soil in a race against 3 French pilots who know each other very well.
Yeah.
Try and stop her. I told you, she might beat them all. Race 4, we'll have a couple of our Latvian pilots, as we mentioned who we have here. Topi, that's Thomas Petersons, and JM will be racing against Max Speed and DQI.
Topi is your top pilot now, based on the qualifying. He's a 4th spot. Max Speed, we have to go a little bit down. And 13th spot. JM in 21st and DQI 29th. So it's very spread out here.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing probably a different strategy approaching this race. Probably if you're on the 29th spot, you want to give it all because you want to try to be faster than the top guys.
Yep.
But if you're in the 4th spot, you want to take your time, see what's happening. Maybe somebody's crashing out.
Yeah.
You want to bring it home. So.
And you've got to bear all that in mind. If you know you've got the speed that your lap times are considerably better, and you should, in theory, outrun them by quite some distance, as you know, some of our pilots are finding themselves in qualifying heats, maybe first with, you know, a pilot in his 32nd, like we saw in the first round, or here. You do have that thought of, okay, I don't need to go flat out. These guys shouldn't catch me. What's more important is I finish ahead of them in whatever time that is. If you're one of the slower pilots in a heat, you've just got to go as quick as you can because anything can happen. Yep. You could be the only pilot to finish.
Exactly.
We get mid-airs, we get wet track conditions. The wind, there's basically no wind at the moment. You can see the flags aren't really doing anything here. But there is a little bit of rain. Oh, well, in the last run, for example, Avault, who was in that for France. Arthur Valtier, 6th fastest out of qualifying. You know, he was by far the quickest pilot qualifying in that last run. First one to go down, I think.
Yeah.
So
he
you've
was
got to
able
be in
recover,
it.
but-
It's a cliche,
Yeah.
but you've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah.
So never give up, fight to the end. I've seen it many times in drone racing. When you think a race is lost because somebody is ahead of you, keep pushing because they may not stay ahead of you.
Yeah, exactly. Keep pushing, but try to keep your margin and control over your drone and what's happening around you.
Yeah.
So a lot of things going on in the drone pilot's mind during these elimination brackets.
Quite a lot going on in our minds, to be fair. We've got a lot to deal with as well.
Okay, we're almost ready for the fourth elimination bracket.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Elimination race. 5 seconds.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Topi, Max Speed, JM, DQI. It's Latvia versus Belgium.
Topi out for a very fast start. JM can see Topi in his video feed, and everybody is still airborne now, and we can see them fighting against each other, and the times are very, very close. They are basically in the same spot, all of the first 3 drone racers. And Topi probably has a little bit of an edge. He's in the dive gate now. First lap for Topi in 28 seconds.
26.7.
First lap for 29 seconds for JM and 29.4 seconds for Max Speed.
Max's Speed.
And DQI is finishing his first lap in this moment.
DQI.
So
lap
still
1,
Topi in the
34.3.
first spot, followed
Winner is
by JM and
Winner
Max
is Topi.
Speed. Topi, he's almost over
DQI,
for
lap
this
1,
second of the 3
48.0.
laps of this heat in the
Topi,
other
lap
25
2,
seconds
25.6.
for his second lap.
JM,
Second
lap
place
2,
for JM, third place for
26.8.
Max Speed. It's very
Max's
close
Speed,
between
lap
Max
2,
Speed and JM.
26.7.
Probably Topi is
Winner is
still
Topi.
leaving a little bit of margin in his flight, but probably he'll be. He just
DQI,
snatched
lap 2,
the top of that gate,
21.7.
but he's still in first position, down in the guide gate, and Topi is closing everything in
lap
first
3,
place in 119.
25.5.
Topi, you're done.
Winner is
Yes.
Topi.
And what's happening behind
JM,
there? Oh,
lap 3,
I see JM on the floor, and Max Speed probably gaining the second spot.
No, I think he's made it. I think JM has completed
okay.
it.
He's okay.
Yeah, he got there, and Max Speed has crossed the line as well, almost 10 seconds behind him. But we got a Latvian 1-2, and it was a warm applause from our pilot area, which, by the way, is not that warm otherwise. Pilots still in this, all the other pilots, of course, hanging around and supporting them and spotting for them and so on. But yeah, it looks like the Latvians will both progress to the next round, and 2 Belgian pilots will be fighting alongside each other to stay in the racing from the lower bracket side of things.
So we just finished the 4th race of this elimination bracket, so we're halfway through the first stage of the elimination bracket. Basically, we will have other 4 heats, the 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th. And the 5th heat will see Flower Pig, which is the 3rd leaderboard qualifying drone racer, against Vertna, against Charlie Mori, another Italian, another very fast Italian, and XGG.
So yeah, Latvia in this, along with the South Korean pilot, Verdna, who I believe is based in the USA, but is from Singapore. And we also have Charlie Mori, one of the, I think, the 3rd fastest of the Italian pilots. Did you work out yesterday, Stefano?
Yes, exactly. He was 22nd spot. So, and another Latvian racer, XGG.
Yeah, so a really international lineup for this one. And XGG was one of the ones who I think finished really strongly yesterday, and that really helped them get into the top 32. But right now, he's here and ready to fly. Just saying his qualifying was 31st. Yes, he hung on. Final, it was this morning. Yes. XGG's final round of qualifying moved him from, it was somewhere around 34th or 35th, just up into 31st, which is why he is racing here. Flower Pig, 3rd quickest out of all of our pilots, and the best at the beginning of the whole event yesterday when we had our first rounds. I think Flower Pig was on top for quite a while. Verdna, our Singapore representative, 14th. And then we have Charlie Mori, who was 22nd, and I said
Next race
XGG
begins
already.
in 10
So,
seconds.
4 completely different nationalities represented here. Flower Pig, Wordner, Charlie Mori, and XGG. Away we go. Charlie Murray just a little bit behind everybody else on that main straight. XGG's got a little bit of a blurry lens. That might be a little bit of moisture on there. And Werdner, oh, done. So Flower Pig continues racing in front of everybody else, as his times would expect. We would expect. Then Charlie Murray follows him. XGG in a battle not too far behind Charlie Murray. They're both going into the tunnel now. 1 and 2, about a second between them. Charlie Murray is fighting ahead of the dive gate, trying to stay ahead of XGG. Ahead of both of them, Flower Pig, who's at least the whole straight and more ahead of them now. He's going through the upper gate section. Charlie Murray is just completing the lower one. Goes into his ladder with XGG right behind him too. There was only 6/10 between them as they finished the first lap. And Flower Pig gone a little bit wrong there. He's having big video issues. And Charlie Murray and XGG are hitting the tunnel. And Flower Pig is trying to keep it visual and trying to keep flying. He goes on to his third lap. Charlie Murray's missed the dive gate. Had to go back for it. So XGG passes him onto the start of lap number 2 and is now a second ahead of him instead of 6/10 behind. Flower Pig not too close to the 2 Italian pilots. Charlie Murray just sees XGG in his vision, just sees his drone ahead of him as they're going through gates in very close succession. Charlie Murray wipes out, and Flower Pig is going through the tunnel. XGG is entering it now. Flower Pig too far ahead to be caught. A great run, 103.2. That's the second fastest time we've seen. Oh, rewind. Yeah. Okay, I was going to say, where did that time come from? The Flower Pig comfortably out in front, and XGG, as we said, do not give up. XGG wasn't in second place for a lot of that. Charlie Murray missed the dive gate. XGG passed it, continued it, goes on to the next stage of the upper bracket. Charlie Murray and Werdner lose a life there. Wow, great battle.
Against all predictions, XGG, that was our 31st qualifying pilot, was very, very close to winning this heat.
There you go.
Like only 5 seconds behind Flower Pig, and he could have won because Flower Pig was having a really bad time with his video.
Yeah, and again, though, you know, that is because Flower Pig was being hampered with his video in this condition. So XGG got to fly as fast as you can, and second place opened up for him. First was not within reach, but could have been. Flower Pig was flying, you know, with some trouble.
Yep.
But second is more than I think XGG expected out of that run. So we have had 5 of our first rounds. And now we are starting to see how the second round in the upper bracket will form as pilots are starting to pair up into that. You can see Minjay and Avasin going through from the first round, and it was Birkin and Fenneman from the seconds, in first and second, so they'll be meeting later on. We've just had Leo on Fire beat Pastis FPV and the rest of the French team in race number 3. They have just joined up now for a race where they'll be going against the Latvian pilots, who managed to outrun both of the Belgian pilots later. Back in race number 4, and we've just seen Flower Pig and XGG will be into the next round of things. But meanwhile, these pilots are the ones who've lost a life so far. So these have all come in 3rd or 4th in some of the earlier runs. And that is why we're seeing them drop to what we call the lower bracket, or if you're unkind, a loser bracket, as we seem to be calling it from our Dutch drone racing team. And these pilots have lost a life. They came in 3rd or 4th. When we get to races in this section of the bracket, this is the do or die side. This is you've got to be 1st or 2nd, otherwise you have lost your second life and you are finished here.
Yes.
They will all get ranked later on, and FAI points are distributed. This is the FAI World Cup Italia, brought to you by our brilliant local Italian organisers and the Dutch Drone Racing League, who are helping us stream this here with Stefano and myself, Matt. And the FAI, the body for air sports, invite the top 60 pilots from the whole year's FAI accredited events to go to the FAI World Championships, which last year were in Korea and this year will be in China in October. Top 60 international pilots get those tickets to it. So the points that you can earn here are very important to these pilots. It's obviously you'd like to be the champion and get the trophy and so on, but there are a lot of points on offer which matter if you want to be selected as one of the top 60 in the world to go to that World Championship. So a lot to play for. So that's why the results out of the elimination rounds get seeded and get a finishing place, even if you're 32nd out of 32nd. That's important to know for them, but we got the 6th round, the 6th group of pilots to go for eliminations. Jake, our only American pilot here, with FPV, another Latvian, Bear Racer, another French, and we have an Italian GoPro Master who was surprising in a few of his runs yesterday. The slowest of the qualifiers to be in this group, but a pretty solid pilot all the same. Remember, we had 63 pilots here, so just about half of them made it to the elimination. So these pilots are our top 32. How far can they go? By the way, if you can hear some clanging in the background, it is, I believe, the 12 o'clock chimes here in Sumiraga.
Sumiraga, yep. The church is blasting the chimes, so yep, it's 12 o'clock and we're almost ready for the 6th heat of elimination with GoPro Master, our Valle d'Aosta racer. He's a fairly young racer. He's been grown racing since 3 or 4 years now, I think. And he's a very solid racer. He's been showing us a really good quality of flying, but he's not been able to do his probably his best. Probably it's his very first international race.
And that's true for a number of these pilots. And you have to start somewhere. You have to take that leap from practicing at home or practicing with a local racing club to attending an event, paying your entry fee and going for it. So all credit to everybody who's come here. I think we may be, we're either waiting for some rain to diminish or for the chimes to stop so they don't interfere with the tones of the start. I suspect something like that is going on. There's also a bit of movement out on the starting blocks, but okay, I think here we go then for our 6th race in the first round. Jake being the one to catch fastest in qualifying out of this group. He's down the straight, FPV with them. Bear Racer and GoPro Master are all off to a good start too. Now we duck under the gates. Jake has completed that and has laddered his way out. Bear Racer and FPV chase him. This is good flying from everybody, Everybody's looking very quick here. A little bit of video issues at the far end of the course. Of course, due to the conditions, you've got to contend with that. Jake's into the tunnel. Bear Racer, all into the tunnel as well. GoPro Master just a few seconds behind the other 3 pilots at the moment. Jake across the line. Now ducks, 1 and 2, there's 3. Now we go around the flag and there's the 4th. Ladder up and then we head out through the top of the gates 4 times. Across the circuit. Duck underneath in a sort of split S there. A few tracks, a few gates underneath. And then we go head to the far end to ladder over the top of that gate and hit the tunnel. He does that. Is at the flag turn. Bear Racer right alongside FPV. A close battle for them. For 2nd and 3rd. GoPro Master, unfortunately, our Italian pilot is down. Jake clearly out in front for all of these pilots, but don't give up, as you never know what can happen.
26.2.
FPV from Latvia, Bear Racer, a French pilot just ahead of him now. FPV got to catch Bear Racer if he wants to progress to the next round without losing a life. He heads now to the flag turn, which Bear Racer has just completed. There's about 1 second between 2nd and 3rd here. They race down the tunnel. It's the dive gate that could split things. Bear Racer nails it. FPV bounces it, keeps the drone alive, but comes back in 3rd. Bear Racer beat them out in 2nd. Jake was about 1.5 seconds ahead of all of them. Further than that at times, maybe just played it a little bit safe to make sure he finished. It's Jake and then Bear Racer, America and France, who go to the next round, and a great battle. FPV was really tightly in it.
Yeah, FPV was 2nd place till probably a couple of gates till the end, before the end, and Bear Racer maintained his concentration and was able to snatch the 2nd spot. And Jake was only about 1.5 seconds faster than the other racers, so anything could have happened in this heat.
Yeah.
But he had a lot of margin probably with that performance.
So yeah, great racing, a lot of speed, obviously, as you saw as well. So good win there for Jake, who was the 5th fastest out of qualifying and for a while was 3rd. So right up there. Really, really great pilot out of America. Unusual to see only 1 American pilot. Usually they sort of come in a pack.
Yeah.
Usually
it's,
buy one, get one free, or 4 or 5. There's usually a few. So Jake is here with his dad, his brilliant, what shall I say, team leader, coach, support, spotter,
Yeah.
bag carrier, transporter, and all the things that a drone dad does. It's quite a large community of drone dads and drone mums too, but there are quite a lot of drone dads who do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I met Minji's mom yesterday, and she's a wonderful woman.
Yes, absolutely. And if you just look bottom left of your picture, you might just catch Mr. Jake. Just walk by. There's his support team doing the running out in the rain. Yes, Minjae, all the way from South Korea, has always got his wonderful mum with him. She's a lot of fun too. Very kind to me when we were out in Korea. When I was doing a couple of the races in 2023, she was she's a whole family. Absolutely lovely. And what a son to be proud of as well. So the 6th race goes to Jake from America, and Bear Racer, like I say, very close to them at the end, but I think Jake was probably being told by his spotter, dad, manager, coach, etc. Okay, you've got this. Don't throw it away.
Yeah. Keep it steady,
Yeah.
safe, and bring it home.
And in these, the top 2 progress to the next round together. So whether you're first or second actually doesn't help you. There's not really an advantage. I mean, maybe a starting block position perhaps, but there's not really an advantage to being first over second. It's not like first goes to one part of the bracket and second goes to a slightly tougher part of the bracket. You go, first and second go to the next round together. It also means that those pilots, Jake and Bear Racer, will be in the next heat together. They're going to stick together as long as they're still 1 and 2. So you know what one of your competitors is like. They will be in the 3rd race when we get to the next stage of this. And they'll be up against Flower Pig and XGG that we just saw in the race before this one. So the brilliant Korean pilot who managed to stay ahead of Jake through the elimination ending yesterday. But only, what was it, 1.2 seconds between them. So that's a matchup to look forward to. Jake, XGG, Bear Racer, and Flower Pig are all together in the next round. Before we get to that, we've got a couple more rounds to go in the first round. Just seeing a shot of the track. Pilots getting the drones onto the starting gates. We will be racing with Long XL, that's Peng Longqin from China. Arvin FPV from Germany, who was on the reserve list for this, not one of the first pilots to sign up, so he didn't get much notice to be here. But he's making a statement. Great pilot. Met him out in Korea too. MS FPV, another one of the Latvians, and a Swiss pilot, Lix, who is the only pilot from Switzerland in the top 32. They're going to be racing in this as well. Lix had a little mixed-up day yesterday, I seem to recall, Stefano. Number of crashes, a lot of sort of fighting to get good times out of it. How did they end up? 27.
27. 26 probably. Yeah. He was being able to do a really good run in his sixth round of qualifying. It's pretty scattered out this heat because we have a 26th qualifying pilot against an 18th against an Arvin in 10th place and Long XL 7th. So yeah, it's pretty spread out, but nobody's extremely faster than the other one. So I'm very curious to see the strategy of these pilots, how Long XL that is in front of them will be handling the other opponents. Arvin FPV is our only German pilot, is it? And actually, he's
the only German pilot who was here.
Yeah, and so we have the top, all the German pilots in the top 10.
That's right. Yes. So there's your upper side or winner bracket. People who came in first and second in the races so far. So you can see the 3rd round of that starting to form as the top 2 from each of the races 1 to 8. Move forward to the races 9 to 12. So they will be coming up. We will be doing, after we've gone around this first round of races and everybody has had their first race today, we will be then taking the top 16. Obviously, there'll be the winners bracket, and they will be the next 4 races as well. So the people who've won or come second in the races so far, they will be racing next. We will stay in the winners bracket before what our Dutch friends call the loser bracket. Or lower bracket, if you're polite. This is where the pilots who've lost a race by being 3rd or 4th This is where they go and fight to continue. So the pilots who were 3rd and 4th in rounds 5 and 6 will be appearing in that in due course. That's where, for example, FPV and GoPro Master will be finding themselves. So these pilots have come in 3rd or 4th once. If you do it again, you are eliminated. Double elimination bracket. It's not something that a lot of kind of, I'm going to say, traditional sports do. You know, you take, for example, a big tennis tournament, Wimbledon, going to be happening in the UK in the next week or two.
Yeah.
You know, 128 competitors in the men's side of the bracket, 128 competitors in the women's side of the singles, obviously. You know, it's single elimination. You're first, if you're the 128th qualified player in the world seedings for Wimbledon, I think your first match is against the reigning Wimbledon champion on centre court on day 1, and usually, goodbye, you're done. Because you don't usually beat the Wimbledon champion on day 1. That's your Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about this? Because it's an example of the traditional single elimination. You go to a tournament, you lose your first event, you're done here.
We're done with it.
Now, obviously, this gives people that second chance. You can't just have one bad run, you know, a little bit of video issue, a bit of crosswind or something like that. You get that second chance. I think that's really important, particularly in a fast sport like this.
Yeah. There are many things playing into the performance of the single heat. It can be luck, wind, mid-airs, anything can happen, and it doesn't really result on your real quality as a racer, probably, sometimes. So having a second chance can level out luck out of it.
Yeah, and, you know, just to finish off that reference, you know, Wimbledon, professional tennis players being funded to be there, you would think, right? Even down to like 128th or whatever. These guys, though, you know, some of these are sponsored pilots racing for some of the biggest drone racing teams in the world in things like the DCL and so on. But, you know, they're not salaried pilots who are, you know, being brought here in luxury cars and have got a team of massage therapists and nutritionists and so on like that. It's not at any of those kind of levels. You know, there are people here who have brought themselves here to try and get FAI points so they get invited to the World Championships at the end of the year. This could be their first event. This is, you know, entirely self-funded. They've brought themselves here. So if you only had one go at it,
A lot of dedication.
that would be tough. Now, admittedly, though, of course, let's not forget that as well as the 2 runs you'll get in the elimination races before some pilots get eliminated, you've had 9 goes at this track through qualifying as well. So a lot of experience and stick time and great racing experience wherever you finish here, even if you go out quickly on elimination day. And we're just looking out at the track. Min Jae, over by the pilots area with an umbrella looking after some of the other pilots. And there's our pilot area. As you can see, it's very busy. Nobody allowed to go and anywhere, you know, sort of interfere, of course, with the pilots who are getting into position. But as you see beyond that, the pilot area next to the pilot pits and the pit tent is getting quite busy around there. Now the pilots are coming into position. There might be a drone out on the track, which they're looking for. It might be we're getting a bit of interference from somewhere on track. I think that's the reason why we've had a little bit of a delay here. But now we're going to go for it. So our 7th round of qualifying. Long XL from China, Arvin FPV from Germany, MS FPV from Latvia, and Lix from Switzerland.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And off they go. Good start from Long XL. Arvin FPV is pushing it to the limit. Probably is not keeping a lot of margin there, but he's actually in his first spot now. MS is falling by really close to him. And we can see them bashing through the gates. Ooh, Arvin FPV and Long XL are very close to each other. And who's going to be first under the timing bridge? First spot for Long XL with 25 seconds, 26 seconds. Second spot for Arvin FPV and 26.07 seconds for MS. So MS and Arvin FPV are absolutely one beside the other. They can see each other on the video feed. They're having a little bit of a bad video feed, but probably now MS has a little bit of an edge Oh, it's still second and third place for them in less than a tenth of a second between them. Wow, look at that. And Long Excel is not so far ahead of them. It's only, MS clinched the gate. So probably Arvin FPV now is in second spot. First, relatively safe spot for Long Excel. He's almost on the final turn, and okay, Long Excel, first spot, second spot for Arvin, and probably it's going to be Lix if he can bring it home on the third spot of this race.
So a good time to use to just get a little bit of experience on the last part of it lap, catching the flag on the ladder around the flag. Not seen anybody hit that. That's through the tunnel. Here's the dive gate. Nice swoop. Oh, it looked a little bit wide. It looked clean, and as well I went, oh, it's nice, but it didn't look so quick. And in fact, hitting the near side of the new dive gate is unusual. We've seen a few people hit the far side of it as you're trying to go through it as tightly as possible. Hitting the near side of it, just dropping too soon. That's unusual, but Lix got it across the line afterwards, but third place was already theirs, with Arvin finishing ahead of them and not far behind Long XL.
Arvin scored in 1 minute 15 seconds, which is very, very close to his best round of qualifying. That was his first round of this morning. So Arvin is performing very, very well, better than yesterday, and good job to him.
And he looks so relaxed as well, Arvin Schroeder. He's he's quite often walking around, coming over, waving hi at us. Seems really, really excited to be here. As I say, he was on the reserve list. I think it was first come, first serve for signing up for positions. So he was one of the pilots who were waiting for a position to open up, I'm pretty sure. So he, I don't know when he got noticed to be here, but I didn't realize he was coming until we started, and he was on the list as we saw yesterday. Yeah. So really glad to see him. He's a lovely guy. But I don't know how much notice he had to be here. And yet here he is, relaxed, big smile on his face. Young pilot, but just obviously thriving and enjoying himself. And keeping up with Long XL there, which is no small feat. Peng Longxin is a quick Chinese pilot. But Arvin's making a good name for himself as well. So let's take a look at what will be the last round at this first stage of elimination. So these pilots...
We have Killian against Carbon V, against Wong FPV, and Alex J. So we have France, Belgium, Korea, and Latvia. And
Killian was the fastest for some time yesterday, wasn't he, Stefano? For a lot of the event yesterday, Killian was by far the quickest pilot. Minjay second to him until Minjay beat him by 4 seconds in a run, which nobody came close to matching. Minjay is not only the only pilot who did a lap less than 21 seconds, he did 3 of them, which, to be honest, given the way people have had to conserve their batteries here and worry about their lipos not making it to the end, and we saw a few unusual crashes. You'll see sometimes on our pilot displays that it'll say, land now, low battery. That looks terrifying if you're not used to it. Some pilots are used to, okay, but we'll be all right for a little bit. No, yesterday, drones were going, land now, okay, I'm landing. And, that was ending some runs with the finish line just within touching distance, but on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, we saw a drone stopping at the dive gate, which is the second to last gate before the end of the race.
We didn't think anybody would be able to get a time anything like Minjay managed to do. Killian was out in front for most of it, but then finished second in qualifying. So that's why he's in this group, which actually is slightly tougher group than the group Minjay finds himself in, because, of course, this is the second, not the first. But while we're just getting a few people waving at us, we will...
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
We will get this race underway. Race number 8. Oh, hang on.
False start. Oh.
Well, I thought it was a full start. At least one drone was in the air, wasn't it?
Okay, off they go. Probably Killian is in front of everybody else now, but we'll have to see if the false start actually will result in some kind of decision or not.
Well, we didn't really introduce all the pilots here. Killian from France, Carbon V from Belgium, Wong FPV from South Korea, and Alex J, another pilot from Latvia. Let's take the race as it is, although maybe somebody will get DQ'd from it. Killian's already onto his third lap. And Carbon V has just crossed the line onto his now. Woong FPV, got to do a little bit of catching up here. Alex J not too far behind Woong FPV, but they're a little way now behind the pilots in first and second, which is Killian and Carbon V. Although Carbon V, with a bit of a crash, saves it, rolls it. It was inverted, still flying it, and now goes into the tunnel. Who's ahead of him? Woong FPV. Woong FPV some way, I think, ahead of Carbon V, who's only just starting his third lap, and Alex J is not too far behind Carbon V, but they've got 1 and 2 pilots ahead of them, and Killian is already to the dive gate and across the line. Killian in a 1:10, great time for today. First place in this race. Woong FPV goes through the tunnel now. He's not hanging around. There's some quick and tight turns. Nearly a little bit of recovery twitch there on the final flag turn after the dive gate. It's Killian and Woong FPV who will progress. Carbon V, that's Victor van der Velst out of Belgium. He's third, and Alex J is limping around, showing us a great big puddle out on the field there as well, but doesn't want to go near that, and is landing it and finishing his run without getting to the end. So Carbon V did finish, but in third behind Woong FPV, and out in front is Killian Rousseau from France.
Probably the best time we've seen today, 1 minute, 10 seconds by Killian FPV. I don't know if we've seen anybody going faster in these elimination brackets.
Not sure today, no, but I do have news that it was, I think, Alex J in a full start.
Okay.
So, although he came in fourth in that and didn't finish it, it was already irrelevant. I think he jumped the start. I think so.
Okay, I would say something in Italian for our Italian
Please do, yeah.
supporters here. And allora abbiamo gli italiani che si sono comunque comportati molto bene durante questa prima sessione di elimination, dove praticamente ci sono 4 piloti in ogni hit e solo i migliori 2 proseguono con la fase eliminatoria successiva. Abbiamo appunto Leo on Fire che ha vinto la sua hit, quindi procede verso i quarti di finale ed è purtroppo l'unica pilota, se non sbaglio, a essere riuscita a procedere appunto ai quarti di finale direttamente. Questo non vuol dire che gli altri piloti italiani non possano performare ancora durante le fasi successive, ma non avranno altre chance, devono per forza essere tra i primi 2 piloti delle loro rispettive hit, tra cui appunto vediamo sia Geek che GoPro Master e Charlie Morri. Quindi non ho adesso un ranking preciso totale, però ai quarti di finale prosegue esclusivamente la nostra ragazza fortissima, velocissima, leonessa, Luisa Rizzo, Leo on Fire, che la vedremo non subito ma nella seconda hit più tardi. Brava Luisa. Good job, Luisa.
Yeah, I got bravo, Louisa. That one I know. So, yes, we have now completed our first round of racing for all the 32 pilots here. Good racing, too. Well done, everybody, for making it to the top 32. Nobody eliminated yet, as it is this double elimination. So, for some of our pilots, they've lost a life. For half of our pilots, of course, they have lost a life. But we are going to stick with the pilots from first and second so far. They will be in the next 4 rounds. So into the second round of what we call the upper bracket or the winner bracket. And our race director, who's been working so hard and keeping these pilots well in check and making sure they behave.
So basically now we're on with the winner bracket. We're still on with the winner bracket. So we have Avastin, Min J, Burke and FPV, and Fenomen.
That'll be the first race in the next stage. Then Pastis, FPV, Leo on Fire, Tope, and JM will be in the second. Jake XGG, Bear Racer, and Flower Pig will be in the third. And Long XL, Arvin FPV, Woong FPV, and Killian will be in the fourth race of the second round of the winner bracket of the FAI World Cup Italia. It's quite deep.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
I heard like the race director saying that if you have a second false start, you will be eliminated. I don't know if I heard right.
I thought I heard him say he'd be disqualified. I just assumed he meant from that run, as I believe happened to Alex just now. But yes, there's quite a lot of race control laying down the law right now, which is good because everything's been flowing so smoothly between race to race to race. And obviously now we do have 31 or so pilots who didn't make it to the top half through qualifying, so aren't racing and are done. Obviously helping out teammates and so on, but perhaps getting in the way. Can happen. Just sort of around the exciting part of the pilot area, and there's a big group gathering around a screen as well, or watching the action, and a few of them keep coming over and waving at us, which is always nice. As we're having a good time here in Sumirago. I'd like just to point out it's a little colder than it had been.
Yeah, absolutely. We're probably around 15 degrees Celsius, and probably it's good.
Oh, of course, you know. Yes. Yeah.
It's better for the LiPo batteries and the motors, probably.
True.
And we're ready to go for the race number 9. So this is like the first actual quarterfinal, let's call it, of the winner bracket.
So just a little bit of confirmation from race control, and thank you to producer Christian, that Alex J, so if you full start, you won't be disqualified immediately. You're just, obviously you lost that heat. So you're disqualified from that heat. You're 4th in that heat, but you're not out of the event. But I guess if you do it repeatedly, well, if you do it twice, you're eliminated anyway.
Eliminated anyway, yeah.
So we don't need a warning or anything like that, because if you've done it twice, you've come 4th in 2 races. You're done. Okay, so there's the beautiful starting blocks here in Sumirago. I love that. I've never seen starting blocks done like that. I think it looks fantastic. And on them are the drones of Vasin from France, Minjae from South Korea, Birkin FPV from Bulgaria, and Phenomen also from France. So these are pilots who came 1st and 2nd in runs earlier. It was Minjae and Birkin who won them. Phenomen and Vasin from France were 2nd in them. So this is now getting a little bit more stacked, as we see pilots who are winning races going off against each other.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And time to send it. And they do. Nobody letting each other go first here like they did in qualifying. The drones get out of their way. Your time is measured from when you start. You've got to go on that tone. And they do. Keep your eyes peeled on Minjae and Birkin, who are crossing the middle of the track. Vasin is over there now. Phenomen in a really good position. No, but Birkin spirals out of control. We'll save it. We'll get that crash flipped and back up into the sky. Meanwhile, the first lap is goal. Minjae getting past in the tunnel. He goes to the dive gate now. Vasin goes through it. It's Phenomen who's passed them both. I told you he was in a really good position. He leads out this race now. Minjae in 2nd, in a little bit of danger as the other French pilot, Vasin, is not far behind him. They're now going across the track, and Minjae is behind him in 3rd. This is a problem for Minjae Kim right now, but the French pilots have got some issues in their video and got to keep it going. Phenomen's in the tunnel. Vasin's in the tunnel. Minjae on the ladder, turn around the flag, is losing ground again. Birkin has stayed out of this. It's Minjae in 3rd and through the dive gate. Not as quick as we've seen him, but still really, really good. It's Vasin in 2nd. It's Phenomen clearly out in front at the moment across the center of the track. Vasin has gone. Minjae is heading nicely to it now. He's many seconds behind in 3rd. I think this race has got away from him, and his drone is down. Minjae Kim, the legendary South Korean pilot and fastest in qualifying, is on the floor. It's Vasin who beats Phenomen at the end. He was behind him throughout. Phenomen ends up 2nd. Vasin ends up 1st. They switch positions, but both of them go to the next round, keeping France in there. Minjae and Birkin, the pilots who won their rounds respectively, are both into the losers bracket together.
No more lives to spend for Minjae and Birkin, and good job for Vasin.
That's a shock.
Phenomen actually was behind the lot at the beginning of the race, but everybody had some problems with the gates and had been crashing around, and Phenomen just kept the first part till the end, just a little bit, losing a little bit of speed on the last lap, and Vasin was able to get past him and win this quarterfinal heat. So
Wow.
basically, we have the first two racers are both French, and they're going through this quarterfinal, and we will see them in the semifinal.
Yeah, wow, that's a big result. Birkin had beaten Fenneman in his round earlier. Minjay was first against Avassin in his round. All those pilots go to this heat. Avassin outflies Minjay. Fenneman outflies Birkin. Avassin even outflies Fenneman as well. Wow. So, yeah, the two pilots who made it into that round in second place are the pilots who progress. And the two pilots who were quicker than them earlier on have lost a life each, including Minjay Kim.
By looking at the lap times, Fenneman has scored a 20.148 lap time. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's an incredible time. Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Way faster than Minjay and Avassin. And Minjay was
In that run, yeah.
fast.
No, Fenneman has now got the fastest lap of the tournament. Fenneman's run, yes, well spotted, Stefano, at 20.148. That is the fastest run of the whole time here in Italy. Minjay, with his incredible time, the first pilot to beat 21 seconds, was actually 3/10 slower overall than Fenneman. That is an incredible time. Yeah, well spotted. Fenneman doing it on his first lap out of the blocks as well. 141 kilometers an hour down the main straight off for his second lap, and 137 for his third. I've got to say, Avassin was putting in blistering straight line speed. He was the quickest down the main straight here of everybody. Nearly getting 150 kilometers an hour in the middle of that race. We had a little question in chat from Andre Christian saying, what is the average speed for this race? Nice to have you with us, Andre Christian. Well, we don't have an overall speed for the race. What we can do is tell you a speed down the main straight, which is 75 meters long. That's from out of the blocks, from the first arch you fly through to the ramp at the end. We're getting about 150 kilometers an hour from our fastest pilots down that straight. But again, lipo management, battery management, getting it to the end, that is also something playing on all of our pilots'
Ready
minds.
for race number 10 now. Sorry, but there's Leon Fire on the starting blocks.
I'm not sorry to see her.
I'm a little bit tense, so.
Oh, that's okay. Pastis FPV, though, was second to her in their run earlier. Leo on Fire won hers, our Italian pilot here. And then Tope and JM, the two Latvians who beat out the two Belgian pilots. All four of these in our next run. First to the turn, I think it's Topi at the end of that straight, getting there with a lot of speed as well. 163 kilometers an hour, Topi down the main straight. That's the quickest we've seen. Now he goes through the top sections of the gate. Leo on Fire, going around the flag here and into the tunnel ahead of everybody, I think. We'll find out after the dive gate. Leo on Fire and Pastis going across 1 and 2. Leo on Fire just behind Pastis at the line.
First place for Topi, and Leon Fire is just very close to Pastis, so it's going to be a very tough race till the end.
But we saw this before, Leo on Fire. She knows what she's doing. Oh, no, and she's down. I was about to say she knows how to keep going in the race and try and pass the pilots and be really consistent. Unfortunately, her race is over here. Tope is still out in front, both the French pilots into the tunnels.
So JM now is very close to Pastis, and they're basically very, very close in this second lap. And
oh, it's a bit too close to some of the gates for JM, I think. Topi's into the tunnel. Pastis not quite there yet. Some way behind. In fact, JM only hits the tunnel now. So Topi, the first of the Latvian pilots to cross the line. Thomas Peterson safely through to the next round. And Pastis and JM have both finished, but the other Latvian pilot, JM, just ahead of Pastis. Topi and JM first and second again. They beat out two Belgian pilots earlier. Now they've beaten out a Frenchman, and the wonderful Leo on Fire with all her Italian support here, who was done too soon. We've got two Latvians progressing together again.
It's still not done for Leon Fire. She still has the lower bracket, the loser bracket. So keep it up, Leon Fire. Keep it up, Luisa. But good job from the Latvian guys. They've been able to clinch the first and second spot. Pastis was just behind from second spot by 0.4 of a second, so it was a really, really close race there for them.
Yeah, good times. Topi 3 and 113.2 in these conditions. Again, it is raining right now.
Yeah.
Not easy flying, and that's one of his best runs, isn't it? Did you... Topi's fastest time in qualifying?
110.
Yeah, so yeah, not too far behind given the weather conditions right now. Excellent work. Well, the second round of, the second race in the second, the third race in the second round, or we can just call it race 11, if you like. Avacin from France. No, that's not right.
We have.
We're seeing his
Jake.
name on our screens, but that's not the next race. It should be
Jake.
Jake from America, XGG from Latvia, Bear Racer, who is from France and going to be in the next round, and Flower Pig from Korea. I've never had the chance to ask Flower Pig, that's Lee Min-seo, why he's called Flower Pig. I met him out in March last year at an event much like this. This is an FAI World Cup event. At the FAI World Cup event in Korea last May. Flower Pig won that. And Min Jae was there, of course. Min Chan Kim, for many people, the fastest pilot in the world. MCK, FPV, as he's known. MCK was there. Didn't make it to the final round after, I think he had some new video technology he was trying out, and don't think he's going to use it again. Flower Pig, the winner of that one. Lee Min-seo. So he's a great pilot. Not as internationally well known as Min Jae and MCK due to them flying in MotoGP, the Drone Champions League, and so on. If you're new to drone racing, welcome. So pleased to have you with us. Under the umbrellas that are all around us, Stefano, as it is colder now. And wetter now. But as you see with our team, one of our brilliant organizers, Matteo here, walking away from the starting blocks, we got drones ready to go. So rain or not, the next race is coming.
Yeah, in this case, the track is the same for everybody, so you just have to have that edge and be in the top two spots.
It's fair to say that drone racing cameras are not the most finely tuned photography cameras you will find.
Yeah.
But a blackish sky is looking pretty much the same to everybody. Like, you can see what the state of the sky is on any of those cameras, with slightly different varying amounts of white balance and gray and so on, but it is gray.
It is definitely gray, and it's still raining sometimes, then it's stopping, then again. It's probably going to
There's a gray
carry out like this for the whole day. Hopefully not. Who knows?
Maybe not, but I think we may be stuck with it for a while, which is why we're getting on with the racing. So Jake, XGG, Bear Racer, and Flower Pig. We have 4 pilots. Good. That empty chair concerns me.
10 seconds.
And the rain just a little bit heavier and
Next
louder
race begins
right
in 5
now.
seconds.
Yeah, definitely a little bit heavier. Race time! Away we go!
Ooh, video issues for XGG. Probably he's been able to get out past those problems. Okay, off we go, and Flower Pig is doing his job, going very, very fast, and he's leading the pack.
I think so, and yet it looks like he was a few seconds behind them getting out of the starting blocks. I'm not sure that's accurate, because it looks to me like he's ahead of Jake and comfortably ahead of Bear Racer. XGG, though, is done, unfortunately. It is Flower Pig who starts his second lap. 1 second, almost exactly a second, ahead of Jake from America. Bear Racer needs to catch him, but there's a decent chunk of time and a few gates between the French pilot and the American. Flower Pig out in front, onto the flag ladder, and up he goes. Jake's just reaching it now. Bear Racer is a long way behind and reaching the flag turn at this point. Flower Pig on his third lap. Jake swinging a little bit down that main straight. Ooh, it looked a little bit dangerous on the ramp turn, but he's through there okay and ducking under the gates now as Flower Pig is into the upper section and Jake heads towards that now. Flower Pig ducks under. There's his last one. The ladder is good. And now he goes around the flag turn and is up and heading to the tunnel for the third and last time. Jake is entering the tunnel now. Bear Racer is not within sight of it yet. Flower Pig comes out, is done. I didn't even see the dive gate. It's over, finished, and incredibly quick. Jake, did he get to finish? Yes, he did. The timing just a little bit slow on catching up there. I was slightly, because Jake at the end was a little bit slow to reach the finish line. I think his time, we're going to have to, obviously it'll be verified, but it does look like our French pilot Bear Racer, from some way behind, took Jake on the last turn out of the dive gate. And Jake looks like he's third in that run and now into the lower bracket. Just walking out onto screen, there he is at the bottom of your picture. You can just see Don going to get Jake's drone from wherever it is, and wherever it is, oh, he's on his way back. I think somebody's run on to get it for him, which is great. Oh, here we go. What great support from the team, other countries' pilots and spotters helping each other out. But Jake's drone, wherever it got fetched to be handed to Dom, to be handed to Jake, that is way out of position. Yeah, Jake's finish was wild.
So yeah,
he landed nowhere near the finish, and
have to see if actually Bear Racer was able to
take
the second spot.
Well, it looks like he did.
He did,
but I'm pretty sure Jake's timings were wrong at least one point in that race, which is just giving me a little bit of doubt. It'll get verified. It'll get put into the bracket, and we will tell you when we know. But we go for race 12. So this is the last race in the second round for all the pilots who were first and second in previous runs. I can see Jake now going to the FAI judges with his dad to try and find out exactly what happened to him in that. I think Jake might be getting waved at that he is second. I think he may have secured second, and it was just a timing issue, but they're sorting that out. But there's your bracket as it stands. So we're into the last race of it now, race 12 down the bottom. Long XL, Arvin FPV, Woong FPV, and Killian. These are pilots who were first and second in their heats, remember? So yeah, tight battles coming between these. We're already starting to fill up the third round. As you see, it gets tight and tight and tight as we go from 16 to 8 and so on. So two of these pilots will be going into the next round of the winner's bracket. The other two will be losing a life and dropping down. And we've got drones on starting blocks and people drying the lenses and trying to keep them dry. The starting blocks look glorious, but they are uncovered, which is typical, of course. And there's a view through the net.
Obviously, the electronics of these drones has been coated so that they are not going to have an issue with the humidity around here, but...
The humidity? Is that what you're calling rain now?
Rain, yeah, exactly. Intense humidity. It's
quite intense humidity. It's like 100% humid humidity here.
But what can you do with the lens? No. If you have a drop in front of you in that moment, it's going to be a hard time. And if you don't see an FPV, that's
a problem.
Tough day.
And what many of our new viewers here in Sumirago is braving the rain and with us on YouTube may not realize is your lens on a drone does not face forward level. So the drones are level on those starting blocks, but the cameras that the pilots are viewing from are not facing horizontally. They are facing up a bit. You choose your camera angle.
Yeah.
Because these drones, when they are going flat out, are mostly pitched towards the ground. And if your lens was at the front of the drone facing horizontally forward, you'd be looking at the ground while your drone is flying full tilt, props moving it along. So you tilt your camera.
Yeah, camera
which means that when your drone is tilted forwards, you are looking forwards. Which means, right now, that's why we've got lots of camera views of the sky. But that means the rain lands on them.
Yeah. And camera tilt is something very personal, but at the same time, if you're at this level of racing, probably it's a lot higher than 45 degrees. So you're just looking at the sky the whole time if you're level out.
Now that's not a great picture for Killian here. He's going to contend with that. By the way, I'm just signaling I was just doing it. Jake confirmed as second in the last run. Thanks to Dad, race informer, carrier, towel holding Don. Okay, now why are they facing forward? Because a couple of them have done that pre-tilt that you can do. Start the prop spinning and go for the lean. It was tidy and very nicely controlled. You can't leave the starting block, but you can lean forward. Haven't seen it happen a lot in races, but it's becoming a bit more common. Long XL.
Ooh, some bad video for Killian, but he's...
Yeah, he started off with it. It's awful pictures. And let me remind you, if you're new to this, that is what the pilots can see. That is what's in their FPV goggles. That's what they're racing with. Killian, despite all the pixelation, in first. Onto the second lap. Arvin there, Woong, Long XL. Everybody onto that second lap. Long XL having issues and down. Yeah, I saw it coming for him. It's Killian now. And Arvin from Germany, who's in second. Woong FP going across the center of the track. Just a turn or two behind Arvin and staying down and looking messier. He gets through the gate there. It was very close to the guide wires, but he is all out of shape and it's done. The South Korean pilot is over here. Can he recover it? Because it's not in too tidy for both of the other pilots, even if they are some way ahead. If If you can get that drone flying, I'd still try and fight to the end if I were you. Killian's around the flag turn. Arvin is reaching it in a gate or two. He's coming to it now. Killian clear out in front. Not a clear view, but a clear win in a time of 108. That might be one of those times that suddenly changes and gets updated a little bit, or maybe he managed it. Arvin is second, the German pilot Arvin Schroeder to the next round. Wing FPV never got to the end of the second lap. And that time from Killian, a 108. Looks like it's standing, and in these conditions, and with those video conditions, that's excellent from our French pilot.
Absolutely, especially after that first lap that he had a really bad video, and I have to really say good job to Arvin, because he's been doing a very consistent 114, 115, 116 the whole time today.
Wow.
And actually, he's now in semifinal, and he earns it, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely, yes. So he will be, I guess that's the quarterfinals. Well, there's two of them. It's tricky, isn't it? So the final, before that, the pilots from the lower bracket. No, anyway, let's concentrate on where we are. This is now the 16 pilots who've lost a life, now that those rounds have been completed. Those are the next ones we're going to fly. So the 16 pilots who were in the upper bracket, of those, the pilots we've just seen coming in first and second, such as Killian and Arvin just now, they get a bit of a break now. Now we go to the
lower bracket.
Unfortunately named, if you wish, loser bracket, but I prefer lower bracket. The lower side visually of upper and lower only makes sense if you see a bracket, which fortunately here we can show you. So these are the next 4 races from race 13 down to 16. These are pilots who have come in 3rd or 4th in a run so far. That means they lost a life and have dropped to here. You cannot lose another if you want to continue in the tournament.
You have 1 life left.
This is the do or die side. This is now where you've got to be 1st or 2nd, or your racing tournament at the World Cup Italia is over. That's why I refer to it as 2 lives. I think that helps with the sort of flow of it. Although maybe that's just the gamer in me, and I'm not sorry. So yeah, we've still got. Let's not forget the 16 pilots who are here. They have come in 3rd or 4th in a run, but they are in the top half of all the pilots here in a really good international competition. And, who have we got down in here? Well, I thought we were going to see Minjay in it after he struggled in a run earlier on. Don't see him.
Yeah, I don't see him too.
But I was only going to point out, incredible pilots like Minjay Kim, who had struggled in the race earlier on, along with Birkin, who won his first round. They should both be in here. This bracket isn't right, I feel, unless something has changed and we haven't been informed about some changes in the results.
Yeah, actually, me and Jane was in the race number 9, but didn't go through race number 23.
Yeah, Minjay and Birkin should be down here. Who's down here instead?
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Oh, no, they'll be in the next round. I'm sorry, because these are pilots who came 3rd or 4th in the first rounds today.
Okay.
Of course. Other pilots who came 3rd or 4th in the second rounds come up in a while. Our bad, everybody. Sorry.
So here we go, and we have an Italian pilot, Geek. It's our fastest pilot from the qualifying, but ooh, he had a bad time now. He had to recover from a really high spin.
We've got 2 French pilots, Firefly and Mathieu, fighting for their survival in this with DQI from Belgium, flying okay, but behind everybody at the moment. He's into the tunnel. Mathieu, currently the first pilot to hit his second lap. Then it's Firefly, within a few tenths of him. Geek struggling to get there. He's still on the second lap. He's still fighting to keep that one alive, but it looks hard to do that with. Mathieu turning nicely, got the better of the signal, although Firefly is pretty good with his video signal at the far end of the course too. Now Mathieu heads into the tunnel, and Firefly just a few seconds behind him. He's there now. DQI, bit too much behind in 3rd. If he's going to do anything about it, but our leader is down. Mathieu is rolling and all over the place. Firefly passes him to the lead, and DQI goes from 3rd and done at the World Cup to 2nd and hanging in there. Geek is going to be eliminated for our Italian pilot, will be the first one to go. But Mathieu now is back into the chase, trying to catch DQI, and he's got to get him, or he finishes his race here at the World Cup. They are side by side. DQI sees Mathieu now just in front of him, going through the tunnel with him. They're air sharing the gates. The dive gate will settle it. They're both out of there. And it is Mathieu at the death by 4/10. And I'm surprised it's that many.
Yeah.
The dive gate could have wiped either of them out. It was so close flying, but Mathieu, who had that big rolling around and looked like he'd not only lost the lead, but second, and his place in the tournament, he stays in there with his French teammate Firefly and DQI from Germany and the fastest Italian pilot out of qualifying, Geek. They are eliminated, the first ones to go.
Good job, Mathieu. You've been able to recover from a very, very serious crash. You lost also your video feed, and somehow you were able to take off again, and he kept it as close as possible with the DQI, and good job. Really, really nice to see you race, guys. It's been really fun. Sorry for DQI, sorry for Geek.
Yep, that's their tournament over. They will be the first two to be eliminated, but their positions will be ranked based on performances to this point. They won't necessarily be 32nd and 31st, because other pilots are going to get eliminated in this round as well. Yes, so the pilots who came third or fourth in the first round of flying, that's the first ones we're dealing with. Sorry for the confusion about some names that we were expecting. I was just talking about some of the big names because I wanted to emphasize, this lower bracket, like this isn't a poor half of pilots here.
Absolutely
These
not.
are 16 of the pilots who made the top 32 of the 63 who are here at a World Cup event. And there are some big names amongst them, bigger names to come. But Alex J put in great performances. He's going to be in the next run. Lix, our only Swiss pilot, will be in the next run too. The one after that, Keepy, who's a fabulous pilot from the Netherlands and been in many world championships and taken part for the Drone Champions League and incredible events like that. He's in the next round.
Even Evault is a sixth-place qualifier.
Well, yes, Evault, the sixth-place qualifier. Yeah, he's coming up in a bit as well. So, yeah, don't underestimate what this half of the bracket can do, and don't underestimate the hunger in it as well, because these are the ones who've got to come first or second, or they are out, as unfortunately just happened to Geek and DQI. The Dutch drone racing team here doing our production have followed my kind description and have banished the words winner bracket and loser bracket. Nicely done. Now the upper and lower. How lovely. Could be winner and lower, I suppose, but I don't think we need to call it a loser bracket. It's a bit brutal. Welcome to everybody joining us around the world on YouTube as well. Welcome to Sumirago. Clive said we had worse rain last weekend. Well, we did, Clive, indeed. At a British qualifier that I was commentating on back in my home in the UK. But that rain, Clive, went away. And this rain is looking like it's decided to stick around. We did a lot of flying in Weston Park in the centre of the UK last weekend in increasingly warm and sunnier conditions. And when we had rain, it stopped everything because we had a lot of it, like not quite as bad as last night here in Sumirago. But here we are continuing with rain. It is raining throughout all of these runs.
And a little bit of more wind also, I can see with the flags. And just to point out what Mathieu has been doing in his last lap to clinch the second spot, he did his fastest lap, the third lap of the last heat, because his fastest lap during qualifying was 26 seconds and 65, and he did a 25 seconds and 43, a good 1 second improvement for him just to clinch that second spot.
Wow, yeah, that's what you got to do.
Good job.
So the fire was there, right? There. Yeah. Oh, I want it. I need it. I've got to go and get that.
Give it all.
And I think if you've been in the lead for a race, and then you find yourself in third and you have to be at least second, then for some pilots, I guess that can add a little bit of frustration. Like, oh no, I had it. But you've got to immediately put that out of your mind and go, no, I had it. I'm getting it back again.
Getting it back
I
again.
am getting that back again. There isn't a second chance when you're in this side of the tournament. We're getting a shot there showing you some of the beautiful surroundings of Sumirago and the local bell tower that was ringing, chiming about an hour ago. I wonder if that'll join us every hour on a Sunday. It might do.
Yeah.
That's just off the top of your picture.
Ready.
Just amongst the rain. But we have starting blocks in the bottom left, as you can see, and they are loaded with Werdner from Singapore, FPV from Latvia, Lix from Switzerland, and Alex J, also from Latvia. 6 of them are in the top 32.
Next race begins
They'd all
in
like
10
to continue a
seconds.
little bit longer. Let's see if they can do it.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And away we fly. Do or die races, remember. Oh, and Alex J made the ramp turn okay, but it's all gone wrong for him after that. He needs to get back in the fight. FPV, though, his Latvian teammate is done. So that's 1 place. One Latvian pilot who's looking like they're going to get eliminated. Will Alex J go with him? Well, they've got Lix and Werdner to contend with it in this race, and it is, I think, Werdner from Singapore, the first into the tunnel. Lix is into that now, and Alex J has a very blurry view of it as he's in there too.
Lap 1.
Werdner, the first one to the line. About 8/10 behind him. Lix just going on to the
Lix.
second, but now having some trouble. And Alex J, like we tell everybody, never give up because that second place is not so far ahead of you anymore. And in fact, Alex J has got him and passed him over the middle of the track now. It's Alex J up in a second and hanging in there. Lix in third, Werdner ahead of everybody going into the tunnel. Lix going into a gate. Alex J more safe in second. Lix only just enters the tunnel now. A low battery warning for Alex J already. That's a little bit concerning, but he knows what he's flying with. Werdner is under the gates on his third lap. Alex J there as well. Lix now onto their third lap too. Alex Werdner has crossed the center of the course. We watch him go as he spirals into the ladders, and here comes the flag turn for him. Alex J is fighting with all kinds of video issues and a drone that will not say die. He flags turns now. Lix just a little bit behind, but not too far. He could try and catch Alex J, but Alex J is through the dive gate in second. Ahead of him, Werdner from Singapore is our winner here, and Lix was giving it everything towards the end, but is going to be eliminated. Our Swiss pilot leaves us. Oh, a great battle throughout for everybody except FPV, whose turn in the World Cup finishes way too soon. They didn't even get the first lap done. Sad for them. And Alex J,
Good job, Alex J.
yeah,
I don't
keeps a
know
Latvian pilot progressing in the lower sides.
how he could fly with that video feed. He had
In
issues
any
all
conditions.
the way.
In any conditions.
Any
Yeah.
conditions. Blurry image, video feed issues, and everything, and he was really consistent. Anyways, good job, good job. So we got a first place in this heat by Werdner, Alex J second place. So they go forward. We're ready for the third lower loser bracket race. We'll see probably Avalt against Max Speed, against Kipi, against Sav. We have a French pilot, a Belgian pilot, a Netherlands pilot, and a Spanish pilot. Now it's really pouring rain, and we can see also the race director, Matteo Gandini, always under the rain there with saying hi to everybody, raising his hands. He'll need a very hot shower tonight, I think. Getting wet the whole day. Good job to the two Matteos organizing this event, Matteo Gandini, Matteo Barella, the Speedy Pizza guys. Good job. And thanks for your help. Thanks for all the work you're doing, still doing. Okay, so we're almost ready for this third loser bracket race. Race number 15. We'll see Avalt against Max Speed, against Skippy, against Sav. Avalt is by far, it looks to be the favorite racer for this for this heat. He's one of the fastest one from the qualifying heats we've seen yesterday and this morning. Racers have their goggles on. They will say if they can see and have the video feed perfectly in their goggles. Once they confirm that, we're ready to go for this 15th heat. It is really increasing the rain now. The rain is pouring, definitely pouring on the drones, on the track, on the gates. Luckily not on the racers because we have the gazebos over everybody working in this World FAI Cup here in Italy in Sumirago. Okay, probably the video issues have been fixed for Avalt. I don't know, he's not having any video feed now. Okay, here we go. A few seconds before this heat can start. Let's see if Avalt can have the video feed.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
We don't really have his feed. Probably he's just
Next
need
race
to
begins in 5 seconds.
arm his drone, but no, he's still okay. No. No, actually, Avalt doesn't have the video feed. We cannot see anything from Avalt's video feed. Anyways, the race has started and max speed is down and Kipi and Sav is down. We only have Kipi flying now, but actually Avalt is flying now, but he's doing strange things. I don't know if it's a rerun now, guys, or if Kipi is still racing. He's the only one airborne, I would say, the only one racing this heat. Yes, because Avalt is all over the place. Max speed is just on the ground. Sav, he switched off the drone. So, but Kipi is doing his race. So this is what's in our feed now. And he's doing his job really good. He's been able to complete the first lap in 31 seconds and 9.9, but he's the only one actually racing. So he can take his time and bring his drone safe back. I see thumbs up from everybody, so
yeah, I
basically...
think I'm trying to see from our pilot area who's in this. And Kipi's doing exactly what he should do, showing his experience here. Although it feels like a number of people might be thinking there's going to be a rerun here. It's not called from race to... Oh, no, Kipi!
He lost concentration.
I was just saying, like, it's not been called as a rerun, so, you know, you got to treat it as a race. And he's doing exactly what he should do until the race control tell him, right, land now. And that is a really confusing, mess for those pilots.
I'm sorry.
What's particularly difficult to work out here, okay, so we'll get the official ruling, but as far as I can tell, Kipi will progress to the next round as the only pilot to have completed 2 laps. At some races, your position on track, if everybody goes down, they work out who got furthest, literally along what we would think of as the ideal racing line. Who got furthest, that's where you are
in the
ranked.
rankings, yeah.
But here on an FAI event, I believe, and I'm pretty sure I've got the rules right, that only completed laps count. So
Okay.
it doesn't matter if 2 pilots were on their 3rd lap and one of them crashed ahead of another. What matters is how quickly did you do the 2 laps that you finished. So Kipi is the only one who finished any laps there, and he got 2. So Kipi, I'm sure, is the winner of that round. But I could not tell you how you make a decision on second because nobody else got 1 lap in. I imagine it might be launch time to the first arched gate, perhaps? Don't know. Thankfully, not us who need to decide that. But I think Kipi can feel safe.
The race is up for a while. This is what they're
right,
telling us.
we're getting waved at. Is that race counting, though, for Kipi? We're just going to ask you straight. Yeah, but the one that just finished.
No, the last heat. Okay.
Okay, well, we'll get this via...
We'll get this
via
out.
producer, Christian.
Yeah.
Everything via Christian, please. But racing is going to pause as the rain that I mentioned looked like it was settling in for the day. Decided to make its presence a bit better known. It is... What do you call this in Italian?
Okay, we will have a rerun for the last heat. Because obviously it was too cumbersome. Probably too many things happening at the same time. Well, Kipi
yeah, okay.
probably,
I don't know whether Kipi continues to stand as the first place of that. I feel like he
I think
earned
he earned
that.
it. I think he
But
earns the
if they
spot.
decide that the other pilots couldn't race from the beginning due to, let's say, track conditions or video conditions that were trackside, then the whole race would have to be rerun because
Or they can
Geordie
rerun
won
only
it. But well, yeah,
for-
but if
just
you
for
win
the
it
second
because
spot.
3 pilots couldn't take part in it for reasons that weren't their fault, then the pilot who won it. Well, yeah.
I don't know.
That's why
we'll
the
see.
rules, why the rule set exists. But yeah, what do you call? Considering a lot of people think in the UK that we have a lot of rain, I tell you, the UK weather is better than people think it is. I think we're known for talking about the weather, and people know that we have some great weather, and so people kind of put 2 and 2 together and think they talk about rain all the time. It's not as bad as people think. That said, this year pretty rough so far. We haven't had a lot of rain, but we haven't had a lot of sunshine, and we certainly haven't had a lot of good temperatures. What's my point? My point is that the UK is sort of known for being a bit rainy. Italy, we did not come prepared for this weather.
Well, I can say that this probably is the most rainy year in the last 30 years, I would say.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
because I don't remember a year having so much rain all through, like from April, May,
Right.
June. And actually these temperatures, the temperature we're having now are temperature for March, maybe April. So
yeah, so thank you for welcoming me to your rainy season
So
and
you
not
can feel at
telling me
home.
in advance. Stop it. I did, but so I guess it's a good time to learn some Italian words for rain because we don't have many different words in the UK. We would have spotting, a little bit of rain. We would have drizzle,
drizzle,
yeah, and then what would we go after drizzle? Rain.
rain.
And then in the rain might be pouring. What other we might say? It's chucking it down.
Chucking it.
Chucking it down, that's a UK expression for a lot of rain. Pouring, chucking it down. That's about it, really. Give me some Italian.
We have
raining.
probably drizzle. It's like pioggerella.
Okay.
It's like small rain.
Pioggerella.
Pioggia, it's actually raining.
Okay.
And then we have diluvio.
Ooh.
Diluvio, it's like really hard raining. And then we have also nubifragio, which is really serious raining, like rivers, like breaking the margins and
Okay.
everything.
Okay. Oh, sort of
And-
flooding kind of
yeah,
condition?
flooding,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, well, I didn't go near flooding. Okay. Yeah. I like that you. Yeah, it feels like you have more levels of rain, whereas we
Yeah.
just go a little bit of rain.
Or secchiate d'acqua, like buckets of water.
Buckets. Okay. Yeah.
Buckets of water.
Fair enough too. Yeah. Well, that's our little bit of cultural cross-referencing done for the weather conditions that we've got here. Chucking it down is obviously a bit more of a slang colloquialism, a bit more of a casual way of talking about. I have heard people talk about buckets of rain, so yeah, I think we can blend a little bit there. I'm trying to think. Do we have a worse like official way of saying it's raining? We don't. What we do see is lots of people carrying food under umbrellas, though.
Yeah.
That's happening around us. That's fine, totally fine. But we are stuck here with some rain for some while, I think. Now, looks like, although we were being told that that last heat might be rerun, actually, it's looking like Keepy is the first place in it, and Max Speed is second. And that's just come to me, so I think that's the solid news now. Yeah, Jesse's thumb is confirming it for me. So Keepy does get through to the next round. And Max Speed.
Actually, he was the fastest out of the starting box.
It is that, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 2.19 seconds compared to 2.22 seconds of Sav. Instead of Alt, obviously, he didn't even begin. So, unfortunately for him, because actually he was really going really fast, but had the video issue since the beginning of the heat, and he was able just to take off and just fall on the ground right after that. So 118 kilometers per hour at the starting blocks for Max Speed and 116 kilometers per hour for Sav. So basically, Keepy obviously and rightfully earned the first spot of this heat, and Max Speed second spot. So they are going forward with the race, and we have Sav going back home. Good job until now, and Avalt too.
Yeah, so Keepy, the 2 laps, that gets him through. And yeah, get out of those blocks quickly, because I was right. It is that first timing gate is the first thing that clocks you if you don't complete a lap. So first to that, and a brilliant time of 1.7. and 118 kilometers an hour. That was max speed. Not sure what happened to him afterwards, but everybody had some issues. So Sav, yes, commiserations to him, but 32nd in qualifying and almost not in the elimination bracket at all. I think he's got a lot to be pleased with out of this weekend. Avant, though, Vartier from France, he will be feeling less pleased as he's eliminated now. And he was one of the best, what was he, 16th? Yeah, really solid performance from him. I think he was higher than that at times, I'm sure, during qualifying yesterday, but he is now eliminated. What you can see on screen in the newly named and lovely and friendly lower bracket is some of the races being lined up for the second round of the lower bracket. You can see we have Verdner. That's an interesting set of pilots.
So there are going to be some other racers that from the winner bracket
Yes.
that will fill in the spots of race 17 and race 19, I guess.
Yes, that's right.
So with those racers, we'll finally understand who are those racers and who is going to win those single races will pass through race 21 and 22, which are actually very similar to semi-final of the lower bracket.
So from this stage onwards, your position being first or second does matter.
Yeah.
Because earlier on we were talking about how the pilots who are first and second, there's not really anything between them. They both go to the next round on the upper side of things. But here down in the lower bracket, if you are first in one of your do or die races, you seem to be progressing to a different part of the bracket than the pilot who is second. So for example, Viofly, who was the quickest and the winner of race 13 that you see in the top left, Matthew was second. And Matthew is lining up in race 18, and Viofly is lining up in race 20. So this is where you won't necessarily stay with a pilot you've been racing with. It is gonna break you up a little bit. The upper side things, though, pilots who have not come lower than second in a race so far is looking like this. So we have just completed races 9, 10, 11, and 12, which is why we can see the 8 pilots who've still got 2 lives. Avasin, Fenomen, Tope, and JM. Well, so far, Tope and JM, the 2 Latvian pilots, have beaten out 2 Bulgarian pilots in a face-off against them. They had a great race just now and sent the local hopeful Leo on fire down into the lose bracket. But now we're going to have France versus Latvia in race 23 later on today. And then it's all mixed up. We've got Jake, Arvin, Killian, and Flower Pig. And that is a stacked group. This is when the ones who are at the top of the leaderboard haven't missed out on a race yet, and they are still battling together. That is an incredible set of pilots. You've got Killian, who was second out of qualifying, Flower Pig, who was third, Jake, who was fifth, and Arvin, who was 10th. Now, race 24, don't miss it. Don't blink. And race 23 is going to be quick with the quality of those pilots too. But all of that will be coming to you later on this afternoon. Stefano and I and the production team here are just going to take a short break as the rain...
Hopefully.
You can see the nice scenery there. What you can't quite tell is how much rain is falling between this camera and that tower. The rain has definitely stopped play for the moment. And we will take a short break, let the pilots dry out, and then be back.
They're going to show us the preview of the rain falling now.
Yes, there you go. That's out on track in one of the dry bits. It is an athletics track. I'm thinking that is maybe like the shot put circle or something like that. But we're not planning on doing athletics today, just as well. And so we will take a short break, let you see the beautiful surroundings and the conditions here, and be back racing as soon as we can.
Made it look the way. 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 Made it look the way.
Well, the weather has subsided a little bit. It's still rain, but we go to the sky whenever we can to bring you these incredible pilots. So we will go to our next round. It's Charlie Murray, Carbon V, MSFPV, and GoPro Master in their do or die race number 16 from the FAI World Cup Italia. And to the straight, and down we go. Carbon V making a good first turn, the quickest one through the speed gate at the end. MSFPV, Charlie Murray, and GoPro Master taking advantage of this gap in the rain. It's still raining, but not very heavily, so we're taking advantage and getting the flying back to us. Carbon V, first one to the tunnel. GoPro Master getting there now, and Charlie Murray is in there, but MSFPV has found a great turn of speed and is onto the second lap ahead of most of them, but oh no, goes to the sky. Recovers, into the ramp. That is done and dead, I suspect, unless it's recoverable, and I'm not sure it is. Charlie Murray, one of your Italian pilots, leading out the pack at the moment. MSFPV was coming for him and strongly in second, but had a problem on the straight, had to go to the sky, came back down and has died. Oh, he's got it back into life. I thought that was broken, but maybe we'll get it flying again. Everybody else is on their third lap, though. MSFPV surely with too much to do unless other pilots have some problems, so he's back in the race as you should always try and be. Emis, well done, from Latvia, back in the flight, but it's Charlie Murray who's got Carbon V very close to him, and the two of them fighting for positions here in first and second. It's Carbon V into the tunnel, then Charlie Murray. GoPro Master into the second gate of the tunnel. That was a charge from him as he was desperate to try and catch second. Second, however, is Charlie Murray. Carbon V is the winner here. They both stay alive a little bit longer. MSFPV, who looked done and wiped out, got the quad flying again, but not to the finish. GoPro Master is just short of finishing his third lap as well after the tunnel gate claimed him. Not seen anybody hit one of those. And being wiped out by one of those, one of the sort of arches, not the inflatable arches, but the other arches, that nailed him. So GoPro Master, one of the Italian pilots, is out along with one of the Latvian group, but Charlie Murray for Italy is still in here, and it was Belgium's Carbon V who led them to the finish. Yes, Victor, I see you. He looks extremely happy with himself walking along to go on the recovery, getting his own drone. Victor van der Vels from Belgium. Carbon V on a run. He looks very happy as he runs out across the grassy field. Still with a big smile on his face. And,
shaking some rain off his
Let's see
drone.
if we can get producer Christian to quickly look at the track and see the efforts being made to get the run. Oh, okay, never mind, it's over. Yeah, shaking his quad like this, trying to drain the water out of it.
I mean, while they're flying, probably most of the rain is just just flowing away from it.
Yeah.
But when they land on the ground, it's like flooded. So
you want to get that off a wet surface as quickly as possible.
yeah.
It's not particularly long grass here, but you know you don't want to be sat in it.
But it's perfectly soaked.
It's very, very wet. Yep, the track still stands. The clouds still grey. I was tempted to say something better, but I'll just leave it at that for now. Don't want to.
So we had a very fast start by GoPro Master in this heat. He was 148 kilometers per hour out of the starting blocks. And probably that was a bit too aggressive compared to what Charlie Murray was doing, because Charlie Murray was only 108, 111 kilometers per hour. That's fairly slow compared to what we've seen until today, and obviously sometimes you have to go a little bit slower to keep it safe and go until the end.
Yeah, had to get that finish. So that was race 16. That's the first round of the lower bracket. So we have now lost 8 pilots. They will have been eliminated. We stay in the newly friendly named lower bracket to go through the second round of this. So these are pilots who lost their first race and have just managed to stay alive in their second, against pilots who were in the top 2 in their first race, but in a losing position in their second, so like the opposite, if you will. So these pilots include pilots who've already raced in the lower bracket and stayed alive. They are going to remain in the lower bracket for the whole rest of this tournament now. They never progress back up into the upper bracket. The upper bracket thins out as pilots lose races and drop down. So we've lost 8 pilots now to have been eliminated. We go into the next round in the lower bracket, races 17 through 20. Pilots here like Carbon V, for example, who just flew,
Is flying again.
is flying again. against Max Speed, who didn't finish in his race earlier on, the one which Keepy was the only one who got 2 laps in and had to have a decision on who got the second place. That went to Max Speed from Belgium. He's going to be in this. Then Leo on Fire, the fastest of the remaining Italian pilots. She is racing in this after crashing in her second round earlier on. And Min Jae Kim, fastest pilot in qualifying, one of the very fastest pilots in the world, the South Korean legend Min Jae Kim, had a mess in his second run and is in the lower bracket.
It's going to be a tough race for every one of these pilots, but Leon Fryer, I'm pretty confident that if she can run safe and consistent, she can clinch that second spot, probably.
Definitely. Min Jae, we'll just be frank, based on the times he can do on the track, he should run away with this. Like, there's no way Min Jae should be down in a lower bracket after 2 rounds of racing. But this is real life racing. This is what happens. We haven't had any possibility of finding out what happened to Min Jae in that second run to try and interview him or work out why he crashed in that. Maybe he's got an issue which is going to affect him in future races. Not likely, given his experience and the standard of what he races with and so on, but not likely that he would crash out and go into the second round, as he has. There's one of the mums, one of the drone mums, I think. Might be Victor's mum, I'm not sure. Rolly up, trying to stay dry. There's one of our pilot tents, the secondary tents that some of our pilots seem to really like sitting in as opposed to in the big one. Yeah, whatever you need to do, go for it. There's part of the other entertainment that's going on here in Sumirago. So as well as the racing taking over as the main event, of course, we have a stage which had a band on it yesterday, as you may well have heard on the stream, but they got rained off later on. We got food trucks, we got food, we had drone soccer demonstrations yesterday, we got some merchandise, and a beer tent.
Beer tent? We should absolutely go there after the race.
If it's still standing.
Still standing.
I mean, to be honest, the beer tent became the thunderstorm shelter tent for
everybody yesterday.
Everybody who was watching this, and a lot of us involved from the crew, just like, well, that's a big bit of shelter, let's go there. Because the rain was coming in from all directions. And there was a little bit of a party merging in there, not because of the beer, but just because this kind of camaraderie of like, here we are sheltering from our doom. Now we're getting squeaky clean on the Italy starting blocks.
Only on letter L.
Only the L, though, yes. So who's the crew there?
Yeah, who's the racer
Max
going
Speed's
on letter L?
getting cleaned up,
Leo on
perhaps?
Fire? Probably.
I don't know if that's part of Leo on Fire's entourage.
Covering up the drone underneath the jacket.
Yeah. I can tell you it's not Min Jae's drone, because that's giving us a little view of the pilot area right now.
I think it's.
But there's Sumirago. The clock tower did not ring at 1 o'clock. I hope that's intentional or not rained. And now producer Christian is just showing us how gently he can move the camera panning. Look at that. Look at the control here. As Christian moves down towards the rooftops, flags just popping up in his field of view. And then a large tower moves in on the left-hand side, but Christian still gently descending, making a nice bit of turning here. He's slow and steady, and the rain conditions not seeming to stop. Producer Christian, as he now moves a little bit left. Oh, he's leveling out. Not quite so much of a descent now. He's going to need to duck down at some point if he wants to show us anything happening on the field, but he seems content to show us the rooftops, which are still getting wet as he moves now. It's good. It's a long first lap for producer Christian, but he's doing very well. And no, I've never commentated on a camera operator before. The flags turn up into view. Pilots appear in the bottom right. It's getting a little bit busy on screen now. Producer Christian still moves it along, going down. The flags are there. He's passing through now. The American flag, one of the ones just ahead of him. But oh, no, a sudden change for producer Christian. He finds himself on the other side of the net, looking at the starting blocks. And maybe something is meant to happen with those.
That was
one
the
of my
most
finest
interesting rooftop commentating I've ever heard.
Thank you. Yeah, I part of the rooftop commentary league.
Yes,
some of my
we're
best
almost
work.
ready for this race number 17 with Min Jae Kim, Max Speed, Leon Fire, and Carbon V. Matteo Gandini, the guy in yellow, you can see on the screen now. He's been there the whole day, both days. He's one of the top organizers here.
He's been working with Matteo Baru and I'm sure many other people who, I don't want to miss anybody out, I'm just going to say Matteo. They've been working on this for over a year. We were chatting about their plans back last May when I met them at the FAI World Cup in Korea. That's when we first started talking about me being here, so I'm thrilled that, you know, a year later the event is here and I get to be part of it as well. They've done so much hard work. There's just so much you can do when you're trying to do an outdoor sport.
Many challenges, even with the rain.
Yep. Challenges for the pilots too, but they're doing everything they can to give the pilots the best shout. Okay, so we will go for a stacked lower bracket race.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Minjay, Max Speed, Leo on Fire, and Carbon
Next race
V.
begins in 5 seconds.
Vai, Luisa.
Off we go. Do or die time for these four incredible pilots. There's a lot of experience in the sky right now in Sumirago. And Minjay will try and lead them all away. Carbon V just a little bit shaky on one of his turns, but still flying. Leo on Fire in the thick of things in the middle. And Max Speed crossing the center of the track. Now I think I hear a little bit of a bang. I'm hoping that's thunder in one way and not in another. The drones are still flying. That's the most important thing. Minjay now, first one to reach the dive gate. Through that and onto his second lap. Leo on Fire, second to reach the dive gate. Then Carbon V and Max Speed crashes down and is rolling around on the grass. And it's going to be difficult to recover. He might even have split that drone. Minjay under the gates. Leo on Fire flying strongly over the center of the course. Minjay around the flag turn. Leo on Fire heading towards that now. Carbon V some way behind, about half a lap behind now. Got to do a lot if he wants to stay alive in this. Minjay's onto the third lap. Leo on Fire is wrapping up her second with the dive gate and third lap begins. Carbon V gaining on Leo on Fire now. He's coming down the main straight. He's not as far behind as he was. Leo on Fire leads her drone through the underside of the gates and Carbon V might be gaining. Leo on Fire goes across the center of the track. Now Carbon V is getting there. He's about 2 seconds behind. Minjay does the drop gate and goes an unusual route to the finish and makes it. He was maybe turning a little bit too sharply. He almost had to go round for it again, but he's finished. The dive gate is Leo on Fire. She's second, keeping the Italian hopes alive. Carbon V swings around now for the dive gate. It's a good, strong finish from him, but the Belgian pilot, Carbon V, will be stepping out at this stage as he's going to be third here. Leo on Fire is second. Minjay keeps his hopes alive for South Korea as the winner in a really, really quick time, as you'd expect. Whatever issues plagued him in the previous round, doesn't look like they're going to stick with him.
Absolutely wonderful job by Minjay Kim, but to be honest, I was looking the whole time on Leo on Fire video feed, and she was safe, consistent. She followed what she can do, and she clinched that second spot, and she earned it. Good job, Luisa.
Yeah, Luisa in second there. Carbon V was getting very close to her in third place during that third lap. But the end of it, just, what was he, 7 seconds behind at the end. And otherwise, I was fearing for Leo hanging on to that position as Carbon V is a really quick pilot and very nearly could have taken it. But no, he falls at this stage. Out goes Victor, Minjay and Leo on Fire. Both still alive, both still in the racing. So, we'll continue in the second round of the lower brackets. Minjay will progress to the round after this, along with Leo on Fire. We are going to have now Verdner from Singapore, Woong FPV from South Korea, and then two French pilots, Bear Racer and Mathieu. They are the four who fight for their survival in this stage of a still rainy and quite a bit colder FAI World Cup Italia. There's your next look at the lower bracket. It's race 18 that we are coming to next. Verdner, Woong FPV, Bear Racer, and Mathieu. And there's always been a lot of French support in the chat, which is great. Your French pilots, we said all of them in the top 32, which is a really good achievement. Been some interesting tactics going on with some of our French pilots earlier on as well. Giving our race control a little bit to think about, I think. But They're still battling through.
Yeah, very strong country in drone racing. Absolutely one of the top pilots in the world, and even the pilots that are not in the really high top spots, that are always performing very, very well. So it's going to be tough for everybody else going to compete against them. I'm really curious to see how Wong FPV will stand up against them, but we know the Koreans are fast, extremely fast also.
Yeah, really, really good. Wong FPV, not the quickest of the Korean pilots here. Not, as far as I'm aware, the most experienced of the Korean pilots here either, which is, no shame in that at all. There are some very, very, very experienced international pilots from South Korea. So good to see Wong FPV getting into his international experience here too, and with some great teammates to learn from as well. He's up against Singapore and two pilots from France in this run.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Decent video for the French pilots. Wong FPV got a little bit more pixelation going on, but a great first turn from him. He's first one down to the far end of the straight, not going to hang around. Mathieu in second, Werner in third, and Bear Racer fourth. After that straight is a long time behind us now. Wong FPV, good split S. He's ducking in under the gates very nicely. Bear Racer, not quite as tidy in his route through them, whereas Wong FPV is now into the tunnel. It's Mathieu in second, and then we wait to see it's Werner and Bear Racer going into the tunnel very, very close. Air sharing that. The dive gate, excellent for Bear Racer. Werner now fourth as they've crossed the line and started the second lap, and he lost a bit of time on the entry and the exit of the dive gate. Wong FPV still in second now. He crosses the center of the course. Bear Racer does too. And Mathieu is battling with the flag turn now. It's Wong FPV into it first. It's Bear Racer, the first one to make a little bit of a mistake and have to recover. Wong FPV to the dive gate. Then Mathieu maybe gaining on him, maybe almost crossing the line with him. Very, very close between Wong FPV and Mathieu at the line, and Bear Racer needs to move a little bit more if he wants to do something about it. Werner also a little bit too far behind at this stage. Wong FPV across the center. Mathieu, who was charging and getting so close to the lead, is the first one to find the ground. The French pilot needs to recover, and quickly. He could still make third, but he obviously wants to try and get second. Wong FPV is your winner. It's done. He goes through to the next round, and Bear Racer.
Just like 1.5 seconds after Wong FPV.
Did he finish it?
Wait.
The data we're getting here is a little bit unclear. Werner from the back, maybe the only pilot to finish the third lap. He was down in fourth. Currently, we're seeing that he's second.
It looks
It's
like
saying
it
he's
is.
the only other pilot to reach the finish line, in which case, another example, never say die. Werner from Singapore, Andrew, great pilot, Andrew Yap, was way behind.
Way behind. He had a really tough first lap, and
Yes.
he was fourth place behind everybody else, but he just believed in what he could do, and he clinched the second spot. It looks like he's the only other racer, apart from Wong FPV, to be able to complete the whole 3 laps.
And his finishing time was 6 seconds behind, 6.3 seconds behind Wong FPV, which is a lot in drone racing, but much better than I thought he was going to come anywhere near in terms of distance between first and what was fourth.
Well, considering he probably lost at least 5 seconds in the first lap.
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely a good, awesome recovering from him.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
both
that
Bear Racer and
seems to
Mathieu,
be,
we have the 2 French pilots
Yes.
eliminated now.
Oh, yes. Mathieu and Mathieu was solidly second and maybe even taking first, which, as we pointed out earlier on, is more important in this lower bracket to give you easier races afterwards. Well, that race concludes, and it is seemingly confirmed that those pilots are going to progress out of race 18. We will see Wong FPV and Werner again, but race 19 is already out on the blocks and getting ready while the pilots are in a hurry to keep flying while the weather allows them to. Race 19, Pastis FPV from France, who, as you say, just saw 2 of his teammates fall. Keepy FPV, who had that weird run earlier on and was the only one to get onto the third lap, but nobody finished it, and most of them didn't begin. He's lining up now. Birkin FPV, who was one of the top pilots in qualifying and won his first race of the eliminations, but then had real trouble, not even real trouble, just beat it out in his second one. He's now in making his first appearance in the lower bracket, representing Bulgaria, and then Charlie Mori, an Italian pilot, fighting for you Italians here. He's going to be in this round 2. So France, the Netherlands, Bulgaria, and Italy. Love international events. Get a chance to see these pilots. Pilots getting a chance to meet in person, whereas maybe they've raced against each other remotely or virtually many times, but never actually had a chance to meet in person. Seeing support in the chat for Leo on Fire and her great run earlier on.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Okay, so this race is upon us. Keepy, Pastis FPV, Charlie Murray and Birkin FPV. There's the launch. First one to the far turn, it is Pastis FPV. Good start from him, 1.5 seconds down that main straight, 126 kilometers an hour. Very nice, but a loud bang, which I think was Keepy's. He's hit one of the big inflatable gates square on. Is that the end of his racing? Is Birkin out as well? Going grey, which I never like to see. We'll concentrate on Pastis FPV, who's into the tunnel, and Charlie Mori just slightly hesitant entering the tunnel, but he is so close to Pastis FPV. Don't be hesitant, keep it flying. Pastis completes the second straight, and Charlie Mori onto that second lap with him and very close to him, maybe one gate behind. Pastis goes on the ladder, and Charlie Mori is in that now. There's about a second between first and second here. France versus Italy. Unfortunately, the Netherlands and Bulgaria look like they're staying out of this, but we have seen drones recover late in a race. They'd love to get them recovered if they can. Pastis FPV winding his way up to the dive gate. Charlie Murray a little bit quicker through it. Both of them down the main straight now, and it's the third lap for the pair of them, and Pastis are all very close indeed. Less than a second between first and second here. Pastis going through the upper gates. Charlie Murray following him the whole time. Pastis can't make any mistakes here. Charlie Murray surely going to get second unless Keepy gets back in this race and Charlie Murray doesn't finish. Keepy trying to get it back alive. Pastis goes for the dive gate, nails it. Charlie Murray is all good as well. It's 1 and 2. It's France and Italy. It's Pastis going through with Charlie Murray. Keepy looking like he was trying to get his drone back into the game, but it doesn't matter. First and second have already gone. They're safely through to the next round. Another Italian pilot still in the tournament. But we lose the Netherlands and Bulgaria with Keepy FPV and Birkin FPV falling and staying there. Oh, unfortunate. And Birkin FPV, his elimination runs have not been going the way he wanted, as we pointed out earlier on. Did such a strong race in the first round of the elimination, only the second round of the day. But then struggling in his second one. And his second finish out of the top 2 here. And as our pilots dejectedly walk out into the rain, we can see Fenneman going out on the right-hand side, helping his French teammates. And Keepy trudging to the long side of the course to try and recover his quad from there. It's Pastis and Charlie Murray, the only ones to get 3 laps. Birkin and Keepy never made it to the end of the first. They will be eliminated, but we will line up for race number 20. Long XL, that's Peng Longqing from China. XGG, Alex J, and Viofly. These Latvian pilots just keep coming. Just when you think we've lost a few of them, some more are still in the battle somewhere else. There's a massive squad of them here. Great seeing the Latvian scene doing so well internationally. And all the racing scene that's happening there, and getting a chance to learn from them earlier about how much is happening in Bulgaria. In Latvia. Would love to see some of it in person sometime, just saying. Not just saying, dropping massive hints, let's be honest. So the 20th race. Pilot standing next to the starting blocks and looking soggy. Yeah, looking wet out there, I'm sorry to say. Now we can still fly in these conditions, I think. Should be Long XL, XGG, Alex J, and Viofly. I've got to say, the Latvian pilots, they're They've got a fantastic team hoodie.
Absolutely.
Definitely dropping a hint. I'm not even going to drop a hint. I want one. I'm not even dropping a hint. I want one of the Latvian team hoodies. They're gorgeous.
Yeah. They have a really cool organization in general in model things.
He's out on track, fashion styling at the starting blocks. If we just cut to the starting block camera, producer Christian will get to see how good the Latvian team look. He doesn't know where the camera is. You don't need to know. Christian knows where it is. That's the main thing. And I think that is Minjae's mum. No, it's not Minjae's mum. It's Minjae. I didn't expect it to be Minjae himself, but look at that. Pilots out, helping each other. Sorry, Minjae. There you go. Look at that blue and white hoodie, though. Look at that. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Yeah, pilots out in the rain, helping each other on. Pilots who are in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
They're helping out other pilots. This happens all the time internationally. I love it. These competitors in drone racing, the most supportive community. It's fantastic. What you're seeing here is pilots, that little wave of the finger is to get them to test their props. Obviously, they can't launch yet, but can you fire your props? Is that going to work? If not, and can you see me as well? Can you, they're testing their cameras. Can you see the person putting it on the block for you so your video is working? But Alex J's drone is being carried by another, is it Alex J's? No, might be Firefly from France. I thought he was carrying one of his Latvian teammates, but actually not sure. No, it is Alex J's drone.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Okay, we're putting that back down. And Matthew, one of the organizers, his job is to stand in yellow in the rain.
Seems to be working now.
Oh, look at that tilt. Look at that.
And Alex J is pretty blurry too. I don't know, probably it's his setup of a camera.
Well, I think the race is going to happen while it still can. So it's do or die time, remember, for Long XL, XGG, Alex J, and Viofly.
Thumbs up from the pilots, so we can go on with this heat. And just a few moments. Race director is telling us that we can start with this race number 20.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
5 seconds. And off they go. We're a very, very fast start by Long XL. XGG is just behind him. Alex J is pretty blurry image, but he likes that way, and he's going through the gates very quickly and safely too. Seeing Alex J probably it's in first spot, but probably it has to be updated by the first lap counter. And it's going to be very soon, and the lap counter tells us that we have Viofly in first place, Long XL in second place, Alex J in third place, and XGG probably he crashed down. Oh, Viofly fell. So we lost another French pilot. So basically now we have only Alex J and Long XL flying through this course. Let's see if one of them is going to clinch the first or second spot. Basically now we have a little bit of a lead on Long XL. Alex J is just behind him. The other two pilots have not been airworthy again. So first spot for Long XL, second spot for Alex J, a couple of seconds behind him. They're now in their third and last lap of this loser bracket heat. Okay, Long XL is looking very solid. It looks like he has like a black and white video feed, and I don't know if it's some deliberate. Oh, he missed the. Oh, he's missing the dive gate. So basically, Alex can clinch the first spot, and Alex J actually arrives first place, and Long XL is down on the ground, but probably second spot has been earned anyways for him. So good job, Alex J, in 1 minute 31 seconds, and Long XL was the only one able to complete 2 laps, while XGG only 1 lap, and Viofly, actually XGG, none of the laps were completed by him, and Viofly completed only 1 lap. So good job, Alex J, first place for you, and Long XL, second place for you. They go on for the next heat of the loser or lower bracket. Okay, pilots are on the field gathering or recuperating their drone from the ground. shaking away some of the water they have accumulated during the run and during the landing. And next run, we'll see, it's like the semifinal of the lower bracket, and we will see Long Excel, Min Jae, Wong FPV, and Charlie Mori, one against the other. So we have one Italian, 2 Koreans, and 1 Chinese racer. Still have some time for this to happen because we're still emptying out the racetrack by the last heat. We can see a couple of racers coming back, actually 1 racer and probably a couple of spotters helping them out. And we can also tell you that the second lower semifinal bracket will see Pastis, Leon Fire, Bear Racer, and Alex J. So we have, speaking about Italian pilots, we have 1 pilot in 1 heat and another Italian pilot on the other. Charlie Mari in the first and Leon Fire in the second. Obviously, I'm all for them, but I'm Italian. I'm sorry, but I have to be a little bit biased on this. So the race director is calling the racers of this race number 21, Long Excel from China, Min Jae from South Korea, Wong FPV from South Korea, and Charlie Mari from Italy. Charlie Mari is against some really, really fast racers in this heat. It's going to be tough, but who knows? Drone racing is always a big question mark. It can be as smooth as silk or very hard for everybody. So you always have to believe in what you can do and be airworthy and stay up there. So probably we have these 2 lower bracket races now, and probably we're going to have, after that, another race from the winner bracket, from the higher bracket. So we'll be switching to the higher bracket after these 2 next heats. But let's see what we can get out of this first semifinal lower bracket with Long Excel, Min Jae Kim, Wong FPV, and Charlie Mori.
Yes, we're going to get those pilots who've had a little bit of a break in the upper side of things. They get their next run, and of course, those are still pilots who haven't been 3rd or 4th yet and lost a race in the way we're considering it. So that's when they drop down to this lower bracket, and the race against all these pilots who are not all these pilots. The race against some of these pilots who are still alive. And it is possible, if you're new to all of this, it is possible that you get to the end of the loser bracket and you find yourself in the grand final.
Yeah.
It is possible.
It is possible. Actually, we have really strong pilots in the lower bracket that should be between the semi and finals.
Yeah, but
So-
everybody, not everybody, but almost everybody in the upper bracket is going to lose a race at some point. Unless you go straight through to the final and you win that.
Yeah.
So as we progress through this tournament, it's only natural that we see some of what we think the fastest pilots here are going to find themselves in that loser bracket, as it's just getting so tight at the top. What's unusual is seeing pilots like Min Jae in the second round. But that was because of whatever happened in his second round, which we've unfortunately not had any possibility of finding out. Now, what's interesting in coming up in race 21, as we stay down in the lower bracket, is Long XL, who just raced race 20 and won that one. I think he came second, didn't he? He came second to Alex J because he didn't make 3 laps. So if Long XL had won the race that just happened, then he would find himself in race 22 and have that one race in between. But because he came second, he's now actually in race 21. That's how the bracket draw is fairly worked out by the FAI, which means Long XL is about to do a second race in a row. Now, our pilots can bring up to 3 quads with them. No more than 3 can be registered at the race under FAI conditions. So, he could have another quad ready to go. It doesn't have to fly the one he just flew.
Okay.
That was somebody's choice. Not sure who, but it seemed extremely near to where we are.
we've seen a similar situation with Carbon V between the 16th race and the 17th race, and Carbon V unfortunately didn't finish that spot for him. So
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
yeah,
so
it-
yeah,
it
that
happens.
second place makes a difference in this lower bracket side of things we pointed out earlier on. In this case, means Long XL has got to race 2 races back to back. Actually, if you've had a decent run, maybe you don't, and you know your quads are ready to fly, you maybe don't worry about racing a second one back in. You're like, right, okay, I can do that again. Let's go, and I want to do it now.
yeah, maybe
Alternatively, if you're down to your last drone, and you've lost, you either didn't bring a lot of equipment or it's been crashed or whatever so far, you might be thinking, well, I've now got to switch out my battery and fly this again. And I don't think it was perfect for Long XL just now. So, they have those sort of conditions and challenges to deal with as you get to the late stages of a drone race. There's a lot more to it than just thumbs on sticks or pinches, sticks, and off you go. We have our starting block under the close supervision of the soggy Matteo. Resplendent in his yellow, though. And we walk away from the starting blocks, which means we must be about to see the do or die race number 21. And again, stacked, and they're all going to be. This one, Long XL from China, Min-jae Kim from South Korea, Woong FPV also from South Korea, Charlie Murray, an Italian pilot representing you, the only one who isn't from Asia in this race. Italy versus Asia, Italy versus some really, really famous pilots.
possibly rain has stopped a little bit or has diminished.
It has.
So it's
yes.
Pioggerella, it's drizzle now.
Oh, this is drizzle. Okay. Yep. Yeah. We can call this drizzle. In fact, I almost dare not say, but it's barely drizzle. The lighting changed quite considerably right now. It's got brighter, particularly to the left of us. Oh, we might be going a little bit cleaner for the rest of the day. We'll find out. It's looking a little nicer here in Italy.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Pilot's ready.
Oh, a drone has started.
Oh, we had a full start.
Yeah.
No idea who it was. We'll just take the race as we see it right now, which is looking like a really strong start for everybody. Min-jae's in the flag turn. Woong FPV is into it now. Charlie Murray's got the roughest picture of all of them and is well out of position, actually, so maybe the full start on his mind, I don't know. Long XL behind Min-jae as they started the lap, but also behind Woong FPV. So he's third and with a little bit of catching up needing to do. And in fact, Long XL and Woong FPV are crossing the center of the track, and the gates after that side by side, and that's going to make it easier for Long XL as Woong has hit one of them really hard. And Long XL will now find himself in second through the dive gate. Min-jae is clearly away. 46 seconds for his first and second lap. This is a much better time from him racing in these conditions. Charlie Murray still not onto his third lap just yet. Do you know what? Woong FPV is trying to come back, but I don't think he's going to manage to. Min-jae into the tunnel at the far end of the course. Long XL coming up to that soon. Charlie Murray a little bit too far behind to catch him, I think. But don't give up. Min-jae's made a mistake around the flag. Min-jae is down. No, Min-jae could fall out of the tournament right now. Long XL has finished. Charlie Murray
Min-jae, lap 3.
still flying, but Min-jae's now got an update on his time that he's made it to the finish.
Yeah.
That timing system just being a little less than reliable when we really need it to be sure.
Yeah, it looked
and
like
Charlie
that
Murray
Min-jae
doesn't look like
finished.
he'll finish anyway, so.
Yeah, it looked like that Min-jae finished probably even in first spot, but I don't know why it like updated very late. So in any case, probably Min-jae is safe in second spot. I'm sorry for Charlie Murray, but he was against one of the fastest racers on the
And he
planet.
hasn't, if this is correct, he didn't get the second lap to count, and neither did Woong FPV, as we saw. Charlie Murray disqualified from full start, and Min-jae is first. Wow, those timings, not very accurate from that run at all. We were torn between what we thought and could see and what we were being shown on numbers, and humans win. So, Min-jae, I thought was in real trouble there. I thought had second and then was down, and Charlie Murray had a chance of passing him, but it was going to take him almost 2 more laps to do so. Charlie Murray didn't get there anyway. Min Jae is skipping across the field with delight, as he's still in the tournament, as he would be expecting to be, and in first place there, and he's walking with Long XL. Korea and China getting another pilot through to the next round.
Seems that the last lap of Min Jae is being revised because he scored a 32 second, which is a lot slower than I've been seeing him flying up until today.
Yeah.
So probably they're just going to revise this time. I don't know if it's a missing for the lap counter or it's just some particular other issue.
But Min Jae seems to be given the first place position in that. And Long XL will be second.
Yeah. So
The next race, getting onto the blocks as the conditions might be improving, but we're not going to take that for granted. Let's keep the racing coming. You're looking at the upper bracket there, which will be coming up shortly. We've got race number 22 first in the lower bracket before we send France and Latvia to the blocks for race number 23. Race number 22, Pastis FPV from the lower bracket. Leo on Fire from Italy. Bear Racer from France. And Alex J from Latvia. We have a few Latvians still going, 2 in the upper bracket, another one here. We have 2 French pilots in, 3 French pilots in the upper bracket too. Pastis and Bear Racer. Can they make it 5 still in the tournament by both carrying on through this round? Leo on Fire from Italy is, I think, the last remaining Italian pilot still racing, since Charlie Murray was DQ'd for a full start in the last one and behind the other pilots anyway. So yeah, I think this is Leo on Fire as the last chance to keep Italy alive in the FAI World Cup on home soil.
by
Against
Luisa.
Pastis FPV, Bear Racer and Alex J.
See the pilots
Yeah.
ready to start.
There's Luisa in purple. The pilot's drones are on the blocks.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
Here it comes.
5 seconds.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Leo's doing the tilt that she does so well. So are the other pilots. Alex J's got it. Pastis has got it. The only one flat is Bear Racer. And away they all go. Bear Racer, 4th of them out of the blocks. Everybody else ready to fly. Leo on Fire leading them. Alex J just slightly hesitant on the second of the gates after her. So he's a little bit slower than Bear Racer. I think just a little bit of a bump. No, he's flying quite nicely. Was it Alex J? Somebody sounded like they hit something, but everybody's still flying, which is the main thing. Around the flag turn. Bear Racer gaining a lot on Leo on
Luisa.
Fire, who's missed the turn.
Okay.
Leo on Fire's taking it into the tunnel now. Alex J is right behind her. Pastis is flying nicely, and I think Bear Racer in front of them all as well. So a bit of work to do, but nobody's got this safe just yet. Across the center of the track, Bear Racer, Pastis, FPV, then Leo on Fire and Alex J will find their way there now. So Leo on Fire for Italy in third. The 2 French pilots ahead of her in first and second. They're into the tunnel, but Leo on Fire is gaining on Pastis, FPV. Bear Racer, the one who starts the 3rd lap first. Then Pastis and Leo on Fire right with him by only a few tenths of a second. It's got to be fluid and smooth for both of them. Pressure building. Bear Racer goes across the center of the track. Leo on Fire and Pastis getting there now. They are air sharing. Leo on Fire maybe just fractionally ahead on the turns, making the ladders work so well. She's into the flag turn. Pastis just about keeping it going. Leo on Fire into the tunnel. Bear Racer is across the line in first. Leo on Fire second for Italy. Keeping you alive in this tournament. Pastis beaten by her in third. And Alex J, the only one still flying. And wrapping it up, also finishing. A great race by all of them, all 4 pilots. 3 laps to the finish. Oh, and about 1.7 between Leo on Fire and Pastis. She just steadily gained on him throughout the second lap and just steadily kept it going no matter what the pressure was, knowing they were really close to each other and managing to last it out.
Wow, Luisa, she did a double 24-second lap, the 2nd and 3rd lap, and she was able to clinch that 2nd spot. Good job to you. I'm sorry for the 3rd racer, but I'm really happy for Luisa.
Well, Bear Racer, was the winner
just won
for the
it.
French team.
Yeah.
But Pastis, 3rd. So Pastis, French pilot to fall, along with Alex J, another one of the Latvians. Still 3 French, two Latvians in the upper bracket side of things, which is coming up next. We return to the top half. Pilots who so far haven't come lower than second in any of the races. The next one will feature France and Latvia in the pairs that they're sticking with on the upper side. Avasin and Fenneman against Topi and JM. Fenneman and Topi are pretty well matched, I think, on this track. Avasin been flying well here. JM flying very well too. But I think Topi and Fenneman a little bit more internationally experienced and a little bit closer matched, as I say. After this, we'll have Jake, Arvin FPV, Killian and Flower Pig, which is a tremendous group of pilots.
Yeah, these are
all four of them in the
incredible.
top 10, three of them in the top 5.
Yeah, all incredible pilots up until now, and now it's going to be serious racing.
Yes.
Not that it hasn't been until now, but now these are really, really fast.
And every race you find yourself in, from either upper or lower bracket, every race you find yourself in is, as it should be, another tougher challenge than the one you were just in. And if you're in the lower bracket, right, I survived, what's next? Well, a tougher fight to keep surviving. In the upper bracket, these guys haven't come in third or fourth yet. If they do, and obviously some will, they drop to the lower bracket and join in with the pilots who are still alive in the lower bracket, who've been fighting for survival again and again and again since, you know, their second race of the day for some cases. These pilots here, they've still got their 2 lives, but you really don't want to throw one away.
Not now, not in the final rounds
Not
of
in
this
these
competition.
really late rounds when the final itself is not far away.
And we should mention that all the 4 pilots in the last seat would have been able to complete a full track, 3 laps each one of them, and with really good results. 118, 119, 120, the first 3 spots, and only Alex J had a little bit of delay, like 127. But the
And I've
other
got to
2
say, Leo on Fire did the 3 consecutive lap time, which isn't what we're looking at in this stage, but her 3 consecutive lap time in the last run was better than anything she did in qualifying.
Yeah.
She's got faster. But that's racing conditions for you.
ready to go on this race number 23.
France versus Latvia. And the launch, very good for Avasin. Is first, but oh, there's a big crash for Avasin. Oh, his launch was the fastest. And it is, not sure whether that will be wiped from where it is. We continue looking at Fenneman, his French teammate, and how he's getting on. Well, the first one into the tunnel is Topi, and Fenneman and JM are together in there. The dive gate, Fenneman gets to it first. JM very good through it as well, so he's in third. Fenneman in second. Topi in first. And now Topi laddering his way up, going through the upper section. Fenneman behind him. JM very close too, across the center of the track. And Fenneman a little bit hesitant on a turn, but worse for JM, who has crashed into one of the gates and is trying to get that drone back off the ground. Fenneman may have caught Topi and passed him. Where did he find the time and the speed? Fenneman's the first one onto the third lap. Topi now in second place. He was clear out in front for most of the first and most of the second. But now Fenneman has just got ahead of him and pulled away, and Topi can see him in the middle of Topi's view. He's got Fenneman's drone lined up, not too far ahead. And now Topi, yes, he's passed him. And he's a couple of gates ahead. It was all clean from Topi, less so from Fenneman. No big mistakes. But Topi back into the lead and is the winner. And Fenneman is across the line and got second. And JM's drone isn't moving from where it is. And Avasin's never, ever came back to life again. Avasin will drop to the lower bracket. He's not out. Neither is JM. We split our Latvian and French pairs at last. Topi and Fenneman are the ones who are going to continue.
Extremely fast laps for Topi, a 24 second, 26 seconds second lap, and 23 seconds for the last lap there. And the lap time, instead of, is very consistent for Fenneman. It's 25 seconds each one of his 3 laps of this last heat.
Yeah, that's really good.
Absolutely consistent, very, very consistent. The highest speed we've recorded, it's 150 kilometers per hour on the second lap of Topi, even though it was the slowest lap of.
Wow. That straight really good for him. Wow. I think that was when he was trying to stretch away and was managing to do it for a bit. Race 24 already getting out onto the blocks as we continue to try and benefit from the lack of rain.
Here we see USA against Germany, against France and South Korea. And we have the only American only German.
All of them. All of the American pilots. All of the German pilots. Jake.
The fastest
Arvin
French
FPV. Yes, certainly. And always one of the very, very best in the world. Killian and Flower Pig. Remember, Killian not down into the lower bracket yet, unlike his main rival here, Min-Jae Kim. Min-Jae is enjoying himself. He's got a big smile on his face. He's always happy at the races. He doesn't look like he's under pressure, despite finding himself surprisingly in the lower bracket. Killian not down in there yet. I say yet, as though...
Who knows?
I mean, he could get straight through to the final without going down. It's possible.
Handling the pressure is like very, very important in every competition and every sport. But in this sport, where you have to perform everything in 25 or 20-second laps with a lot of gates to clinch, this is something you really have to master.
Yes.
Controlling your nerves and your pressure, the pressure that's upon you on any kind of situation in drone racing.
And all of these pilots have been at international FAI events before. I think together, possibly not in a heat at the same time, all four of them. That feels statistically a challenge. But all four of them at the World Championships in Korea last year, I'm pretty sure. Certainly, I think most of them at the same event in Korea that I was doing for the World Cup last year, which Flower Pig won. I think Killian was there. Arvin, Jake. Jake was there for sure. Anyway, all four of them lining up against each other here. And these pilots will know each other well, because even if they haven't raced a heat with all four of them in it at the same time, they are, they know each other from other races. They would have raced and met on more than one occasion. Flower Pig, I say, won the FAI World Cup in Korea in May last year. So almost exactly a year ago. We're watching Matteo versus Matteo at the moment. Two Italians keeping the Italian racing dream alive. Your organizers of the event, everybody, along with I'm sure more people involved as well, but those are your two main organizers heading to the starting blocks. And it is Matteo Baru who gets past the line first, just beats out the yellow Matteo. There he is. And drone's still being recovered from a little far away. There it is, coming along. And that is not in one piece. Maybe it's just the prop. I think it may just be the prop. That, I suspect, was Avasin's, who got the quickest of the starts out of the blocks and the fastest of the finishes, but of the wrong kind. That straight, he was first in and never left it.
Yeah, and
until he gets carried out.
He crashed on the furthest part of the track, so it took him a few minutes to recover the drone and take the pieces of the drone and go back to the pits.
So Jake, Arvin FPV, Killian, and Flower Pig. The finals so close now.
Next race begins in 10 seconds.
2 rounds
Next race
away.
begins in 5 seconds.
The launch, it's Arvin, just starting to move. But all of them going flat, and then all of them going for it. And Arvin sees the drone overtake him in the straight and zip away. It may have been Flower Pig, so I think, but it's a strong, loud, aggressive, attacking shot by everybody. But there's Killian. Big news for the French team and everybody here is Killian, who started yesterday as the man to beat, is back into the race. If anyone can do it, he can. If anybody can pull that drone up into second place, well, he's got the skills, but he's going to need a little bit of fortune to go his way. Flower Pig and Arvin and Jake, first, second, and third, strongly out on their second lap as Killian is going at speed to try and catch them. Arvin is down on the ground. That could be one pilot for the taking by Killian, but Arvin ducks under the gates and is back flying again, and Killian not too far away from the moment lap number 2. Flower Pig is across the line, and Jake is getting there now. That's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Flower Pig and Jake, first and second. Killian trying to pass Arvin. Arvin's onto the third lap. Killian's not there yet, and he's down, and this run is coming in 2 pieces for him. He's going to finish it, though, if he can do anything about it. The dive gate and the finish line. He goes across the third lap, starts, but way ahead of him on that third lap. Jake is into the tunnel. Flower Pig is into the dive gate ahead of him. It's Flower Pig 1. Jake is second. Arvin FPV with Killian behind him, but doesn't matter. Arvin went over the finish line almost in reverse.
Arvin FPV.
And the race is done for everybody. Killian just puts it on the floor.
3.1.
That race came undone for Killian, but he came undone in the second lap, and it was all too far away from him then. It means Killian Rousseau will drop to the lower bracket. And we might, and it depends on a little bit more of a result, but we might be seeing Killian and Minjay getting together before that grand final. You're 1 and 2 out of qualifying. Well, we'll work that out, or rather somebody will work that out.
Minjay with Killian and JM and Leon fire.
It is
on the lower bracket.
the next race from the lower bracket. Can you believe it? Race number 25. The next race has Minjay Kim from South Korea, number 1 out of qualifying. Killian Rousseau, number 2 out of qualifying from France. Leo on Fire, the only remaining Italian pilots. And JM from Latvia. All of them fighting for their survival. And we are a few rounds, not many, but a few from the grand final. We might be getting a race now of final proportions. Wow.
Wow. So Killian now has to recover all his emotions.
Yeah, and go a second time.
Go a second time.
Succession. Yeah. And if he'd got third, if he had finished it and got it to the end, and Arvin, if he'd managed to catch Arvin, which I feel like he was doing at one point, but still had a little way to go. If he'd caught Arvin and got third, he wouldn't be in this one. He'd be in the next one. You wouldn't have Minjay to contend with.
Yeah.
It's gone very quiet in the whole area here at the FAI World Cup, as I think people are recognizing the gravity of the race that we weren't expecting to have just yet. Also, the rain is back. Nowhere near as heavy as we have had, not quite as heavy as some of the racing conditions we've had earlier on. We've raced with a little bit more rain than this earlier today. But it's gone very quiet now as people realize, oh, there's some serious racing about to happen. Do or die time in the lower brackets, and rain. Not too heavy just yet. Ooh.
This is going to be a really tough heat for Leon on Fire, with 2 heavyweights like Killian and Minjay in the same heat. It's going to be very, very challenging, but I believe she can do it. After all, this is drone racing. Anything can happen.
It's silent now, not just when we're not speaking.
Even the pits, it's very silent.
Just listening to it.
We can hear the rain dropping very clearly and nothing else. So the pilots are preparing their best drone for this 25th heat. We'll see Minjay against Leon Fire, against Killian, against JM. So 1 South Korean, 1 Italian, 1 French, and 1 Latvian. Probably the fastest of each of the nation, of their respective nation, country. And I can clearly hear the race director calling the pilots that will bring their drone on the starting blocks very soon.
Yeah, race control doing a fabulous job all weekend, keeping things very tightly done. That's Burner FPV from the Dutch drone racing team. Now working in some quite challenging conditions, but keeping it going. It's cold, it's damp, it is raining again. It's not enough rain to stop all racing, but with the few racing rounds we've got left, and I'm thinking it's 6 plus the extra runs of the final that will happen. I think it's important that everybody gets the chance to fly their best right now. But the rain perhaps not drying up as much as we hoped, although it still looks a little bit brighter off in the distance.
I can see Louisa already sitting in front of the pilots.
Yep.
Control pit, so she's trying to gain concentration as much as she can. She knows it's going to be a tough race, but she can do it. Her father is always behind her.
Yep.
Helping her out in any aspect of her performance.
And she's so experienced, and they travel with her, and you know, I'm so pleased that she has that support, and like so many of our pilots do from their families, of course. My family's supporting me by, you know, they're not here, but letting me go. But yeah, there's a lot of love and respect between people here, and families included in that as well. There's Minjae just coming to the starting block, the pilot area right now. I hope you can tell on stream, and maybe also here in Sumiraga, although the audience are the wrong side of the pits to be able to maybe pick up on this. I hope you can tell on stream, and we've told you, but I hope you can maybe pick up on it as well. The atmosphere here, and I don't mean the weather, the atmosphere here has dramatically changed. And I think it's genuinely in respect and sort of admiration and maybe a bit of surprise as who is about to be racing against each other. I think that's all it can be. The atmosphere, the sort of background chatter, the sort of bit of laughing and joking going on over on the piloting area and so on, it's quiet now. And normally, I mean, they can hear us commentating, the pilots can hear what we're saying. You know, normally if you go, oh, it's quiet now, you'll hear some pilot in the background go, "Yay!" make some noise. Yeah. No, it's not.
No, now it's very quiet. A lot, like you can perceive and feel the concentration of the pilots, and like you said, the respect of the other pilots towards the ones that are going to battle in the next heat. So they have to keep it as quiet and concentrated as possible. Seems that rain is going to come pouring down, even in this next heat.
Yep. Just joining you in on the chat. Thanks again to everybody for watching. Loads of people watching us on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Myself, Matt Andrews, and my good new friend here,
Stefano Mirabelli.
We are delighted to be bringing you all the racing and more from the FAI World Cup Italia, and the occasional weather report and a little bit of fun else going on here at our brilliant event. So welcome, everybody. It's cold and it's wet, and there are some really, really hot races to be looking forward to, including this very, very next one. Great to see Romain Valtier joining in so much again with his French team. We've still got some French pilots to cheer on. They're not all out yet, but it's getting tight. Marlin prefers the sun, where he says, what does DE3 and E3 stand for? Marlin, yes, on the bracket. So E3 is the third round of eliminations, the upper side of things, and DE3 in a sort of double elimination turn. That's basically just the designation being used for the lower bracket. So the third round and so on of upper or lower, E or DE. As you can see, we're in race 25, our 25th race of today. DE4, double elimination 4. That's the lower bracket, round 4. That's all that is. That's all you need to know. Hi, Matt. Hi, Stefano. It's Marlin. And by the way, we are basically live as well. I love this. There's not any delay on the streamers too, so at all. So you're welcome. And Cerberus Velvet, my good friend, the chairman of the British Drone Racing Association, he's here. The pizza is as good as advertised. The sunshine, not so much. Yes. And yes. Right, out. Ooh. At the blocks. That's Long XL, I think. Yes, nod. Good. Hi, Long XL. Who's he helping? Minjae, perhaps? I think Minjae was sort of helping him earlier on. Look at that.
Yes. They brought the Killian's drone on the L of Italy. We should have Leo on fire on the A, the white A. They're testing the propellers. They're arming the drones to see if they have obviously propeller spinning and video feed correctly set it up on the right channel.
So this is good. I'm glad we're getting to see this. This is what the pilots do for each other, and the rain is getting worse. It is a bit heavier than it was just now. And this is the pilots like out there in the rain helping each other. And not all of them are out of this tournament. This isn't, you know, the pilots from 60th place downwards who have, you know, had not had anything to do today. This is, yeah. Just, I'll never stop being so impressed. Never get tired of seeing it either.
Okay, drones are in the starting boxes. Track clear. Few moments before this really high pressure heat.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just going to say it again. Long XL was just out there sheltering a drone, right? He's in the next run.
Yeah.
In a do or die race. He's in the next one. And he's not, you know, warming his hands. He's out there sheltering Min Jae's drone.
Next race.
These guys are incredible. This race is massive. Min Jae, Leo on fire, Killian, and JM. And the launch is good for everybody. The first turn is looking pretty strong for everyone as well. Really quick flying, very quickly in this race, as you would expect. Min Jae across the center of the course, Killian going for the flag turn now, just some way behind Min Jae actually, who's on to lap number 2, and now the second lap has begun for Killian. Leo on fire is just into the tunnel. JM is ahead of her, so currently it's Leo on fire in 4th. JM from Latvia in 3rd. Killian in 2nd, and Min Jae leaving them all for dead out in 1st place. Min Jae around the flag turn. Killian on the first of the ladders, but the flag turn is his now. JM is still going across the center of the course, and Leo on fire. Trying to gain on JM, but this run is not going as quick for her as her earlier runs have done. She's some way behind, unfortunately. JM with a lot to do to try and catch second place, which is Killian, and looking pretty much unstoppable. But Min Jae far ahead on his 3rd lap. Is he letting Killian get a little bit close now? Killian going, no, he's coming up to the flag turn. Min Jae's done the tunnel. It is Min Jae Kim who's coming to the line now. Min Jae first. Killian through the dive gate, second behind him. What brilliant runs from both of those. 3rd place. Looks like it could be JM. I'm not sure Leo on fire is going to catch him. JM is into the tunnel. Leo on fire is lining up for it in just a gate or two. JM is across the line. 3rd place. And Leo on fire is going to go into the tunnel now. Her brilliant, proud representation of Italy. What a fantastic competitor, and proud of all the Italian fans she is. 4-time Italian champion, women's runners-up world champion. Leo on fire gets Italy as far as they go in the tournament. But don't worry, she's going to be racing again in the women's final later on. Wow.
What a race, what a speed, guys. It's been incredible. Min Jae, really, really consistent, also very fast, and Killian was just behind him. Probably they really needed to be 1st and 2nd spot to go on with this race and see what's going to happen really in the next ones.
Stefano, you want to praise up local hero Luisa for the Italian fans?
Absolutely. I'll say this in Italy if possible. I would say brava Luisa, complimenti. Ti sei dimostrata per quello che sei, una fortissima ragazza, una pilotessa incredibile e sono veramente fiero di te. Non penso di essere l'unico. Brava.
And a warm round of applause as Italy bow out to the FAI World Cup Italia, with Leo keeping you in it for as long as she could. You had Charlie Murray and Geek in the elimination side of things as well, and more Italian pilots in the qualification, but fell in the rounds earlier on. So, there will be, as I mentioned, there is going to be a women's final separately with the top 4 women competitors in that. That will be taking part later on. So Luisa Rizzo will, of course, be racing in that. There is also going to be a juniors final with the 4 best pilots that qualify as the juniors, but are also, all the juniors and the women are, of course, all part of the overall event. So it is possible to be in more than one final. It is possible to be in the final at the end of the double elimination stage, and also before that, the juniors final or the women's final. Min Jae, for example, first one coming to mind, is probably eligible for both if he gets to the final. Although I have to admit, Minjay might be just getting a bit too old for this now.
Yeah, if 18 years old is old.
I don't think he's that yet. I don't think he's that yet.
Yeah, for drone racing, 18 years old, it's not
yeah.
old, but average.
Yeah.
We've seen many, many very young pilots
indeed, yeah.
killing it.
There's I've commentated on 8-year-old and 9-year-old pilots in the World Championship, and you know, unbelievable pilots, amazing pilots. I've seen a brilliant UK pilot I met a few years ago who was deadly, like deadly on stage, but off stage, and I think he was 10 at this time. Off stage, quite a shy 10-year-old. I would go up to him and go, "Oh, I'm so pleased to meet you. I've been commentating on you. You're amazing." And he couldn't look me in the face. He was, you know, shuffling his feet and looking down and a bit shy. But walk onto a stage with music and, you know, entrance music and all that kind of hype. And he's plugging in his gear, he's plugging in his controller, he's got his goggles on, and he goes out and wins races.
We know this was going to be a very young racer sport when Luke Bannister won in Dubai. 15 years old. He
$1 million race, and
Yeah.
he won the Dubai one-off race,
Then in UK. Obviously, here the reaction times are key on this sport. So obviously, I don't want to say that if you're too old, it's going to be hard. But obviously, if you're young, you're going to have a good advantage.
A little bit of that, sure. But experience goes a long way, and maturity at events goes a long way too. There are many, this isn't old, but you know, there are many 30-year-old, 40-year-old pilots competing internationally
I feel
here. And then the simulator has made a big difference as well, because you know, if you have DCL the game or Area Drone or Velocidrone or etc., you know, if you can get great racing simulators, which means you can practice a lot at home, and that is somewhere that many of the older pilots will say they feel like they don't have the time to do that like the younger pilots do, which, you know, I think the average age of a professional drone racer is reducing. What we got in front of us, 4 brilliant racers trying to stay alive in this World Cup. Avassin from France. China. Still staying alive in the lower bracket. 2 of the French pilots. The only other one is Fenneman, who's still in the upper bracket, hasn't come for lower than seconds yet. But 2 of the French pilots here. Arvin for Germany, Long XL for China. Getting a few thumbs from the pilot area. Brace control there. You just see standing behind them. Arvin onto his feet, just wanting to move. Just trying to get a bit more comfortable, and the goggles go back down for Arvin. And our FPV from our Dutch drone
Next
racing
race
team
begins in 10 seconds.
says we're ready to go. Pilots are in their positions.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And away we go. That's Long XL with a really solid start out of the 4 of them.
Bear Racer is down.
But Bear Racer's down. Oh, that is not how he wants to finish. He's taking his goggles off. He's nearest to us and looking bewildered with his spotter next to him. Not sure why. Avassin, Arvin, FPV, Long XL. 3 pilots, only 2 can stay in the tournament. Arvin going across the line second. Avassin not through the drop gate yet, but manages it now. But Long XL clear out in front. Getting there comfortably ahead of the 2 pilots, almost 2 seconds ahead of them on the end of the first lap, but there's a loud bang. What? I'm really not sure who it was.
Arvin looking very solid in his performance now. He's closing his second lap in 51 seconds in second place, just 3 seconds behind Long XL.
Yeah, Long XL getting away. Arvin doing his best to keep up with him, but he's ahead of Avassin by a decent margin now. And Arvin going into the upper section of the track. He crosses the middle. Avassin with a bit of work to do to get anywhere near that. He's coming around and just starting to cross the track now. So Arvin about 5 seconds ahead of him and going into the tunnel. Long XL though, where is he? Well, he's finished, everybody, in a time of 1:11, which is a brilliant time. And Arvin brings it down onto one of the drier parts of the land. Don't want to land on the grass if he doesn't have to, so he puts it onto some of the tarmac here, and Avacin is done. The two French pilots, Bear Racer and Avacin, fourth and third. Bear Racer nowhere to be seen from very earlier on, and Avacin not managing the third lap and landing it instead. Two French pilots leave us here. Arvin continues, Long XL continues.
Looks like Avacin has some issues with his battery, because I've seen on his feed that land now very strange at mid third lap. So
yes.
Probably he was. You can see the voltage here probably also. It's 11.14. If that's a 6S battery, it's very low.
And that's
absolutely very low.
That's brought him out of the racing then. So you have one French pilot, two. You have Fenneman, one French pilot, that's right. In the upper bracket, that's Fenneman. In the lower bracket, there's another one. You might have heard of him. It's Kylian Rousseau. And who's he with again? Minjay. Two of them, because this bracket is a very unusual arrangement. The first round you went in pairs. In the lower bracket, they mix up a little bit, and the winner of a group goes into one bracket round, and the second place in a group goes into a different one. But now that we get to the end of the lower bracket, they start to bunch up again. Minjay was first, Kylian was second in race 25. They're together in race 27. Long XL and Arvin, they were first and second in the race we just had. They've got to get ready to race immediately afterwards.
And once again, we see Minjay against Kylian.
Yeah.
And once again, we see Long XL doing a double race, one
yes.
like back to back.
So what have we got? This is race 27. Minjay, Arvin FPV, Kylian, and Long XL. After this, we'll go back up to the upper bracket, where there are 4 pilots still remaining, which haven't come less than second in a race. They are, to remind you, Jake, Fenneman, Topi, and Flower Pig. 2 of them will go to the grand final. 2 of them will race off the first and second place of the race we're about to witness for the other 2 places. When we get to the final, there'll be 4 pilots in that, and it is a Chase the Ace format, which we'll just take the chance to tell you about now. The grand final, there'll be 4 pilots in that. It's Chase the Ace, which is our drone racing way of saying you've got to win 2. So those 4 pilots will race, and then they will race again. And if somebody has won both of those races, they are the champion here at the FAI World Cup Italia. But if somebody wins the first race and then somebody wins the second race, we'll race again. And we'll keep doing it until a pilot has won 2 of them. So there could be 5 runs of that final if 4 different pilots all get a win. It's not 2 consecutive wins. I know that happens at some events. This one is 2 wins of the final. And that is only a few races away, not many to go.
Yeah, we still have this lower bracket race number 27. Then we have upper bracket race number 28.
Yeah.
And if I'm not wrong, like the 2 winners of the lower bracket and the 2 winners of the upper bracket will be in the great final.
Yeah. Chris Thomas is with us in the chat. Oh, Chris Thomas, welcome. Good to see you here. Chase the Ace doing it the right way. I know you're a fan. Yes, the Chase the Ace final. 2 wins, doesn't have to be consecutive. Thanks for joining us, Chris. Thanks for joining us, everybody who's here on the FAI Air Sports channel. We're getting to the very last stages now of the FAI World Cup in Italy. What a great event it's been. Myself, Matt Andrews.
Stefano Mirabelli.
I just can't do his surname, but never say that out loud.
That's okay. Stefano. That's
My surname is Andrews. Andrews.
Andrews.
Andrews.
Andrews.
No, Andrews.
Andrews.
No, Andrews. I'm playing, I'm sorry. sorry. You had it right first time. This makes me feel bad. Right, well,
okay.
Yes, we will go soon to the skies for the racing, but guess what? Stuff is going down instead of up right now. A bit more of the downwards falling. Not enough of the drones going skyward, as we look like we are just going to be delayed a small amount for someone to do that. I'm assuming you heard that on stream. I'm fairly confident that that may have gone through.
We have a horn competition
Yes.
going on.
That's new. Okay, we are going trackside. We are going to try and fly even in these conditions. The pilots are getting into the area for this incredible lower bracket race featuring Min-jae Kim from South Korea, Arvin FPV from Germany, Kilian Rousseau from France, and Long XL, that's Peng Long Chen from China. 4 brilliant, brilliant pilots still alive. And there we are, getting them lined up on the start. I say we're getting them lined up on the starting blocks. No, we're staying in a shelter. They're getting them lined up on a starting block.
I can see 4 drones on the starting block, so they're just checking out if everything's fine.
I'm excited for this.
Somebody's covering the camera, probably on letter L. We should have Long XL. So there's a pilot helping him.
I think that's Kilian's drone being sheltered, actually. That's Kilian's drone being helped out.
Okay.
And
just to keep the camera as dry as possible, probably.
yeah, and we've unfortunately lost line of sight to the pilot area, so we can get it on camera, but we can't actually see it right now due to some of the flags having moved. I'm trying to see into, there we go, there's, yeah, Long XL close to the camera, looking ready. Yeah, there's Min-jae at the back. I thought he was still setting up.
See Kilian.
Kilian's goggles down.
And also Long XL.
Yeah,
Here.
so it is, yeah, I'm right. It is Arvin who's out on track at the moment. Sorry, yeah, Arvin. Yeah, no, it is. It's Arvin. Just now running back to the pilot area. He's been out by the starting blocks, trying to figure out what's going on with his quads. I think part of his team, his family are out there. This is Arvin coming into shot now in the shorts. He was also expecting warmer weather. There we go, right. So close to you, that's Long XL, then Kilian Rousseau, then Arvin FPV, and just behind his chair, Min-jae Kim. 4 incredible international pilots together representing South Korea, Germany, France, and China.
Next race begins
This could
in
be a
10
grand
seconds.
final, but we're not even there yet.
Race begins in 5 seconds.
And the launch is sudden and quick for everybody. It's got to really, really matter every single time in these races now, and everybody is well underway through the lower sections of the track. It's good, crossing the middle. Min-jae's onto it. Long XL is flying well too. Arvin's got a little bit of video issues, but he's still fighting well. Kilian flying cleanly through the tunnel. Min-jae to the dive gate. Kilian's already done it. Arvin's had a good run through it. Long XL is only getting there now. He's quite a long way behind in 4th place. Across the center of the track, Million leads Kilian. Arvin's trying to get there now. That's 3rd place for Arvin. Long XL, yeah, a few seconds behind, but Min-jae was leading Kilian, and he still is. Into the tunnel. Million's out of it. And Min-jae through the dive gate is good. Kilian chases him onto the side of the 2nd lap. They're so close. These 2 pilots almost laddering at the same time. They could wipe each other out, and that would be a huge shock in the lower finals. But no, now Min-jae with a bit more room, just starting to leave Kilian behind, or Kilian maybe giving himself a bit of breathing space. Min-jae into the tunnel. Kilian can't afford to take it too casually, as Arvin is doing everything he can with everything he can see. But Min-jae with a win already. Kilian is in 2nd.
Lap 3.
Arvin gave it everything he had, but Arvin Schroeder from Germany beaten out by, I mean, no shame in losing to pilots like Min-jae Kim and Kilian Rousseau. Min-jae 1st, Kilian 2nd, Arvin 3rd, Long XL. Our Chinese pilot didn't make it to the end.
In this heat, Min-jae has recorded the 2nd fastest 3 consecutive laps in 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Oh my word.
Yeah, better than the 2nd best qualifying time.
In
of
fact, if you
Kilian.
take off the bit to the first timing gate, which is where that 3 consecutive laps is measured from, he's got a 102.
Yeah,
If you take off the, the tiny bit, in fact, 2 seconds launch for him, which is not one of the fastest we've seen. He did 3 consecutive in 102.5. His fastest at all this tournament is a 101, and nobody got anywhere near it. Wow.
yeah.
Wow, Min-jae is absolutely thriving on this track. He's got 3 laps again in under 21 seconds. He's still the only pilot except for Fenneman, who did it once. Min-jae has got now, I think, 6 laps in less than 21 seconds. Killian hasn't managed one.
Yeah.
Not in that run, not at all.
Yeah, Min-jae is really killing this. 20.6 seconds first lap, 20.9 seconds second lap, and 20.9 seconds on the third lap.
That's absolutely amazing flying.
You
Good
need to have a
spot,
solid
my
battery
friend.
for that, too.
Good spot.
Batteries really play an important role in this performance, to be able to do 3 laps under 21 seconds, one after the other.
Wow.
Battery management, but battery quality too.
Wow. I mean, these guys know each other so well, you know, through the Drone Champions League and other races. Min-jae obviously thriving in these competitive conditions, and it's cold and it's wet here. Still managing brilliant work. We return to the upper bracket. We go to see the pilots who still have to come first or second in every race they've flown. The four who haven't had that third or fourth place life removed from them yet. It's Jake, Fenneman, Topi, and Flower Pig. Jake from America, Fenneman from France, Topi from Latvia, and Flower Pig from South Korea, who's just getting a bit of a squeaky clean right now on the I block. Topi's being sheltered. Jake's got his dad out on course, as always, with the umbrella. Add that to his list of responsibilities and planning. In fact, Jake's dad's got the towel and the umbrella.
Yeah.
And now we walk away. It was Matthew just helping out with the fourth one there. We got Vision. We got Rain. We've got a stacked penultimate round of the upper bracket before the final is coming.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Topi pivoting into position, wanting to get that first run, and he does. Good start from him. Flower Pig was pretty low over the ramp and making it good. Fenneman still here. Jake flying well. And now they start to get towards the middle section of the course. Does anybody start to get away? Probably not just yet. A little bit too soon for that. Topi around the flag turn. Flower Pig fractionally ahead of him. Fenneman getting into the tunnel. Jake already done with it. Jake to the line, first of all of them across that. Well, brilliant flying from the American.
Down.
Topi, second placed. Flower Pig wants some of that. Remember, it's the top two who stay alive and get those lives through that they want to keep hold of. Flower Pig pushing Topi for second and third. Jake, though, surprising perhaps, is in front of the tunnel, still ahead of both of them. Topi coming for him, and in a bit of a clatter out of the tunnel. That might cost Topi's second place here as Flower Pig has passed him, and Topi needs to do a very quick recovery, but I don't think the drone's going to let him do so. It's Jake versus Flower Pig, the only two racing still here. What a statement bit of flying we've had from Jake Capobres from America. He's been flying so well. He's into the flag turn, and Jake now out of the tunnel. Flower Pig trying to catch him, but Jake is just here. Jake with the win there. Flower Pig in second, never got very close to him.
24.8.
And I'm confident Jake has got the finish there, although the timing is suggesting he didn't finish the third. I think he's pretty safe.
I think he completed correctly the whole lap, the whole third lap. So probably we have to review the lap times, or actually the results of this heat that saw Jake in first place and Flower Pig in second. A Fenneman, unfortunately, he clinched the gate and he was extremely fast out of the blocks with 167 kilometers per hour.
Oh, that's the fastest we've had.
Yeah, never seen anything like that until today.
167 kilometers out of the block at the end of the main straight. That's unbelievable. Perhaps pushed the drone a little too hard and it came back to get him in the second lap. I don't know. His drones are so reliable. Fenneman now making the miserable trudge along the center of the field to go and recover from wherever his drone gave up on him. He's the pilot in the white hoodie, out all on his own. Oh, I'm feeling it for Fenneman right now. Jake! Jake was so quick.
So now we're going to have a 29th race with Min-jae Kim, Killian again, one against the others, maybe the fourth time now. and Phenomen and Topi that actually they just lost their first life now. So
Yes.
the two fastest racers of this super fast heat will then be competing against Jake and Flower Pig.
So there's Phenomen, like trudging out across the field, as I said, to go and get his quad. He's in the race coming.
Rain is still pouring. It's not giving us any kind of timeout, unfortunately. It's going to be a wet race probably until the end of this whole World FAI competition, World Cup here in Italy in Sumirago. So even the last drone has been collected from the racetrack. Track should be clear, probably. I can probably confirm that track is clear now. We can see Matteo Gandini on the phone coordinating the last details in front of the starting blocks. So we will see another super fast race where the South Korean Min Jae Kim will be competing against two French pilots. One is Kylian Rousseau, the other is Phenomen, and the fastest Latvian pilot of today, which is Topi. Looks like something's going on the left side of the field for some reason. I can see even Matteo Gandini there looking towards the bottom side of the hill. A lot of people looking there. Something's going on. Just heard that the race director called the pilots of race number 29. Trying to sort out this problem that we're not actually clear what's happening down there, but trying to figure out if we can start the next heat. I don't think it was a drone falling outside of the boundaries of the track.
Is that what we're looking for, to try and get the... Yeah, I see them over on the edges.
I have no idea what's happening actually, but...
Phenomen was very slow in walking back with his drone, which did make me think he's just going to try and collect himself before he has to race again for, you know, having been through the tournament so well and not having lost that second life, suddenly, you know, you're racing, oh, I've lost my life, oh, and I'm in the next race as well. That's because you're right at the sharp end of the competition now.
Yeah, actually, Phenomen and Topi were the only ones that didn't lose a life until now.
Yes.
Apart from the two top racers, Jake and Flower Pig, that are still on the upper bracket. It's going to be a
yes,
tough
you're right.
heat.
There is a delay on site. It's just out of anything I think we can show you on camera. There's a lot of people looking towards one of the boundaries, just trying to... maybe there's something over there. Maybe it's just people looking at the weather and seeing what's coming for what will be the final. We have very few races left. Yeah, it might be we have a drone decided to go and explore. Possibly a drone outside and in the road. Whose would that have been? Whose could that have been? I mean, assuming it's any of ours. Of course, it may not be one of ours. Might be some somebody in Italy who's not got anything to do with the racing going on. Yeah, it looks like we're having a bit of a delay now and trying to figure out what is what, but that's okay. So you're looking at the lower bracket, and what you're looking at there on the right-hand side, whether you're here with us in Sumirago or whether you're joining us still on YouTube, and welcome to all of you. What you're looking at there is the lineup for the final race outside of the final.
So
That's a weird thing to say, isn't it?
Sorry.
But what I mean is Minjay, Fenneman, Topi, and Killian. They've all now come third or fourth in one race. They are the pilots who have the chance to be in the grand final. This is their last chance to get there.
So I understood what's the reason of this delay. Actually, there's one drone that fell just over the hill there, and it's still plugged in.
Of course.
Still the battery plugged. So we have to find the drone and switch it off. Otherwise, we cannot.
That's right,
continue
because
the
it'll
racing.
interfere with the frequencies on the racing channels. Yes.
So it's
which means right now, and I don't know if the incredible producer Christian can point one of his cameras anywhere close to it, but right now what I think we've got are people getting wet in bushes. By which I mean clambering around in the steep sides of this track location that we're in, and looking for a quad. There we go. Yes, let's perhaps go on, Christian. Put your brilliant camera work up on screen.
we have something on the second channel. like
There we
Fenneman.
are.
Oh, here we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is what is happening right now.
They're looking for the drone, but it's probably down some hill. I don't know if it's walkable distance or if it's too dangerous to go down that way. So probably somebody's walking on the other side of the field and see if they're able to find this drone and unplug it. But until we sort this out, unfortunately, we cannot go on with the racing. So you can see the yellow man there. It's Matteo Gandini, always in charge of everything, and he's trying to understand when we will be able to unplug this battery.
He'll be
from
on
the drone.
radio comms with somebody out of sight who is hunting for it right now. Just give some of our pilots just that little bit of moment to collect their thoughts before this incredibly important race and the next one and the next one. Just gives a few of them ready to get to grips with this. Where are we at? Well, after the last race, number 28, if the result is as we are pretty sure is being confirmed, Flower Pig and Jake are your first two grand finalists. Flower Pig out of South Korea, Jake from America, whose time came up as only having finished 2 laps, but we're quite sure the third one was legit. And the timing may have only just clocked 2 of them, because otherwise he basically broke all known laws of physics with one of his lap times. So I think something's gone wrong with his timing. But pretty sure he got the 3 laps in, and Flower Pig possibly second to him. It doesn't really matter. They're going to go to the grand final, Flower Pig and Jake. The other 2 spots in the grand final are the race that we will fly when we get back into the skies. 2 spots in the grand final. 4 pilots who want them. Minjae Kim, Fenneman, Topi, and Killian. 2 of those pilots can get to the grand final. The other 2 are going to be disappointed and miss out at the last chance to be there. And I mean, these pilots, it's almost an impossibly good set of pilots. The last chance to be in the final race got Minjae, who was the best in qualifying by some way. Killian, who was second behind Minjae, but a little bit of time between them 2 as well. Topi, who was 7th. Fenneman, who was 8th. And in the grand final awaiting them is Jake, who was 3rd, and Flower Pig, who was 4th. This is actually, in terms of how a bracket is supposed to work out through seeding, and you know, if the higher seeds always win the races they should do, you end up with a final. We're having 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how a bracket is seeded. You go from that position, you work backwards. This is the closest to that kind of ideal solution, ideal outcome that I think I've ever come across. I've never seen a final which is 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Very, very rare. I can't.
very
One
rare.
isn't coming to mind at all. Here we might end up with like 1, 2, 3, 4. Because Jake and Flower Pig are in our grand final, and they were the 3rd and 4th fastest qualifying pilots. And Minjae and Killian were the 1st and 2nd ones, and they're in the last chance race. We might get the top 4 pilots out of qualifying get to the grand final, but the way they've done so is 3rd and 4th have gone straight there, and 1st and 2nd are the one who fought through the bracket. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. So yeah, there's the top view of the hunt for the drone.
A lot of people are involved in this drone chasing, and hopefully somebody will stumble upon it and find it and unplug it. Otherwise,
Let's go back downstairs, producer Christian. Have you got that other shots for us? Or we're going to go exploring around Sumirago up here. We're pretty sure that the drone we're looking for is not over there. It's like a reverse kind of spot competition.
I've seen Matteo Gandini taking a very long stick, so probably it's on some tree, probably.
Yep.
Might be.
I think what we're identifying here is it's not there.
Yeah.
That's as much as we can conclude from this bit. Or if it is there, I mean, I applaud the pilot who got it there in some respects, but we are done. Like, that's not coming back anytime soon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, so to speak, and it's beyond me how the Dutch drone racing crew that we're working with here have got this shot, but legends that they are have managed to do it. Oh, hang on. Hang on, have we found it?
So it's on the other side.
There's a lot of pointing.
Road, on the other side of the road.
There's a lot of pointing. There's a lot of people moving that way. I still can't figure out whose it is.
Probably, I should say, or Fenneman or Topi, because those were the 2 pilots that actually didn't finish the race.
In the last race, yeah. And
So-
Fenneman was the one who walked really far to regard for his, but I thought Topi was on a different frequency than the one that's giving us issues. But yeah, maybe it is Thomas Petersens out of Latvia, whose drone has decided to try and make its own way back to Latvia and just not got quite far enough. Well, it's lovely here right now, isn't it? Watching people out in the rain. Who else do we have here? There's Matteo, race organizer on the left. Under the under the banner is, zooming in, is Sotir, which is our FAI head judge for this event. One of the most knowledgeable people in the FAI about drone sports. Had the pleasure of seeing Sotir and sharing a drink with him at pretty much all of the FAI events that I've done. He didn't come dressed for the weather, but Rush FPV are giving him a hand. It's great to see so many of you sticking with us in the chat, in the action that we have right now. Joe Scully. Joe Scully is enjoying everybody's action on the quad hunt and the angles for it. Joe Scully, what a pleasure to have you here with us. Thanks for watching, Joe. Andrea saying Leo on fire was crazy. Yeah, what an amazing pilot Luisa Rizzo is. Got Italy so far in this tournament. We will see her again. As I mentioned, there is a women's final at some point.
At some point.
I only say that because we're not sure when right now. Roman would like to see a new discipline of drone hunting. Ooh, a drone gets lost in the wilderness. And then we wait to see which of the people can track it down. And Chris Thomas wants to send us a power reduction device. Yes, please, Chris. The address is the field.
Boys Field in Sumirago.
Boys Field, Sumirago. That's actually the name of it. The Sumirago Boys Field. Sumirago, north of Milan, Italy. Please send it by very, very, very fast post. I've got Don Capobres, not too far away from me. Doing nothing to help, Don. Rude. Don, I've been praising you all event about how you are Jake's multi-talented, multi-discipline entire crew. I've been christening you as the towel-carrying supporter, coach, transport manager, crew of every kind. I came up with about 8 or 9 names for you earlier on. You don't need them again. But right now, you are man not doing anything. That's okay, because Jake's in the final. Jake not too far away, waiting for his grand final. Oh, your power reduction device in the US are hammers. That'd be great if we knew where the drone was. Out on track, as you can see on screen. That's Long XL from China. Peng Longxing, great Chinese pilots. Only Chinese pilot who was here for the event. 6th out of qualifying. Still helping out. Having just been eliminated in his last run. So near to the grand final, but just out of reach this time around for him.
Yes, Mr. Ting, actually, mushrooms are very good in Italy.
Sorry? Oh, Mr. Ting. All people find mushrooms in Italy are very good.
Ooh. Yeah, probably we may find some mushrooms around.
Yeah.
It's particularly humid this weekend, so we might find them.
Not what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Steph, welcome Steph, FPV. How are you, Steph? In the chat, what do I miss? Did someone lose their quad? Yeah. We have a drone out of bounds, not just trap bounds, but the site that we're working in, it's out on the road somewhere. I say it's on the road, it's outside the road somewhere. A crash replay, asks for Andrea. Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't see it go at all, but then I was too busy watching the FPVs and commentating on the pilots who were still racing. Yeah, this one's caught a few people by surprise, I think. It's gone beyond the environment,
Yeah,
says Cerberus. Yes, it's broken the game boundaries of a virtual reality race that we're doing here at the FAI World Cup Italy. It's all CGI. It's amazing. The rain graphics are particularly realistic, I feel. It's like we're actually there.
To be honest, it's probably one of the longest drone hunts I've ever experienced, because usually
Oh, definitely.
it takes a few minutes, but not so long.
Not so long, no.
So it's been hiding very well. My compliments to the drone.
To the moon! Steph. Interestingly, though, we do have, you know, very few, but some very important races still to go. We were about to race 29 with just the pilots, Minjay, Fenneman, Topi, Killian, trying to get into our grand final from the lower bracket side. Then it would be the grand final. But before we do that grand final, we also have a juniors final and a women's final.
Drone is found.
And the juniors final and the women's final, there's just a bit of an idea about whether we were trying to fly those and get the frequencies arranged to do so. But the quad has been found. Can we see in real time? Producer Christian, where's the recovery team? Chris, I think you're right. I think it's clipped through the grounds, just one of those little graphical errors, finds itself underneath the environment. Producer Christian, we have, who's the hero to celebrate carrying whatever is left of whatever it is. We're looking for him on camera, there you go. Producer Christian, just panning it to a little bit to the right. Francisque FPV says, could you hurry up? He needs to go to work, or she needs to go to work. Come on, everyone. Francisque said so. Francisque needs us to get racing now. Where have you got to go, Francisque? Where do you work? We'll write you a note. FPV Sim, let's go. I hope so. And Chris Thomas, now a new fan of Flower Pig. Yes, you should be, Chris. You should be. Flower Pig's a fantastic pilot. Lee Min-seo. South Korean pilot, winner of the FAI World Cup in Korea last May. Very, very strong pilot in the World Championships last October. Not one of the best-known Korean pilots yet. Obviously, there are some letters we use quite often when we're talking about MCK and Minjay, or as I've always called him, MJK, to try and bring more attention to what an incredible pilot he's been since the age of 12. I've known him for quite a long time now. But yeah, Lee Min-seo. Flies as Flower Pig. Keep an eye out for that name. I think you'll be seeing him quite often internationally, as he's doing great work. Joe Scully reckons his name came from seeing the names of the first two things I see, which makes me wonder how you got the name Joe Scully, Joe Scully. I have a feeling it was a little bit easier for you. Joe was looking at some coffee and part of a skeleton or a rowing crew. Well, gathering around the starting blocks. We continue. Race 29. Sad we haven't seen the drone reappearing, and the delight, no doubt, of the recovery team as they found this thing bleeping somewhere. But now we go back to the trackside. There's Long XL helping out. Matteo, making sure everything's okay with the tiny bit of whatever it is he's holding. Getting hands over lenses, we're getting racers ready. So let's remind ourselves where we are after the fun little time in between the races we're having. You've got two pilots in the grand final. They are Jake and
Flower Pig.
And Flower Pig. Jake from America. Flower Pig from South Korea. Two pilots were in the last race with them. That was Phenomen from France and Topi from Latvia. They now find themselves in the last battle for grand final places, and Min Jae Kim and Kilian Rousseau are in that scrap as well. 2 places for the grand final and 4 incredible pilots wanting to get into it. Well, here it comes now. We've waited for it. The pilots have been getting ready for it. The drones are where they need to be. We're getting a little bit of last emergency umbrella work being taken away again. We're going to fly this with Min Jae, Phenomen, Topi, and Kilian for the spots in the grand final.
Pilots are ready.
It's
10 seconds
so
before the start of this
silent here.
race.
In 10 seconds.
It's so tense.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And it's Topi again trying to get away from the others with the lean, but not quite making it work as he's been beaten to the far end of the straight by 1 and 2 more drones. It was close for company there, and everybody making the first turns very tightly. And Phenomen ruins it for himself and nearly takes Topi with him. Min Jae still keeps flying out in front. Kilian with him too. Kilian losing a little bit of ground as Min Jae is through the tunnel and the dive gates and makes his way across the line to start the second lap. And Kilian surprisingly far behind him getting there. Topi in third with a lot to do, and the French chances are still alive with Kilian, but Phenomen is looking like he's down and out. Min Jae continuing to fly. Kilian giving him a lot to think about. Topi wants to get this second place and get to that grand final, and he might manage it if he keeps flying strongly, but he's got to hope something else goes his way. Min Jae's across the line. Kilian a little bit closer than he was at the start of the final lap. Topi now going through the tunnel. He's a long way behind. This race has stretched too far, too soon. Min Jae and Kilian surely to the grand final, as you would expect, but anything could happen. They've got to keep it going. Min Jae into the tunnel now. Kilian around the flag 10. Topi into one of the other flags earlier on the track. The crossover could have been dangerous, but it's safe. Min Jae gets it. Kilian, I haven't quite merged them into one pilot just yet. Min Jae gets it in a 1:05, one of the fastest times, 3rd or 4th fastest time we've seen all weekend. Kilian gets his spot in the grand final behind Min Jae, and Thomas Petersens from Latvia gave it everything he had, but the 2 more experienced international pilots of Min Jae and Kilian just got away. Topi couldn't keep with him today. He is missing out on the grand final by that last moment. What a brilliant set of races for the Latvian team. He's been leading so many good pilots here, but Topi just misses out.
So this basically means that we're going to see again Min Jae and Kilian confront each other.
Yes.
In a next heat. So this will be like the 4th time. And
yes.
To be honest, statistically speaking, Min Jae has won all of those.
well, that's it, isn't it? And it's crazy how this has come together, because as I was pointing out earlier on, I honestly can't remember the last time in drone racing or any of the esports events or other sports I've worked in anywhere in the world, there's not a time coming to me when a bracket via seeding, such as the qualifying we've done here, where a bracket has led to 1, 2, 3, 4 getting to the final, but third and fourth getting there through the lower, third and fourth going straight through the upper bracket, and first and second getting there through the lower bracket.
Exactly.
The seeding leading those four to the final, but not via the bracket in the paths you would expect and how the bracket is built. In fact, I mean, you know, with no sort of criticism of any of the incredible pilots that are here, but you know, we had a lower bracket race, which at most events I've been to would have been the upper bracket final, and an upper bracket race, which could have been the other way around. If you'd written those two groups of 4 pilots down and said, which of these do you think is the upper bracket final? It's the complete opposite to this. I guarantee you that's how people would have called it. Instead, our grand final pilots are determined. If we can show you our bracket, how it has worked out, as we now know that our 4 grand finalists. Congratulations to Jake Capelbrez from America, Min Jae Kim from South Korea, Kylian Rousseau of France, and Flower Pig, that's Seomin Ryu of South Korea as well. Wow. Now that is a final to be very, very excited about. Top 4 pilots out of qualifying got there in a battle in many different ways.
4 pilots, 3 continents.
Yes, 2 South Korean pilots in this as well. And we've seen Min Jae capable of pulling it off today, as you say. He's won all those head-to-heads that he's had with Kylian, and there's been many of them so far as they came through that lower bracket. We've also seen Min Jae be the only pilot to keep breaking that 21-second lap barrier. Fenneman managed to get 1 lap, the quickest lap of everybody in qualifying, just by one incredible run, but Min Jae was getting 3 out of 3 under 21 seconds in some of his runs. He got a better qualifying finishing time than anybody came anywhere close to, including Kylian. He is the one to beat in this final, but Kylian's raced him quite a few times. They know each other very well. But before we go to that grand final and find out who will be the champion here at the FAI World Cup in Italy, we got 2 other finals to do. We've got the junior final, and before that, I think we're going to start with the women's final, our top 4 female competitors here. So Leo on Fire, who was giving so much excitement to the Italian crowd, and keeping Italian hopes in this tournament for long as she and all the other Italian pilots were able. She is definitely the challenge for everybody else in our women finals. Kiwa FPV from Switzerland, Elizabeth LV from Latvia, and V racing alongside them as well, proudly representing Lithuania. And it's been great to see some of the Lithuanian pilots here as well. I've seen them at World Cup events. I've seen them at the FAI World Championships, but I just love that opportunity to talk to people about their local racing scenes and just find out what it's like in their country. Latvia is a country of 1.8 million people. It takes about 3 hours to drive from one side to the other. So they get together, they can do races, and pretty much everybody in the community can be there. It's not it's not one of those countries where you've got to drive a really, really long way to go and take part in a race with other people. It means their community is tight. There are loads of people here with the Latvian team. And what do they get? 6 into the top 32?
Yeah,
the Lithuanians not quite as numerous here. But really excited to have had a chance to meet them. So V will be representing them. Elizabeth LV from Latvia, Kiwa FPV from Switzerland, and Leo on Fire from Italy. And she's clearly the one to beat here. Made it much further in qualifying than any of the other ones did as well. After this, we'll have the junior final. And then the grand final and the Chase the Ace format goes with it. It's not 2 consecutive, it's just 2 wins. So Stefano, we've seen so much action. We've seen so many challenges for these pilots. I know you know your drone races locally in Italy and all the amazing work you've been doing and the facilities and so on that Stefano has got. I can't believe some of the videos I've seen. I need to come back over this part of the world soon. But what do you think out of the finals we've got? Leo on Fire has just got to cleanly run this one, right? And everybody else knows they've just got to give it their best. There's a second place to fight for and a first if Leo has any mistakes, which he's had very few all weekend.
Yeah, Leo on Fire is absolutely one of the fastest racer in the next heat. To be honest, she just has to be concentrated, do her thing, and finish the race. And it should be on paper a fairly easy competition for her. But who knows? I mean, it's drone racing; anything can happen.
Yep.
And all the other pilots need to have their shot at it. So we'll see.
Yeah, and we saw earlier on today, we've seen a pilot who was fourth and struggling in a run go to the next round because ahead of them were a lot of crashes. We haven't had many mid-airs. We haven't had many pilots wiping each other out.
Yeah, only a couple or two or three. Maybe.
Yeah, and most of them, both pilots were still flying, which is somewhat unusual. Usually if there's a mid-air and one drone has hit the other drone from behind, it's usually that drone whose props get damaged and they go down, and the drone that was at the front going to get moved a bit, but not typically quite so damaged.
Considering we also crossed the track sideways, it may have happened like a very 90-degree collision of mid-air, but it never happened, luckily. At least this, considering we have the rain bringing us company for the whole time.
I mean, that's the main random, throw the dice element going on here, isn't it? Yeah. But it's still raining now. It's barely stopped all day. We had a couple of rounds earlier without any rain, but we basically had rain all day. It is cold. You can see the pilots working to help each other out, as always. So this is our women finals, getting ready. I think that's Topi out there helping, surely, Elizabeth LV's drone, his teammate from Latvia. And remember, Topi's in the grand final to come.
Women's final is going to start very soon. Just checking if propellers spin. Matteo is helping out probably V's drone not to get wet, at least on the camera part.
Mm-hmm. So 3 races at minimum still to go here. The women's final, that's just the one race. The junior final, and then we will be doing Chase the Ace. So 4 minimum. This is it, your women's final live to you from the FAI World Cup Italy. V for Lithuania, Leo on Fire for Italy, Kiwa FPV from Switzerland, Elizabeth LV from Latvia.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Good luck to everybody. And a careful start by some of these pilots. Leo on Fire, as we say, the one who's going to get this the cleanest, thread it together very nicely. Kiwa FPV with a bit of an early bump there, sent her upwards, not downwards, means the drone's still flying. Elizabeth LV, as we saw out of the qualifying rounds, a little bit slower than everybody else. We'll try and make this a clean run. V, though, struggling a little bit from Lithuania, whereas Leo on Fire is already into the tunnel at the far side of the track. So Leo on Fire comfortably away, the first one to reach the dive gate at the end of lap number 1, and moves on to lap number 2 with 32.6 seconds. Not her quickest, but it doesn't need to be. It needs to be a fluid and careful run in changing conditions, and she should be able to seal a win for Italy here at the World Cup. Kiwa FPV crossing the center of the track. V dropping down just ahead of her into the tunnel. Just a couple of gates between them. Elizabeth LV struggling in these conditions to get onto the tunnel for the first time, and she's massively overshot it. She comes back through that now, whereas V is down through the dive gate and onto her second lap. Leo on Fire is down through the dive gate and close to lapping V. She must have lapped everybody else.
Elizabeth Elvey.
She looks like she's going to gain on V. This is where you've got that little bit of heart in the mouth moment as you think, you don't want to come across anybody else in a midair, maybe moving a little bit slower than you might be used to as well. But Leo on fire is pushing now for Italy. There's her ladder up, very nicely done. The second ladder around the flag is coming now over the top. Split S down through the tunnel gate to disappear through the other four parts of the tunnel. Leo on fire to the dive gate and the finish line to be your women's champion here at the FAI World Cup Italy. Luisa Rizzo getting a win to warm applause and appreciation from our Italian crowd here in Sumirago. V from Lithuania, second place in her hands, surely. She's the only pilot still onto the third lap after Leo on Fire has finished that comfortably. V now going across the center of the circuit, whereas Elizabeth LV and Kiwa FPV trying to find their way down to start lap number 3. And Elizabeth LV is a lot closer to Kiwa FPV than she was. And there's been a bit of a clip there for Elizabeth LV just as she was gaining on Kiwa, or Kiwa was letting her get too near. Elizabeth LV recovers it and is back out into the race. Not finished, as the screen is saying. I think the timing system's got a little bit confused there, but who has finished? It is V. She's going to be second, our pilot from Lithuania, V. Congratulations to her in the third place, still for the taking. Kiwa from Switzerland, Elizabeth LV from Latvia. Elizabeth crossing the center of the circuit, trying to gain on Kiwa, but she needs to go a little bit more bravely than that, as Kiwa is dropping into the tunnel now, and Elizabeth LV is a couple of gates away from finding it. Big round of applause happening while our pilots still go. It's Kiwa to the line. Third place is hers, and Latvia's Elizabeth LV lines up for the tunnel on her third lap in one of her quicker runs, I think, though we might have seen out of this weekend. Now she'll go for the dive gate. It's a little bit flat on the approach and a little bit overshot on the turn, but it's done, and the third lap is complete. Elizabeth LV brings it home. Kiwa in third, V in second, your champion again, Leo on fire! Yeah, great support.
Brava, Luisa, and
Great
good job
support.
to all the girls here because they were able to finish the whole track, 3 laps for everybody.
Yes, absolutely.
And a very good performance for all of them, in line with their previous qualifying performances.
Yes, yeah. Working out as it should. The conditions not playing, any sort of random part in that one. But good skills shown in racing times, and Leo on fire. Yeah, a lot of applause for her locally here from the Italian fans and the newcomers to drone racing, loudly supporting, as we always expect Italian audiences at sporting events to do as well. So yes, your women's champion, Luisa Rizzo, Leo on fire from Italy. What a great race of weekend, great weekend of racing.
So we're going to have
What are we dealing with here?
the junior
Yes, the
final,
junior finals.
and it's going to have 3 out of the 4 pilots. Am I wrong?
From the final.
From the final, except for Avalt.
Okay, you're right.
We have Flower Pig, Minjay, and Jake that are going to compete in this junior final, and then again in the overall final.
Yeah. There it is, your junior finals. Flower Pig from South Korea, Minjae Kim from South Korea, Avalt from France, and Jake from America. And yeah, this is the sort of thing I have to double and then triple check, even though I know you're right. Which is like, woo, is that right? Yes, of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Yes, so 3 of these pilots in this junior final are also in the grand finals coming afterwards. Pilot who's missing from this group, it's Killian. He's the pilot who will be in the grand final.
He's the most
He's not missing from the
experienced.
junior final. He's missing from the grand final. Now we have only 3.
Junior finals, Flower Pig, Avalt, and Jake. So no more Minjay. Yeah, no,
back
Minjay
in.
is back.
Yeah.
Back in the group.
Just for a moment, I was thinking, is he withdrawn from it to concentrate on the grand final? Surely not. Has somebody realized he's older than he claims to be? Probably not.
So we have the confirmation that you have to be young to be fast.
Well, apparently so.
Apparently so.
And that has been the case in a lot of the racing I've been working with recently. Simulator or real life. But that doesn't mean you can't get involved. If you're new to drone racing or you fancy giving it a go, if you haven't had a chance to try out any of the simulators here or the drone soccer that was going on yesterday, do keep coming to the events. You'll get plenty of chance to find out. If you're Italian, Silvano, and they want to learn a bit more about drone racing, what do you propose a local Italian would do?
Local Italian, okay, there are many organizations, but to be honest, by far the people that are actually on spot on every kind of organization are the two Matteos organizing today.
Yeah.
Matteo Barella, Matteo Gandini. These two guys have been going around the whole globe, participating to races, always on the first line when they have to organize races. And in fact, they've been designed the organizers of this World Cup here in Italy. And to be honest, I've been participating in many different races here in Italy, and this by far is one of the most, best organized race in Italy.
It's one of the best organized races in terms of just how well produced the stream production is, thanks to the Dutch drone racing guys, but also the speed and the efficiency of the thing just keep going. We want the pilots to get flying as many times as they can. They've done an incredible amount of rounds in tough conditions. So yeah, there's a brilliant bit of work going on here.
So if you're interested in drone racing, just get in contact with the two Matteos, Matteo Gandini, Matteo Barella, or their company, or actually their brand that is called Speedy Pizza Drones.
Yeah, Speedy Pizza Drones.
You can find them on the Facebook, internet, webs, whatever. Instagram, I'm pretty sure you can find them anywhere. And I'm sure they're going to help you out with any kind of information.
And people are always willing to share information too. Absolutely no hesitation. Everybody's always willing to chat about drone racing. Even if they're still in a competition. I've never seen any pilot go, "Leave me alone. I must focus on my thing." No.
Yeah, everybody's being very supportive, and we've seen this happening the whole weekend. And not in every sport you can see something like this. Probably because it's made out of very young people, and that are still, have good feelings towards each other, which is not very common, but it's nice to see.
Yeah. Joe Scully, still with us, says it's raining and cold in Canada. Laws FPV says rain in Ohio this morning too. Apparently it's beautiful in the UK, just saying. I don't know, but I hear it's really nice back home. But otherwise, it does seem a little bit like... what was it? The summer solstice 2 days ago?
Yeah.
That was summer done, everybody. Well done, summer.
Yeah, usually in Italy we should have at least 10 degrees Celsius more than now. So it's okay. I'm not complaining. I'm pretty happy to stay in the cold and cool weather. And I remember sharing with Joe Skelly that tornado in Ibiza in 2016, which that was a little bit tougher than now. Even though yesterday we had a very big thunderstorm, but in that case, in Ibiza, if I remember right, October 2016, the tornado just ripped the whole track away, and the racing was finished at that point.
Yep, Joe agrees with you as well. Yeah, Joe in the chat.
Yeah, memories. If you remember, Joe, we were the only Italian guys eating at that point when everybody was running into the bar at that point. I don't know if you remember that.
You were eating?
Yeah, actually, me and my friends were eating in the bar, and the tornado just came like in 5 seconds from the sea, and we've seen everybody running inside the bar, and Joe Skelly ran in with all the Immersion RC hardware.
Oh yeah.
Full soaked wet, like beside us, saying, "Okay, probably we're done with the racing the whole weekend."
For the racing weekend.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
The rain here is
best place to be the bar.
Funnily enough, didn't we see last night, Stefano? We went when all the racing was finished, and we got a chance to go up to the bar in the public area here while the thunderstorm was hitting us really, really hard. We suddenly realized you get a really good view from up here. Yeah. That's where we should be. Exactly. But perhaps dangerously close to public areas at a bar. But what I'm trying to work out right now is why we're making people stand out in the wind and cold, as you can see. What's the hold up to getting the junior final racing? Because the rain is still with us. That's practically a given at this point, but it's nowhere near as bad as it has been. What are we working on? I'm just looking at some FPVs. We don't have Flower Pig's video yet. Lee Min-seo out of South Korea. But we've got hands in front of lenses doing the best they can. As you can see, there's Long XL making a run for it. Jake, Avult, Min-jae, Flower Pig, your juniors final. Good luck to the pilots.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And we go with speed, and we go confidently into our lower sections before the split S and the ladders, and we go up again and across the center of the track. Min-jae, Jake just a little bit behind them as well. Where's Flower Pig and Avalt in the proceedings? Well, Avalt, who hasn't raced for a while after he went out early in the elimination area, much earlier than we expected. He's trying to get this back together as a race, and he was the first one to struggle. But Flower Pig is going down the straight, and Jake as well. Min-jae, though, is comfortably ahead of all of them, as you might have predicted. Avalt gets his first lap in done now and continues to fly. Flower Pig across the middle, just ahead of Jake. Min-jae still ahead of all of them, going into the tunnel on his second lap. Comes out of that now. The quick wiggle around the slalom is beautiful. The dive gate disappears behind him. Min-jae on lap number 3. Nobody else there yet. Now we get it. Flower Pig maybe just with Jake, not far behind them. Second and third. Min-jae with the win in his hands, just reaching out before he starts in the grand final. The tunnel now, the split S, and along that is going very well for him. It's the final turn through the dive gate. Min-jae Kim from South Korea, your junior champion. Who gets second? Is it his teammate? Is it the American pilots?
Flower Pig, lap 3, 23.4.
It is by half a second Flower Pig from South Korea, who follows Min-jae with some gap between them in a second place, and Jake fills up the podium with third. What a great run between them, Jake and Flower Pig, so close throughout. Avult not managing to keep up with those other pilots, but given that he hasn't been racing in the last few hours after being out of the elimination side so long ago, what a good, strong showing from him in the junior final. Well done to all of them. Your junior champion, it's Min-jae Kim.
Good job, Min-jae. With a 1 minute 2 second, it's the second fastest lap, 3 consecutive laps of the weekend. Just 1 second slower than his best performance during the qualifiers. And this was probably a rehearsal of the real final, or of the overall final, I would say.
102.8.
Yeah, it's incredible.
He's the only one who can get under 103, 103.5. Min-jae, absolutely incredible. There's a little bit of his timings aren't making full sense, but his total time I think is right. I'm just not sure about some of the lap times that were being handed. But Min-jae clearly away and in the lead of that one, and now we'll start lining up with that in mind for the grand final. And what a way to warm up for your grand final, to comfortably win the final before it. Amazing work. Flower Pig, what a great run.
He wasn't
Lee
very far,
Min-seo flying so well.
He scored 1 minute and 6 seconds, which is really fast. Wait, sorry, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Extremely fast anyways. And Jake was just like half a second behind him. So
1/10 behind him, not even that. 0.05 of a second behind on the consecutive laps. But yeah, half a second, because that part to that first time out of the blocks just a little bit quicker for Flower Pig, contributing to that gap. Wow. Min-jae beats out. Flower Pig second, beats Jake into third, and Avalt. Strong finish for him. You can be pleased with that. He'll wish it was higher, of course, after having not got anywhere through the elimination bracket that he wished. But fourth place for him in the junior finals. And now we await our grand finals here. And for some of these pilots, you take whatever motivation or learnings or anything you've had from a whole weekend, and indeed the race that's just happened, and you put that in to giving our grand final everything you've got.
So
I suspect we might just have a few minutes before that grand final, just to give 3 of the competitors a chance to shape up for it. 19 different nationalities represented here at the FAI World Cup Italy. 63 pilots. spanning from the USA all the way over to South Korea, Japan, China, Singapore as well. Many European countries, Belgium, Bulgaria, Czechia. We had one or two from Finland, a lot from France, as we've seen, and a chance for them in the grand final with Killian. Germany's Avin was here. Greece as well, MIN flying well for them too. We've got a big group from Latvia. Some of the Lithuanian team here as well. Jordy Peak flying for the Netherlands was doing ever so well. Keepy FPV keeping us in this. We've had Romania featured as well. Spain.
And Maddox from Japan.
Yep, Maddox from Japan.
Great racer.
Yep, Takafumi. Keep an eye on him. He's been racing brilliantly for Raiden Racing for 3 or 4 years now. Swiss pilots, a few Swiss pilots here too. I mentioned Singapore, didn't I? All of the USA's pilot called Jake. Yeah, all of him. And a good turnout from Italy, of course. And a number of pilots here who are in their first ever race. Never mind that it has international competitors in it. Had a chance to chat with a few pilots on Friday as they were arriving. And great to chat to some of the brand new pilots going. It's my first ever race at all. And as I said to them then, and I'll always say, well done you for coming to a race. That
Absolutely.
Is the step.
That's
right?
the first step you have to do to win.
You practice with your, a local club, a town club, or wherever it is you can find, or a chapter, or whatever. You practice with them. You do some simulator flying on many of the options that are available to you. But yeah, sign up.
Sign up.
Go for a race, and you will probably never be sure you're ready.
So
go and do it.
Ready for a new thing.
You'll always,
Yeah, it's always the first time for everything. So
yeah,
you will never be ready for it. But if you start like that, you're in the right path.
Absolutely.
And you can do just better. And competing against some of the best pilots around the world can just give you a lot of experience, a lot of motivation, which is very important to go on with your projects, with your growth.
Yep.
So absolutely, do it, guys. Come to races and register and have fun.
Because and you'll find
it's a really nice place to be.
You'll find yourself in a pit area with, in this case, 62 other pilots and families and other people who are there, and nobody is, left out on their own in this kind of environment. Everybody's talking and sharing equipment and sharing ideas, and nobody will mind you saying, "Oh, hi, I've seen you racing. Hi, I'm this guy. They'll be really pleased to meet you." It's such, I get why it's a tough first step for people to maybe attend their first race, but it's absolutely the thing to do. Even if just as a spectator, but of course then you won't get access to the pilot area and so on. Yeah, do it. Sign up for a race.
You won't regret it. Absolutely.
No, no question.
Especially in drone racing, I would say.
I think drone racing is pretty unique in how warm and helpful every competitor is.
Yeah.
Just across the board. I can tell you plenty of stories of drone races where, a final has been flown because one of the competitors in that final lent equipment to another competitor who is competing against them in that final. How easy would it be to be, "Oh, no, I can't. No, I haven't got a spare. No. Oh, you can't fly it. What a shame." That's not this world. I can promise you that anywhere. That's not this world at all. I've commentated on drone races. We had American pilots, we had Russian pilots, and there was a third country involved as well. They were all trying, between races, to help one of the Russian pilots get a drone ready to compete in the final because they had wrecked everything. The Americans were making this sort of hybrid quad out of their own part, and everybody was using the same kind of kit, so it was okay, and it was within the rules for this particular event. We had American pilots helping assemble a drone with some Russian pilots and pilots from another country, all of them working on the same thing together, all trying to assemble it. They got it, they built it for the final, but it had to have red LEDs to be flying for the Russian colors at this event, and the only thing they didn't have that they could use were red LEDs, so they found lipstick.
Oh my gosh.
Bright red lipstick, and colored the LEDs, and were like, this is it.
Here you go.
And it flew the final because it was race ready and spec ready, and all right, it has lipstick over the LEDs, but
it's red.
Come on. Of course that should be in the final, because what a credit to all the pilots who fell along the way. The American team got wiped out of this event, and some of the guys from Quad Force One, who the American fans amongst you will know. Yeah, like that's drone racing.
That's drone racing.
That's
absolutely, absolutely. Wonderful story that just summarizes the spirit of these guys, the drone racing spirit
Yeah.
that we are lucky to be able to feel and see.
I'm
every day.
extremely proud to represent it. I'm extremely proud to, of all the different things I've done, and I'm not trying to show off, but just let me give you a little bit of sense of scale. There's an event I do in China pretty much every December to 100 million live concurrent viewers.
Wow.
100 million viewers watching then and there concurrently at the same time on one of the esports events that I work on. Even though I'm super proud that every year they bring me out to China to represent them at their World Championships and host their World Championships. And I love doing that event. And it's amazing in scale and production and stage and just so many different things happening. People ask me, what's your favorite thing you do? It's drone racing.
Wow.
Here we are in a soggy field. Okay, with however many of you are watching us on YouTube right now and a crowd still sticking with us here in Sumirago. Thank you to all of you. This community couldn't be prouder to be a small part of it. We have a grand final that we are really, really, really looking forward to. Oh, Drinks in the chat just said, is the junior final based on qualies?
Is the junior final based on qualities?
Yes, and the women's final was as well. I am not sure if
Qualies
your
or
position in the
results?
elimination bracket changed it, but no, I don't think so. I think, yes, it was based on qualies.
Yeah, probably it's on qualities.
The grand final is ahead of us, just 1 or 2 minutes away.
So we still have at least 2 heats.
That's
in
right.
This FAI World Cup in Italy.
Yeah, Chase the Ace. Got
Chase
to
the
win 2 finals.
Not consecutively, but 2
That's right.
finals.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it's 2, it has to be consecutive. But we'll see.
Yeah, if you win the first 2, you've got it, of course, but it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
And yeah, it's just exciting to think right now you've got pilots who've just battled and fought in a junior final and they get to go again in the grand final. Meanwhile, Killian, the only other pilots in the grand final who wasn't in that junior final, was standing around looking very relaxed. He was clearly happy with where he was, lining up for that. I would love to have the chance to talk to them. I would love to be doing a kind of pre-final interview or something like that. Obviously, it's paramount that they're getting ready for the race, but I feel like we've got a little bit of a delay going on for maybe other reasons as well. I would just love to know how they're shaping up for
feelings.
this as well.
Yeah, but probably now they're concentrating at the utmost position. They're trying to gather up all the energies left during this very long weekend and try to concentrate them in the only thing they have to do in the next probably 30 minutes.
Just
perform as best as they can.
Just having a look. We've got
Pilots, get ready.
no drones on blocks. I've not got direct line of sight right now as there's so many people between us and the track.
I only see one person with a drone in his hand, probably in the first spot. I don't know if it's Jake's.
Okay, so we are getting underway as the brilliant Dutch drone racing group who have been here with us running such a brilliant production all this weekend. Their bossy one is getting the pilots into shape. Honor FPV telling them, let's go. It's grand final time. It's Chase the Ace time for incredible pilots. The top 4 out of qualifying, getting here in routes that were unexpected, but nevertheless making it to the FAI World Cup Italy racing here in Sumirago's grand final. This is what it all comes down to over the 2 days of racing. Jake representing America, Killian representing France, Min Jae representing South Korea, and Flower Pig, South Korea as well. Quads come to the blocks, Jake's out there with his dad, of course, Don, working so hard. Such a good character as well, always happy to see them. This is going to be something else. You're in for an absolute treat with these 4 pilots.
Everybody's checking every single minimum detail of their quad. Obviously, they don't have any second chance now. Everything has to be perfect and spot on. So
I'm not sure why we've waited to get to this point. It doesn't look like there's any issues out on the track, although I am seeing Matteo just walking back from checking something, but we will get this racing happening. Here it is, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us over the weekend, whether you've joined us late today or been with us since we started at about 8 o'clock yesterday morning here in Italy. It's been challenging for our pilots at different times with the crazy weather conditions we had, in particular yesterday, and just the kind of fairly steady but not too bad rain and cold that we've had today. We've had wind changing things. We've had 63 incredible pilots battling amongst it, 19 nationalities. It comes down to 4 pilots representing 3 countries in our grand final. The top 4 out of qualifying made it to this stage. They are some of the best pilots internationally in the world. Some of them been established for many years across many different leagues. A couple of them you'll find racing in future in more international events as well. This is your grand final. Lenses being cleaned, drones onto the blocks where they need to be. It's Jake, Killian, Minjay, and Flower Pig. The first run of your grand final. Just ready to fly.
Next race begins in 10 seconds. Next race begins in 5 seconds.
Come and get it, pilots. And we go with the first run of the grand final, and a great start by everybody. Nobody put off by seeing drones hovering around. But it's Minjay down with Jake.
Jake, a mid-air collision between Jake and Minjay.
Killian and Flower Pig, France, and one of the South Korean pilots looking like their first run at this could be simpler than they felt it was going to be. Minjay and Jake look like they are down and done and staying there. And it is Killian and Flower Pig very, very close to each other, starting the second lap with only 1/10 of a second between them on their first lap times. Killian into a flag. Flower Pig, split S, and is getting away from him. Killian recovers, it never touches the ground, and Flower Pig now around the flag turn. Killian was not far behind him even with that hit. And it's Flower Pig through the dive gate, and Killian maybe 2 seconds behind him. This is the third lap of your first run in the grand final. Flower Pig making it work. Killian's had a little bit of a rougher run than we're used to from him, but he's on the chase now. Killian across the middle of the track. Flower Pig fighting his drone through the weather and his video conditions. Killian not having it all his own way either. Flower Pig into the tunnel. Then it's Killian. Here's the finish gate. And across the line, Flower Pig's the first winner of the grand final. Killian in second.
Oh my gosh. Everybody applauding, and like we said before, we didn't see many mid-air collisions, and this was the biggest one in the whole weekend. And Minjay and Jake, I don't know who hit the other, but they just fell on the first lap.
Wow, and Killian wasn't the cleanest I've seen him fly. Lee Min-seo, Flower Pig. To some people, the surprise winner of the first run here. But he's the ace you got to chase now. Wow. Wow, what a run. That had so much drama in it. Flower Pig's video was all over the place. That land now flashed up at least once. And usually, as I said, and we mentioned a few times yesterday, usually land now, that worries people who are new to drone racing, but it's usually okay. The pilot understands the demands I'm putting on it right now. I understand why. But we have had drones fall from the sky. Go land now, and that's not a hint. That's what I'm doing.
That's what I'm doing in 5/10 of a second.
Yeah, you got no recovery time at all. We had, and it may even have been Flower Pig, but I'm not 100% sure. But it may even have been Flower Pig, who's one of his runs yesterday. He ended up landing after the dive gate, looking at it, and the finish line is, you know, a couple of meters to his right.
Yeah, it's the last
And he
gate.
didn't finish the third lap. He looked at the other pilots pass him and finished their lap. And I'm pretty sure that was Flower Pig and one of his drones going, land now, and he has. And it felt like, oh no, in the grand final, but not this time.
Not this time. Good job, Minjay. Sorry, Flower Pig. Sorry for Minjay and Jake. And good job, Killian, even though he was just a little bit slower than Flower Pig, it seemed to be. Actually, he clinched the gates in the second lap, and that probably just threw him off the performance he could have had.
Now, we are actually having that reviewed by the FAI jury here. Of course, the FAI are here with all their judges and reviewing races as we're making our way through the weekend. This is clearly, you know, the most important one, being the grand final. Did a pilot miss a flag? That's what's being flagged up to me. Let's just try and get the results to reach us. We're getting a little bit of track practice for one of our pilots. That's interesting. Somebody, not track practice, sorry, just a quick takeoff test for Minjay. Minjay just throwing a quad around, not going through the gates, not practicing the track, but Minjay just getting a little bit, just 5 seconds of checking a quad there. That may be a concern to him then about, does he want to race with the quad who's just crashed, or does he need to use one of his other ones? Has he got any? I'm not recalling many crashes for Minjay. He should be okay for Kit, I think. No flags missed. It stands for Minjay and Jake, both mid-aired.
So we got one win for Flower Pig. Let's see if he's going to double this up in the next, like, back-to-back wins.
And that's it.
And that's it, basically. He's a
Flower
winner.
Pig, like I mentioned, great Korean pilot. I'm going to say probably not as well known as the other three in this grand final. You know, DCL pilots, DRL pilots, MotoGP IO champion. Flower Pig's featured in international races too, but not for as long as the others. I think that's probably the best way I'm thinking about it at the moment. Jake, well known on the drone racing circuit, popular American pilots. Definitely not as well known as Minjay and Killian. Flower Pig, though. Like I told you, you're going to see more from this guy. I met him a year ago and realized how good he was then, and he won the World Cup in Korea last May. This is great to see him doing it at other World Cup events now. What a great run from him. He hasn't won it yet. That's one. In some events, he'd be the champion and we'd be on our way out into the cold and the rain to hand him a trophy. But pilot's got a second go to get him. What I am not surprised about but interested about is the pilot area completely cleared. Like all the pilots got out and moved, and Minjay ends up flying something around just to make sure it's going to work for him. Okay, that's more understandable. But yeah, all of the pilots needed to. Nobody was like, right, I'm in my position. I'm going to stay here. Yeah. The drone's going to get sorted out for me. Now everybody. I mean, it's a fairly typical thing that they're going to get hands-on.
Well, probably the amount of adrenaline you accumulate during one of these races. If you're able to stay there and just sit there and relax, you're not human, probably. So yeah, they had to stand up and actually go check their drone, because they're not only drone racers. I mean, they build their own drones, so they need to see what's happening to their drone.
And even if they are here with family who are definitely looking after all that stuff for them, yeah, you still got to do a bit yourself, haven't you? You can't really just stay in that chair. But they all got involved again. That's Jake. You may have just heard Jake Hammer, Jake from the USA, just throwing his quad around for 5 seconds. He was the other one in mid-air, of course. So just making sure that's okay. This does make me feel like Minjay and Jake might be flying the same drones again. So race control just telling the pilots again, if Flower Pig wins this one, he's the champion, and then points achieved from those from this race and the the first race we've just had. That's what's going to settle the other places here. And I think Min-Jae and Jake, because they mid-aired, they're both going to score, I think it's 3 points. So they're both going to have the same score out of that first run. Out on the starting blocks, we're getting squeaky clean. In the pilot area, we're wrapping up and trying not to feel the cold. I'm getting a bit of a shiver, I must admit. So Stefano, do they beat him? It doesn't look like Flower Pig is putting much wrong, and he hasn't done all weekend. He's been getting great times. Maybe a little glitch or two around the middle of qualifying rounds 4-5 yesterday, but that's a long time ago now. He doesn't look like he's handing anybody a win. And Min-Jae had the better of him for most of that previous run, and you would expect him to.
Well,
do they get him this time?
I don't know. Until now, actually, both Flower Pig and actually Flower Pig is the only one that finished first or second in all the whole day today. So basically, he's the most confident probably, and he also has 1 win accumulated. So his thumbs or pinches might be very light compared to the other people. Who knows? I mean, all the other guys are professional racers or very, very fast racers, and they've been through this many other times, so they can rely on a lot of experience, but every race is different. So who knows? I'm pretty sure that Flower Pig will be performing very well even in this second final. I don't think Min-Jae will stay there and look at other people win again.
No.
And Killian and Jake will do their job too, so it's hard to say. But they're in completely different situations, at least now. Something may change if, I don't know, Killian wins, or Min-Jae wins, or Jake wins one of the next finals.
Well, this is new. I've not seen anybody trying to keep a drone dry on a starting block before by essentially...
showing the underwear.
Yeah, holding a hoodie over it and showing a little bit too much to everybody else. But that works. Running away from the starting blocks. Tiny little squeak for Killian. Okay, your quads are out in the rain. Your second run of the grand final. Flower Pig wins this, wins the whole thing, or we race again. Pilots in the area. Quads are on the blocks. The crowd is forming all around us now.
Next race begins in 5 seconds.
And everybody away and completes the first turn. I was just worried a little bit to see how these drones might perform. They're good, except for Killian rolling around there. I don't think anybody came near him, but Killian just had to recover and did so. Flower Pig flying well, but still with terrible video issues. Min-Jae fighting him for that lead out. Goes to the dive gate, goes to the line first. Flower Pig is nowhere near it. Lost track of the Flower Pig lost track of the dive gate completely and was wildly away from it. Jake behind him, Killian in the middle of things. Min-Jae trying to lead out from the front, and he's doing a great job of it. He's around the flag turn. Killian is struggling with one of the ladders. He's got the second one done now, but he's a little way behind. Min-Jae, surely, with this race in his hands, but he's got to make sure nothing happens to him. And oh my, he's not making it easy on himself with some of those turns. Particularly one of the ladders was dangerous as anything. But Min-Jae now going across, doing the flag turn, perhaps just easing down a little bit. Jake, unfortunately, has crashed, but Min-Jae is done. That is so fast, about his third fastest time he's done all weekend, and he parks it under some shelter. He knows where he's going. Second place there, Killian gets a second, and Flower Pig, the winner of the first race, third here. Both Min-Jae and Killian ahead of him. We got a win for Flower Pig and a win for our other South Korean now, and a third run of the grand final to look forward to.
Oh my God, Min-Jae has showed what he's able to do, and yeah, 1 minute 3 seconds, probably the second or third time of the whole weekend. Flower Pig had a hard time during this second final, so now it's 1 win for Flower Pig, 1 win for Min-Jae, and 2 second places for Killian, if I'm not wrong. Unfortunately, Jake has not yet finished one single final, and that may psychologically be a little bit heavy on him. Let's see.
Could be. He's been at many events. He knows, he knows his racing. He's used to his live racing. Did you catch what happened to Jake during that one?
Actually not.
No,
He was able to
unfortunately.
complete 2 laps. Pretty fast lap. In the second lap, it was 21 second, 24 second for the first lap. He was 4th place on the first lap, and then he was actually one of the fastest on the second lap, but not as fast as the other guys.
I'm just trying to get an update on scores. Obviously, what we're looking for is the pilot who wins 2 races is our champion. Just trying to get a little feel for how the 2nd and 3rd and 4th places might be working out from that, but I don't think.
Well, Min
We've
Jae
got that.
is 3rd place and 1st place, and while Killian is 2 second places. So I don't know if they add up like mathematically, like 3 plus 1 makes 4, and 2 plus 2
It's
makes
the mid-air
4.
in the first race that confuses things.
Okay.
Because there is an opportunity for a tie on points
Yeah.
when 2 pilots have scored the same in a run.
Okay.
But
It's
anyway,
a bit too early now.
there's a
to
big old
understand.
jury, and they're working hard in another tens. So let's not do their job for them.
Actually, we have a 1st and 3rd place for Flower Plague, and 1st and 3rd place for Min Jae. So actually, except for Jake, everybody adds up to 4. If you
If
add
it
up-
was that kind of arrangement,
if
yeah.
that was that kind of an arrangement. So very leveled field of course. I mean, at this level
Yeah.
of racing,
That's
makes
what you
sense.
want, isn't
That's
it?
what
They've
you
come
want.
this far. We're all still here cheering them on. The crowd here in Simarago, and all of you wonderful people joining us on YouTube. We want to see everybody give it their absolute best in the final. We don't need a 2-run whitewash here. Just a washout with, quads falling off of blocks in rain and, somebody won. That's not your final. We've got Min Jae back in his seat. We've got Flower Pig sat down. We have no drones on blocks, but that's okay because, as we have said, how many times the rain is still with us and a little bit harder than it was.
Yeah.
It's a lot colder than it was. You're my man for the accurate weather, aren't you? No, don't look it up. Don't look it up,
Oh,
Stefano.
sorry. I looked up.
You've
Sorry.
got your talent of knowing wind speed and temperature. He's lost. It was a Saturday skill. It was a Saturday skill. Or he lied and can't actually tell wind speed and temperature at all, which I'll be
Have to
very
be
honest
honest,
about.
I lied. So I'm honestly lying. Sorry. No, actually, it's
So
about
you're honestly lying.
lying. Yeah, I'm lying honestly.
So that means he's not lying. He lies about when he tells the truth. It's like that riddle of, there's 2 doors in front of you, and one of them leads to certain death, and one of them is the exit. And in front of one of them is a guard that will only tell the truth, and the other one is a guard that will only lie.
Okay.
And you can only ask one question. What do you do? Have you heard this riddle, or am I telling you something new?
No,
here?
I never heard it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, that's
yeah,
particular.
there's 2 doors. One of them is certain doom. The other one is your exit, and you're okay. In front of one of them is a guard who will only talk the truth, and the other one is a guard who will only tell lies.
Okay.
And you may ask one of them one question. What do you do? You don't know which is the truth or lie-telling guard, obviously. Let us know in the chat if you can figure that one out. I wasn't expecting to do this in the grand final, but so I'll tell you.
So make them speak together and say,
Nice.
okay, you tell the truth.
No, nice. No,
Or-
you
or-
ask
or-
you ask either one of them what would the other person,
person, yeah,
say,
would say.
is the right door, and then you pick the other door.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
Because you
getting
will
there,
always
but
get,
it was,
yeah.
it
I know
wasn't-
you
it
would have
wasn't-
done.
It
but
wasn't so
I wanted
fast.
to get the attention back on the drone
Yeah,
racing. But the
okay.
reason why I'm asking you this is, frankly, yes, you are both of those guards.
And both of those guys.
You are the one. You are the one guard who does both things. It was meant to be a lot shorter than that, but you got to play along the way instead. We got loads of people supporting in the chat. Thank you so much of you, as well as the cheers coming from the Italian crowd here. What suspense in this final? Yes, Roman. Sophie Valtier says, my prediction is Killian wins the third one.
That'd be nice. Like
Now,
3 different winners in 3
that
races.
could be interesting, but Killian's run in the second go is being reviewed as he may have missed something. So he may well need that third run to be a clear win for him, because maybe in points he's not looking as well as he was hoping. Oh, so Roman reckons Killian to win the third. Well, okay, and the fourth. Well, as I say, the points may not be what he was expecting. Not that he wants anything less than a first place champion finish anyway, but it might be a little bit different than that. The rain's harder. Check the lenses is what race control is asking. There's one of our organizers, Matteo. We're leaving it. We get ready for our third run. This is the chance for Minjay or for Flower Pig to be your champion, or for Jake or Killian to say it's not over yet.
We don't have Flower Pig video feed. I don't know why, but hopefully it's going to be solved very quickly.
The review just now, before we get into this third run, the review just now, Killian missed a gate in the previous run. He actually gets 4th place out of that one. Now it's round number 3. So tense here. Everybody poised to watch, never mind even to race. Pilots clamoring around the one screen in the pilot area, production double checking, the FAI involved. Pilots on the line, as you can see.
Seems that Jake is not like wearing
Next
his goggles.
race begins in 10 seconds.
Okay, is Jake wearing his goggles now?
Yeah, I think
Next
so.
race
This is
begins
it.
in 5 seconds.
Your champion, we might crown them in the next 2 minutes. And at moments when we get to the end of the first straight and find we got 4 incredible competitors still here, but Flower Pig is not off to the cleanest run that we've seen him do. It's aggressive and fast, and it looked a little bit reckless, but it's still working out for him. Killian's into the tunnel. Minjay is all kinds of lost around the flag turn. It's gone very badly. First lap, he's not down, but he is way behind, but he's capable of catching up. Killian might get that third round win that he was talking about him maybe doing. Behind him is Jake and Flower Pig. And then it is Minjay in 4th with a lot of catching up to do. And Jake is going to get another DNF. He seems to be down again. Killian is out through the tunnel. Flower Pig chasing him. Killian needs this win to keep the final going. Flower Pig needs to pass him to win it, and Killian is upside down and ruined. Lee Min-seo from South Korea. Flower Pig, the winner of the World Cup in Korea almost a year ago, and a really brilliant growing international pilot, is into the tunnel on the 3rd lap by himself. His quad says land now. Surely not at this stage. There's the drop. There's the finish gate, just making it. And your champion here in Subirago of the FAI World Cup Italia, it is young Flower Pig, Lee Min-seo of South Korea.
What a race, what a race. Everybody excluded themselves one lap after the other, and the only one standing at the end was Flower Pig, taking his time for the 3rd and last lap, for like a last lap in front of everybody, and he won. Good job, Flower Pig. Killian was there. He almost clinched it. He was doing his best run probably of the whole weekend.
Absolutely his best run out of this side of the finals, and giving it such a charge. Right now out on track, you're seeing the pilots walking out there. Amongst them is a roar and a fist pump from Lee Min-seo. So pleased with himself, as he should be. Nobody here was thinking this race, this whole weekend was going to anybody but Minjay and Killian. A lot of people were predicting that before we started. A lot of people more people were thinking that after they were so far ahead. There was a 5-second gap between Killian in 2nd and anybody else, including Flower Pig, who was around that 3rd, 4th position in quali. Minjay pulling out just unbelievable miracle runs. But it all just untangled in that final, the likes of which I've very rarely come across. Well done to Flower Pig. Commiserations to Jake, who will be very disappointed without getting a strong finish out of any of those three races. One mid-air, of course, but the other one's technically wise, having a lot of issues. Killian, I think, will obviously be disappointed there. And Min Jae got a win in the final and was odds on, I thought, to get the second one. But wow, a lot of changing, some mistakes, some things to deal with. I can see Jake, I think, with a big smile on his face, walking back with his dad. So pleased to see that.
What a performance.
What a performance.
Absolutely. And Flower Pig has been first or second the whole day, except for a third place in the second to last final.
Yeah.
Which he finished anyways with a good result, but he was third at that point. In any case, he's demonstrated that today he was the guy to beat.
Yeah.
And he won.
And Flower Pig, in the first run of this finals, actually picked up the second fastest consecutive 3 laps as well, and that was the one he won. So, you know, really all of it coming together at the perfect time for him. Min Jae is still the quickest pilot over 3 consecutive laps. I'm double checking it by 4.1 seconds. That's how much faster Min Jae was than Flower Pig and everybody else below that throughout qualifying, and looking at 3 consecutive laps throughout eliminations, even though that's not the deciding factor here. In terms of fastest lap of the weekend, it's still... That can't be right.
Yeah, probably it's
That,
some wrong times have been recorded.
There have been a
actually
few.
have been updated.
Min Jae was for a long time the only pilot to break 21 seconds for a lap. His best time was in the junior final with a 19.7. I suspect that might get updated, I don't know. But apparently Topi got the fastest lap of everybody in an 18.84, which is incredible for the Latvian pilot Thomas Petersens. And with no disrespect to him at all, there's been a few timing issues, and some of them were relating to his run, so I sadly think that may not be the case, but we'll give a little nod to Topi right now anyway, because he may well have achieved it. Wow. Roman says, yes, he's finally rewarded. Indeed, Flower Pig got that big win on Italian soil. Well done, Mincio, says Trinks. Killian fell out of the sky. Not ideal, says Ironoid, who also was very kind about having me in the sport as well earlier on. I did see that. Thank you very much, Ironoid. 8145. And everybody who's been joining us, we will be having a review, Killian. It's all in the FAI's hands. Don't worry, Ironoid. It will be reviewed when needed. Of course, the pilots can also go and you know, ask for a protest. We're getting a very happy Don. Jake's dad just walked by with a happy smile and a wave on his face. They've taken that result very, very well, as of course they would do. Review Killian, not for missing a gate, but for entertainment. Well, I'm hoping I'll get a chance to chat with all of those pilots as we shape together a prize-giving ceremony that is worthy of them. The rainy conditions have meant that we may be on to plan C for how we stage a prize-giving and where. I believe now we've got, and I'm just getting that absolutely verified, let me just make sure from our friends in production. Do we announce the other placings from the grand final now, or will we do it at the prize giving? There's a little bit of reviewing going on. We'll let you know. Yes, of course. The positions and the points based on the reviews of the 3 final runs. It is Flower Pig as our champion, as we have clearly seen. And then Killian and Min Jae and Jake and the positions for them are being worked out and agreed upon between the FAI jury based on their positions, you know, mid-air and so on, complicating things, as I mentioned earlier on. So stay with us, everybody, as we get towards our prize giving in these really tough weather conditions that we've had. The pilots have been absolutely incredible, as always. Well, I'm so proud to represent them and represent the sport. Absolutely incredible in racing and in everything behind the scenes as well. Take the opportunity to say thank you to our Italian friends, Matteo, for bringing myself in and working with this incredible team and organizing such a brilliant race for all of the pilots. I'm so grateful to be here as well. I've been looking forward to this for over a year since I talked to them last year about their organizing it. Bringing in the Dutch drone racing guys for the production has been absolutely incredible. One of the best working events I've ever had the pleasure of being on, particularly their race control. Bonner FPV, who's been driving this thing forward constantly, but also producer Christian and all the fun camera work and everything that's been going on here, and Jesse and the boys. What a great team they've all been as well. Stefano, we've had a lot of fun as well. Such a pleasure working with you too.
Pleasure working with you, and it's been incredible being here in this World Championship, World Cup here in Italy, and to be sharing with you the microphone and speaking over these incredible races.
We will have the prize giving, probably in the rain, with some shelter, if I understand things correctly. I think we may be... Yeah, we're going to be moving some things around, so stay tight, everybody. Don't leave us. Thank you to all of you again who are here with us in Sumirago and joining us around the world in YouTube, representing the community from Canada and America, and quite a lot of words from the French side of things in other countries as well. Some of my friends from the UK drone racing scene watching as well. Hope you've been enjoying all of the racing. We're so pleased to have had you and the brilliant crowd here with us in Italy. We're not done until we hand over our trophies and announce who is second, third, and fourth. Remember, as well as the prizes for this event, it also counts as points towards the FAI standings. And at the end of the year, the top 60 pilots internationally from FAI races get invited to the World Championships, which this year is being held in China at the end of October. The FAI World Drone Racing Championship, an incredible event over many days. All the pilots want to be invited to that. To be so, you've got to be in the top 60, and those points come from attending events like this. So second, third, fourth, and so on as well, down through the elimination places of the pilots who didn't make the grand final. That all matters, so all of that has to be absolutely accurate. We know our champion is Flower Pig. There may be a little bit of a surprise about who's second, third, and fourth after the other races, which the FAI and the jury have been reviewing. Don't leave us. We are going to be announcing who those second, third, and fourth are, as well as crowning Flower Pig, the definite champion here of the World Cup in Italia. But they are about to remove a roof from our heads and go and stick it where some pilots want to be. So don't leave us, we are, there's a lot of water pouring off of a tent onto a flight case, which is closed. That's the right side of closed, thankfully. Yeah, don't leave us, because I think Stefano and I are about to get wet.
Once again.
Once again. There's so much water being dumped in front of us off of roofs. We're about to get wet so that we can go and say well done to some people in person and try and get some interviews. So we'll do that. Here's the deal. We'll go and get soggy and get some interviews, and you stick around to watch them and put the kettle on. Back.
L'altro presidente di...
Quello che ha parlato ieri. Non doveva premiare anche lui?
Ah, sì, il...
Sì, quello signore che ha parlato ieri.
Sindaca, Yvonne, da dire che passa le coppe al premio.
Non serve Sotir, vero?
Eh?
No, stavo chiedendo per il rappresentante.
Partito.
Here we go. Okay, Matt, we're live.
Well, thank you so much again for all the incredible support and warm welcome that you have given to all of us who've traveled so far to be here. It has been an absolute pleasure bringing you the FAI World Cup Italia. Thank you to everybody of Sumirago.
Grazie a tutti di essere qui, di essere venuti a vedere questa gara della World Cup a Sumirago, World Cup Italia, e anche a tutte le persone che sono venute da molto lontano e i piloti appunto dall'estero e da tantissimi continenti.
And thank you for your patience. We now bring you our closing ceremony and our prize giving to our incredible pilots. We had, of course, 3 great finals. We had our women's final, the junior final, and then that all action-packed grand final. And we will present those prizes now.
Ok, adesso siamo arrivati alla cerimonia finale dove daremo i premi ai piloti che si sono aggiudicati il podio e i primi posti di queste competizioni. Le competizioni si sono divise in finale donne, finale juniores e finale generale di tutti i piloti che si sono presentati per questa World Cup.
And all the results have, of course, been verified by our FAI jury with our head judge and everybody involved in there. Our thanks to them. These are our results of the FAI World Cup Italia. And we are also very, very pleased again to have our special guest to help us with the prizes.
Abbiamo controllato i risultati e grazie anche a tutti i rappresentanti della FAI che hanno dato una mano affinché questo potesse accadere. Abbiamo qui il sindaco di Sumirago, Yvonne Beccegato, che premierà i piloti migliori di questa competizione.
So first, we award our prizes to the incredible competitors in our women's final. And we welcome out, after the great battle that they gave us, in 3rd place, representing Switzerland, Chiara Pentoretti.
Terzo posto per la atleta Chiara Pedretti dalla Svizzera, categoria donne.
Kiwa FPV, 3rd place.
Terzo posto per Chiara Pedretti, Kiwa FPV.
The The runner-up in the women's final. Please welcome, representing Lithuania, Vitari Vezonorate.
Secondo posto per Vitari Visionorate V, secondo posto in categoria donne. Congratulations, congratulazioni.
V, our runners-up of the women's final. And our champion of the women's final, and bringing so much love to her from across the international drone racing community, and also representing everybody here in Sumirago and Italy so well as she does all over the world, the best of the Italian pilots who raced all weekend, and the champion of the women's final, it is Luisa Rizzo of Italy!
Primo posto per Luisa Rizzo, lei on fire. Primo posto in questa categoria donne della World Cup Italia 2024. Congratulazioni a lei, un applauso per Luisa.
Leo on fire, our women's champion! Closer for a photo, I think. We'll stand out. We'll stand out. Congratulations again to all of our women competitors. Your champion, Luisa Rizzo, Leo on fire! Luisa, let me just have a quick word with you. Congratulations, the champion here. How do you feel about your win?
I feel it's incredible. It's always been a dream for me to win this race, but I want to say that I'm still not happy because not all women are here. So I will wait to race with all the women in the world.
Yes. And I know you've done so much to support the women in drone racing and to promote the sport of drone racing to the women community, and also internationally as well. I know you are much loved by competitors all over the world. It must have been very special for you to win this right here in Italy, though, as well. That must mean a lot to you.
Yes, it's a win at home. Yeah. So it's very important for me and for my country, and I'm really happy to represent Italy.
And you put in such a strong showing in the FAI season last year, and was runner-up, runner-up of the Women's World Championship when we ended that season in Korea last year. This year, one better in the World Champion.
Let's go for the gold.
I know you can do it. Luisa Rizzo, pride of Italy and your Women's Champion. Next, we present the awards for our juniors category.
E ora le premiazioni per la categoria juniores.
Great battle between them, not only in the juniors final, but of course many of them in the overall final as well. For the juniors category, third place and representing America, it is Jake Capobres.
Terzo posto per gli Stati Uniti, Jake Capobres.
Congratulations, Jake. Runner-up in the junior category, proudly representing South Korea, it is Lee Min-seo, Flower Pig.
Secondo posto per il Sud Corea, Flower Pig, Lee Min-seo.
Flower Pig, the runner-up. But our champion of the junior category, one of the most popular and famous pilots around the world. So pleased to have him here with us in Italy. Also representing South Korea, the champion of the juniors race, it's Min-jae Kim.
Terzo posto sempre per il Sud Corea, Min-jae Kim.
Your champion, Min-jae!
Campione della categoria juniores, Min-jae Kim.
Congratulations to all the competitors in the junior category. The champion is Min-jae Kim. Min-jae, just can I take you off the top step and just have a quick chat with you? Min-jae, you're no stranger to winning many tournaments, not just junior categories, of course, as well. How does it feel to win this one at this event?
For right now, I just think about finally my Europe trip finally finished. So this is my last competition in this month. So I'm really happy to get junior champion. Yeah, just so tired right now.
Yeah, I know you had trouble flying here, had to change flights. You landed at 9 a.m. here in Italy, all the way from Korea. You landed at 9 a.m. yesterday, and about an hour later, you were doing your first round of qualifying, put in a really good time, and then, you know, a couple of rounds later, you were putting in a time that nobody else can match. You told me it was because it's down to being tired.
Yeah, I think, as I said, when I feel tired, I can fly faster, and I think I can laser focus only at the flying. So yeah, that's why I can fly faster.
Okay. So everybody needs to make sure he gets more sleep, and then you get a chance to beat him. You put in great performances all weekend. I know you'll be disappointed about the overall final. Can I just ask you, I know we're not at that stage yet, but for the overall final, what happened during that for you?
Just, it is what it is. I crashed. I made a mistake, so Min-seo got first place. So I would like to say one more, Min-seo's congratulations.
We'll get there, Minzio, don't worry. But you put in times on this track that nobody else came at all, anywhere near close to, and you could do them consecutively as well. You really had this track dialed in, so it was an amazing performance. Congratulations, Min Jae. We'll see you back here in a moment. Your junior champion, it's Min Jae Kim! As always, great support from all the pilots for each other. Been praising the community and our fans here all weekend. We now go to our overall final and our champion here at the FAI World Cup Italia.
E ora passiamo alla categoria generale di questa World Cup Italia e presentiamo appunto i primi 3 piloti.
Third place, please welcome back to our podium. Third place in the overall championship here is Min Jae Kim.
Terzo posto ancora per il pilota della Sud Corea, Min Jae Kim.
Your junior champion and third in our grand final, Min Jae. And now, after all the points from the 3 races that made up our grand final were considered and the placings and so forth, the jury calculated that the runner-up, which has not been announced yet, the runner-up of our grand final is the French pilot Kylian Rousseau!
Dopo un attento conteggio dei punti, il secondo posto della categoria generale va al pilota francese Kylian Rousseau.
Well done, Kylian.
Thank you.
Kylian, before you step up, we got too many things here, haven't we? Should I take this? I know you probably don't want to let that drone go. Well done, Kylian. Kylian, great weekend, amazing performances, best in qualifying for a while until somebody came and spoiled your fun there at the top of that table, but you look like the pilot to beat all weekend. Just amazing racing from you consistently. What happened in the grand final races?
So first it was pretty complicated. This got really fast, so I had to push and finish second, and I was in fight. Second hit, I made some mistake and was not able to catch up on Meiji. And unfortunately, at the third hit, I was leading and got an issue with my drone. That happening, that's the drone racing. So that's my issue.
Not disappointed with second place in the overall?
It's not bad. I'm still happy to make a podium here. I could do better, I know, but it's still second place.
And it's been great seeing all the support from the Italian fans coming to watch the races, but you've had quite a lot of support. There's a lot of French pilots here and a lot of support on the YouTube chat, as always, from your noisy French fans. Anything you want to say to all the French support that you've had?
Merci les gars!
And the rendition of the anthem wasn't that bad either. Your runner-up, second place, the legend that is Kylian Rousseau. But we have a champion who fought for this win in great racing that we've thoroughly enjoyed all weekend long, Stefano. It's time to bring out our champion.
Absolutely. Abbiamo adesso il piacere di presentarvi il pilota vincitore della categoria generale.
Champion of our grand final, the winner of the FAI World Cup Italia. It is Flower Pig Lee Min-seo!
Dalla Sud Corea, il vincitore Lee Min-seo, ovvero Flower Pig.
Monsieur, let me just quickly ask you, how do you feel?
Actually, I had really bad seasons these days. Like I crashed a lot at the only in finals, so I could just go to final easily, but I crashed every final, so I was suffer every day. So and I got first place every day, but I got first place at the overall class and second place at the junior. So I'm super happy right now.
As you should be. It was well fought and well won. That is everything that needs to be said. You're champion, everybody. Congratulations again. Leave it show. Well said. Well said, my friends. Your champion of the FAI World Cup Italia, proudly representing South Korea, Flower Pig! Yeah! Leave it show! Congratulations, guys. Congratulations to them and to all the competitors who've made this such an amazing, amazing weekend of racing and traveling to represent 19 different countries to be here.
Congratulazioni a tutti i piloti che si sono presentati, più di 60 piloti da 19 nazionalità che hanno illuminato questo campo con le loro prestazioni in drone racing.
And thank you to everybody who's come out and supported them, to all of the partners who helped make this event possible, to our special guests as well, grazie, and to all of you for coming and cheering them along. We hope you've enjoyed our drone racing here.
Grazie di essere venuti a vedere questa competizione di drone racing, grazie al sindaco di Sumirago Yvonne e grazie anche a tutti gli ospiti e alle persone che ci hanno supportato durante questa organizzazione. Mi sento di dire un grazie enorme ovviamente ai due Matteo Barella e Matteo Gandini, che non finiremo mai di ringraziarli. Un applauso enorme a questi due ragazzi.
We would also like to thank all of the sponsors, of course, without whom an event like this wouldn't be possible.
Grazie anche a tutti gli sponsor che hanno contribuito in tutti i modi alla creazione di questo evento, tra cui Assistenza Piscine, Barella Impianti Termosanitari, Elgen, FPV Sardegna, Drone Design International, gli archivi ritrovati, l'ARP, Lombardia SRL, Model Forg, Model Drone, Modellismo Varesino, Stamperia di Menzago e SRL, Pozzi Group, Team Blue Eyes, The Steel Bottle, VR e Tsunami.
We would also like to ask you to please put your hands together and thank all of the volunteers who also an event of this would not be possible without. So thank you to all of you for your hard work in all the weather conditions that were thrown at you.
Grazie anche a tutti i volontari, li potete identificare con le magliette arancioni che ci hanno dato una mano affinché questo potesse risultare tutto quello che avete visto fino adesso, nonostante le intemperie e il brutto tempo.
We give our thanks too to the incredible work of the Dutch drone racing group who helped us with all of the streaming and production this weekend, and also, of course, to the work, as you already highlighted, of the Speedy Pizza Drones team who put this whole event together.
Grazie alla regia e il supporto tecnico di Dutch Drone Racing, il tendone che vedete qui in nero, e grazie a loro e tutta la parte appunto dello streaming video, grazie appunto a loro e ancora grazie mille ai due Matteo Bagandini e Matteo Barella.
And it's been an absolute pleasure. Again, thank you to all of you for being so welcoming to all of us who've traveled here to this beautiful area of Sumirago.
Grazie anche ovviamente al comune di Sumirago e a tutte le persone, alle istituzioni che hanno permesso questa competizione e hanno creduto anche in questo progetto e hanno dato la possibilità di eseguirlo in un campo di queste dimensioni con questa qualità.
Our final thanks must go to those whom all this is basically arranged around, to the incredible pilots who came here representing 19 different nationalities to compete for their standings in the FAI World Championship this year, and also to try and be the champion of the World Cup Italia. So please thank all of our incredible racers and competitors.
Grazie ovviamente alle persone che hanno ovviamente fondamentali di questo drone racing, che sono i piloti e non solo i piloti, anche tutte le persone che li seguono, quindi anche i loro genitori e gli accompagnatori che gli danno una mano in tutte le loro imprese.
So we hope for future races like this here in Italy, and to have the chance to come and visit your beautiful, beautiful country again. I know many of the competitors would love to race here. I know you should also be very proud of your Italian competitors who did so well this weekend and who represent you very proudly on the world stage too.
E chissà, magari in una futura edizione sempre l'anno prossimo della World Cup Italia, chissà se in queste zone o in altre, e speriamo che i nostri piloti italiani riusciranno a essere sempre più competitivi, e intanto anche grazie alla loro disponibilità, e bravi ai piloti italiani che si sono presentati qui durante questa World Cup italiana in quel di Sumirago.
And we want to say again what an incredible competition it's been. Sad that it has come to an end, but it has been so truly exciting with great performances that we will remember very much, and a great addition to the world calendar. Drone racing is a growing sport. For some of you here, perhaps the first time you may have had a chance to see it. We're so pleased to have had the chance to bring you such a great event with such great competitors, and we're very proud of them all.
Siamo molto orgogliosi di tutti i piloti, tutte le persone che hanno contribuito a questa impresa, e grazie appunto al pubblico che si è presentato e che magari è la prima volta che ha avuto la possibilità di vedere una gara di drone racing particolare, molto adrenalinica, ma che comunque ha un futuro probabilmente molto brillante davanti a sé.
So thank you again to all of you for watching, to everybody who joined us around the world on YouTube as well.
I would say thanks to Matt Andrews. Thanks for helping us out and being the most professional commentator I've been working with in my life. And really, it's been a pleasure. Grazie a Matt Andrews, il commentatore professionista di questa competizione di drone racing.
Thank you so much, and thank you to you too, my friend. It's been such great experience working with you, and you've caught me a little bit by surprise. Thank you ever so much. I don't mind. And thank you to everybody again for being so welcoming. That's all from us here in Italy, but we won't forget this event. We're so pleased to have done it. Thank you to all of you for making it so special. And congratulations again to our competitors. And we wish them the best of luck for the rest of the 2024 season. I know you'll be seeing them again.
Grazie e arrivederci a tutti alla prossima occasione.